There we go. Hopefully that's... Hopefully everybody can hear me. Good morning or an evening or evening, oh, morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are, I suppose. Hello, Artie. Hello, Adam. Hello, Darby. You got our top, well, one of my top people coming in who are usually here almost every time. And yeah, but it's still kind of early, so it's okay. Great shirt, and your hair's amazing. It's actually still wet. I just I washed it like an hour ago, but it's still kind of wet. So, but thank you. Well, thank you. Hi, Zach. As many times as I can be. Well, I appreciate it. Who are you gonna be playing in your Dead by Daylight? Because that's what you mentioned. And I usually have tea in them, but one thing you probably know about me is that I love little antique teacups. And usually I have tea in it, but today it's apple cider because it's just cold apple cider, not warm, because it's way too warm outside for hot apple cider. I did not think the placement of my microphone out very well because it is blocking where I can see the chat. There we go. Hi, Tammy. Oh, it's nice to see you. You've been gone for a bit, so it's nice to see you back. Hello, Viliano. What else we got here? Is that all we got right now? That's fine. I'm fine with just one person. Fine with 20. Whoever wants to come in, feel free to come in. Come and go as you please. This is a chill stream where I tend to take take 6 hours to read a child's horror book. Apple ciders. You know, I did think about having some type of alcohol, but one, alcohol dries out my mouth, and that's not great for reading. And two, I have trouble reading, obviously, to begin with. So, hi, Daxie! Probably not need to add alcohol to the mix. Ask me questions. Yes, this stream should be called Distract Jenny while she's trying to read Goosebumps, because that's what you guys do every single time. Oh, we got done with the drawing? Sweet. When you post it, I will favorite it. I would say there could be a drinking game of how quickly someone can distract me, but that tends to be almost immediately. And yes, again, this does look like it's an alcohol thing, but again, it's apple cider. I just really, really like this thing. Look how cool that is. I got it at a grocery store on clearance. I don't know how the hell nobody saw it and picked it up. It's like, you guys are missing out on sweet... I'm gonna pour some more, because I've been drinking. I probably shouldn't have this much sugar. I'm gonna be super hyper by the end of the night, even though that was supposedly debunked, that there's no such thing as a sugar rush, but I don't know. Have I played Senua's Saga? No, I thought you were gonna stream it, so I haven't played it. Who's my favorite Ninja Turtle? Ooh, no, hey, Adam. Well, I haven't started reading yet, so that doesn't count. Oh, okay, but still, I'll still favorite on Insta. Oh wait, no, you guys probably. I was about to say, for those you haven't seen, but I do have a Blue Sky account now. For those who don't know, it's a Twitter clone, which I'll probably do better with being more active on that type of site, because it's a little difficult to post daily or even weekly videos on Instagram. It just seems like it's a very difficult thing to do. But I was Leonardo. See, I went through phases. When I was really little, it was Mikey. When I was like in middle school, it was Raphael. And then in high school and early college, it was I like lean more towards Leonardo. But right now, I think it's probably Donnie. I think Donatello is probably my favorite right now. But I tend to go back and forth between them. Mikey is my dude. You can't. I'm streaming. Oh shit! I didn't know you were. I didn't know you already. Shit! I didn't know you streamed the first part. Well, damn. Message me to message me and let me know. I have a big ass tattoo on my arm of the house crest. You sure do. It is the coolest. The only thing that bums me out about it is one of her tattoos blocks out the way it was set. One of her tattoos blocks out the mermaid crest. The you guys remember I played it. I'm sure I played Resident Evil Village. The Dr. Murado. I can't remember what his name was, but whatever. I played Senua's Saga. I thought it was okay. God, I love her. She's one of my favorite video game characters. We're going to the zoo tomorrow. Ooh. Is it like one of those? Does it have like a big, like an aquarium area? And because I know some zoos have like a all over the place, and others are just very specific. An aviary. Like I know there's a bunch of aviaries and all over the world, and I was like, maybe I'll be the craziest bird lady and visit them all. Moreau. Yeah, I think that's right. I'm not crazy, right? One of your, you have like a different tattoo that kind of overlapped it in order to get it to fit, so it was big enough. I think I remember that anyway. I think the Psycho Doll lady is ooh, nice. What's the book about? Great question. I did not get very far. I just have a list of Goosebumps books that people have suggested in the past, and all of them have been phenomenal. Let me tell you. What the hell was our last one? I was trying to remember it when I was setting up the stream. It was the last one, because that one was promising. That one started out pretty decent and then just took a straight nosedive towards the end. It was not great. Oh. Yeah, Daxie's covered head to toe in tattoos. You're gonna CAT scan, Dave? For what? What's everything? I'm sorry. Sorry, it was unexpected read. Is everything okay? Wolfskin. I think Wolfskin was the one before it. But yeah, that one was kind of funny too. What precarious adventure will our Goosebumps characters get in today, I wonder. Oh, Anthony, hello. Did I miss anybody? Did I say hi to you, Zach? I'm sorry if I didn't. I'm trying to keep up with everybody. Let me see how many people we got in here now. What time is it? Probably. Whoa. Oh, I can probably. Yeah, I could probably start. You guys can let me know if you guys can hear any noise behind me, because I have my dryer going, but I also have my door open because I'm listening for Rufio, because Rufio's been having night terrors recently, and the sun is almost down. The sun goes down at like 8:30 now. Oh, okay. I wanted to make sure. So they're still up and about a little bit, but once they go to bed, I'm not sure. I was like, I don't know if there's anything a vet can do, but she's been waking up and squawking and freaking out. So I've been trying to keep her in my room at night just to kind of alleviate it. But I obviously I can't do that every night. So if I stop reading and get up at any point, I'll let you know. Be like, I think I hear her freaking out, and then I'll probably end up just bringing her in here. All the systems of a. Oh my God. Oh, Dave, I hope you're okay. That's scary. I'm sorry. Tammy. Young lady. All right. Camps? Adam, you're such a smart ass camps, I think. All right. So, let's see. All right. I waited for like 10 minutes to have more people if they wanted to come in before I started. Let's see, we got 8 people. 8 people. Yeah, that's good. All right. We are going to go into, once again, we go into the horrifying nightmare that is Camp Nightmare, which is super redundant. I wanted to play Resident Evil Village today, but I had too much to do. Into the terrifying world of Camp Nightmare. Well, sit back and relax, Dave, because we just forget about the worries for now. Right now, you're going to be listening to a mediocre child's horror story. Hold on, I gotta move my Lego so I can see this better. Oh no. Why did they make this thing so rickety? Shit. I have the little baby one. I have a little cockatiel Lego set I made. But for whatever reasons, they're kind of like wobbly, and I'm not exactly sure what I did wrong there, but I probably did something wrong. I should just super glue it together. All right. So get this set up so I don't have to like stare down, have a double chin and all that good stuff. That is if this stupid thing will stay up. There it goes. Okay. Okay. We will hopefully make this day this night a little bit brighter for everybody, including Dave. Okay. Chapter 1. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Do I really have a bird already? I'm so sorry. I bought one of those bird feeders that does a live stream thing, and I just now got a notification that I got my first visitor, but it's taking forever to load, so it's probably gone by the time I look. No, it's gone. It's gone. Man. All right. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to turn her off for that. All right, chapter 1. Jesus. Distraction. I stared out the dusty window as the camp bus bounced over the narrow, winding road. I could see sloping red hills in the distance beneath a bright yellow sky. Stumpy white trees lined the road like fence posts. We were way out in the wilderness. We hadn't passed a house or a farm for nearly an hour. The bus seats were made of hard blue plastic. Ooh, that's the worst. When the bus hit a bump, we all bounced up off our seats. Everyone laughed and shouted. The bus driver kept growling at us, yelling at us to pipe down. Your bus driver, for little kids, they're gonna be noisy. And you have them sitting on hard plastic chairs or hard plastic seats for hours on end. That shit sucks. There were 22 kids going to camp on the bus. I was sitting in the back row of the aisle, so I could count them all. There were 18 boys and only four girls? I guess that the boys were all going to Camp Night Moon, which is where I was going. Okay, so I guess we have a little boy. The girls were going to a girls' camp nearby. 4 girls? I interrupted myself. I do that all the time. The girls sat together in the front rows and talked quietly to each other. Every once in a while, they'd glance back quickly to check out the boys. The boys were a lot louder than the girls, cracking jokes, laughing, making funny noises, shouting out dumb things. It was a long bus ride, but we were all having a good time. The boy next to me was named Mike. He had a window seat. Mike looked a little like a bulldog. Jeez. It's not very nice. He was kind of chubby with a round face and pudgy arms and legs. He had short, spiky black hair, which he scratched a lot. He was wearing baggy brown shorts and a sleeveless green t-shirt. Either this child has not washed his hair in a while, or my man has lice and maybe not sit too close to him. Not a good idea. We had been sitting together the whole trip, but Mike didn't say much. I figured he was shy, or maybe just very nervous. He told me this was his first time at sleepaway camp. Sleepaway camp! I like that movie. Sorry. It was my first time, too. And I have to admit that, as the bus took me farther and farther from my home, I was already starting to miss my mom and dad just a little. I'm 12. I am 12. But I've never really stayed away from home before. Even though the long bus ride was fun, I had this sad kind of feeling, and I think Mike was feeling the same way. He pressed his chubby face against the window glass and stared out at the red hills rolling by the distance. "Are you okay, Mike?" I asked. I'm trying. I was told to do voices, but he said he had a bulldog. I'm trying. Yeah, sure, Billy. I can't do it. I'm trying to do a bulldog voice, but I don't know. I can't do. I'm sorry. I thought about my mom and dad back at the bus station. They had seemed so serious. I guess they were nervous too about me going off to camp for the first time. "We'll write every day," Dad said. "Do your best," Mom said, hugging me harder than usual. What a weird thing to say. Why didn't she say, "Have a good time"? Why did she say, "Do your best"? As you can tell, I'm a bit of a worrier. The only other boys I'd met so far were the two in the seat in front of us. The one was named Colin. He had long brown hair down to his collar, and he wore silver sunglasses so you couldn't see his eyes. Ooh, he's the cool kid. He acted kind of tough, and he wore a red bandana on his forehead. He kept tying and untying the bandana. He sounds like like the most stereotyped 90s tough kid. There's a serious virgin. Nailed it. That was Wait, what show? Wait, are you talking about Sleepaway Camp? I mean, I'll still talk about it. I did the original, I talked about the original Pet Cemetery, which I love, and People Under Stairs, which I love, and I don't think either of those movies are trash, so... Hey, not just 2000. I have some older stuff up there and coming soon, hopefully. Sitting next to him in the seat on the aisle was a big, loud kid named Jay. Jay talked a lot about sports and kept bragging about what a good athlete he was. He liked showing off his big, muscular arms. He's 12. How muscular can a 12-year-old be? Especially when one of the girls turned around to check us out. Oh, was he going like, "Hey, ladies, I can't help but notice that you're checking me out." I'm just joking. I'm not fooling myself. He's 12. I'm sorry. JT's Colin a lot and kept wrestling with him, gripping Colin's head in a headlock and messing up Colin's bandana. You know, just kidding around. Boy stuff. Jay had wild, bushy red hair that looked as if it had never been brushed. Maybe that's what they're looking at. Brush your damn hair, kids. He had big blue eyes. He never stopped grinning and horsing around. He spent the whole trip yelling or telling gross jokes and shouting things at the girls. Oh, so he's also a sex pest. Gotta start young, I guess. "Hey, what's your name?" Jay called to the blonde-haired girl who sat in the front of the window. On the front by the window. She ignored him for a long time, but the fourth time Jay called out the question, she turned around, her green eyes flashing. "Dawn," she replied. Then she pointed to the red-haired girl next to her, "And this is my friend Dory." "Hey, that's amazing. My name's Dawn too," Jay joked. A lot of guys laughed, but Dawn didn't crack a smile. "Nice to meet you, Dawn," she called back to him. Then she turned around to the front. The bus bounced over a hole in the road, and we all bounced with it. "Hey, look, Billy," Mike said, suddenly pointing out the window. Mike hadn't said anything for a long time. I leaned toward the window, trying to see what he was pointing at. I think I saw a prairie cat? I know what a prairie dog is. I don't know what a prairie cat is. He said, still staring hard. "Huh? Really? I saw a clump of low white trees and a lot of jagged red rocks, but I couldn't see any prairie cats." "It went behind those rocks," Mike said, still pointing. Then he turned towards me. "Have you seen any towns or anything?" "We're in the same bus." I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry, that always throws me off when they're... I shook my head. Just desert. But isn't camp supposed to be near a town? Mike looked worried. I don't think so, I told him. My dad told me that Camp Night Moon is past the desert, way out in the woods. Mike thought about this for a while, frowning. Well, what if we want to call home or something, he asked. They probably have phones at camp, I told him. I glanced up at the time to see Jay toss something up towards the girls in the front. God, this dude is obnoxious already. It looked like a green ball. It hit Dawn in the back of the head and struck her blonde hair. Hey! Dawn cried out angrily. She pulled the sticky green ball from her hair. What is this? She turned to glare at Jay. Jay giggled with his high-pitched giggle. I don't know. I found it stuck under the seat, he called to her. Dawn scowled at him and heaved the green ball back. It missed Jay and hit the rear window where it stuck with a loud plop. Everyone laughed. Dawn and her friend Dory made faces at Jay. Colin fiddled with his red bandana. Jay is obnoxious and I really hope he dies. Oh my god! The full trailer for the second Beetlejuice is out? Woo! 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 Alright, sorry. Back on it. Jay slumped down low and raised his knees against the seat in front of him. A few rows ahead of me, two grinning boys were singing a song we all knew, but with really gross words replaced with the original words. Oh no, by all means, R.L. Stein. Tell me what song they were singing. A few other kids began to sing along. Suddenly, without warning, the bus squealed to a stop, the tires skidding loudly over the road. We all cried out in surprise. I bounced off my seat and my chest hit the seat in front of me. You know, it is really weird that a lot of buses in some countries don't have fucking seatbelts for the kids in them. That's so weird to me. But I don't know. I remember our bus, it was weird. It was like the first 4 or 5 rows. We had yeah, I think it was like the first 4 or 5 rows there were like seatbelts, but then it was Thunderdome for back behind there. As I slid back in the seat, my heart still pounding, the bus driver stood up and turned to us, leaning heavily into the aisle. Oh, several loud gasps filled the bus as we saw the driver's face. His head was enormous and pink, topped with a mop of wild, bright blue hair that stood straight up. He had long, pointed ears. His huge red eyeballs bulged out from their dark sockets, bouncing in front of his snout-like nose. Sharp white fangs drooped from his gaping mouth. A green liquid oozed from his heavy black lips as we... Wait, I'm confused. What is happening right now? As we gazed in silent horror, the driver tilted back his monstrous head and uttered an animal roar. Sweet! Meow. My wig, I'm not wearing a wig. I have extensions. I guess it's close enough. I think a wig is like full. Mine are extensions. All right, we finished chapter 1 with only like 13 distractions. So woo. Whew. The slasher curtains? It's a dream, isn't it? You know, I kind of figured it would be that, or the driver is trying to like pull a prank, which if that's the case, how the hell was he putting all that shit on during the bus ride? You probably shouldn't be messing around trying to put on makeup when you're driving 22 kids? He's like, this will be great. I'll just drive with my knees while I put on my eyeliner. I knew she was bald. Oh. Sorry, Tammy. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell when people are joking sometimes through text. It grew out of his birthmark he had on his head. That's so weird. You missed my my pixie cut. Well, the only reason I had the pixie cut is because one of the kids I was working with somehow got a hold of scissors and cut a chunk of my hair off. I still don't know how the hell that kid got scissors, and two, like where the hell I don't know where everybody else was to watch the damn kids. It was, but it was still the best. Well, maybe if it gets to the point that I'm just sick of extensions, I'll go back to them. I knew she was bold. Hey, shh. Hey, she harvests her hair of the dead. Oh my God, that would be. I know you can harvest. Maybe I shouldn't say harvest organs because that does sound. I know you can donate organs. Be like, when I die, someone take my hair. It's like super luscious, and I've never dyed it, and I brushed it like 8,000 times a day, so it's super soft. The song was Rockin' Robin. You have fun making it dirty. Well, there was a Little Richard song. Oh, it was Tutti Frutti, and it was switched because here's the thing that I find really funny about the past, like when people were like, "No, he's not gay. He's just flamboyant." I was like, at one point, people refused to believe Freddie Mercury was gay. They refused to believe the funniest one, Liberace, was gay. I was like, really? Really? That surprised anybody? And Little Richard, that's another one. He was gay, and one of his songs was Tutti Frutti, but the lyric was Tutti Frutti. I think it was Good Booty. But obviously you can't play that on the Disney Channel, so we changed it so it would be a little more palatable for general audiences, I guess. Guy was before his time, man. That would have killed nowadays. You donated your hair back. My cousin donated his hair when I was like, I think it was in high school. He showed up one day for, I think it was Christmas, and he had super long hair, and we didn't know. I was like, "Oh, you grew your hair out?" And he's like, "Yeah." I'm donating it to a friend because they're going through cancer, so they can get. I was like, "God damn." Freddie Mercury was gay. Oh, I'm sorry to break it to you guys. All right. All right. Let's get back to the camp of nightmares with the punk rock guy. I do, if this turns out to be a dream, I do find it hilarious that the scariest thing this child could come up with was basically a punk with blue hair with red contacts and a little bit of pizzazz, I guess, when it came to spooking kids. The driver roared so loud. Oh, chapter 2, by the way, as if you couldn't tell. The driver roared so loud the bus windows rattled. Several kids shrieked in fright. Mike and I both ducked down low, hiding behind the seat in front of us. "He turned into a monster," Mike whispered, his eyes wide with fear. Then we heard laughter at the front of the bus. I raised myself up in time to see the bus driver reach his hand up to his bright blue hair. He tugged, and his face slid off. So he put on a mask while he was driving. Is that better or worse than trying to apply scary makeup and a wig? Oh, sorry, wrong thing. Oh, the kids shrieked in horror, but we quickly realized that the face dangling from the driver's hand was a mask. He had been wearing a rubber monster mask. God damn, where the hell are these kids coming from that they didn't recognize a mask? You're 12. But then again, maybe I was like, this was the 90s, so it wasn't like they were raised on cartel videos like fucking kids now, so I'm sure this was scary. You get an earthquake? Everyone take cover! Is this kid on mushrooms? Oh, that's a great writing prompt. A kid tries mushrooms for the first time and experiences what he thinks is a horrifying experience at a camp, but it turns out, no, he was just tripping balls. His face was perfectly normal. I saw with relief. All right. I thought that's usually sighed, right? Unless that's a misstep there. I saw with relief. He had pale skin, short, thinning black hair, and tiny blue eyes. He laughed, shaking his head, enjoying his joke. "This fools 'em every time," he declared, holding up the ugly mask. A few kids laughed with him, but most of us were too surprised and confused to think it was funny. Suddenly, his expression changed. "Everybody out!" he ordered gruffly. He pulled a lever and the door slid open with a whoosh. Wait, where'd it go? "Where are we?" someone called out, but the bus driver ignored the question. He tossed the mask into the driver's seat, then, lowering his head so he wouldn't bump the roof, he quickly made his way out the door. He's just gonna kill all the kids. They were annoying. Turns out the mushrooms were shiitake. There's a funny SNL skit, The Delicious Dish, where they think they take mushrooms and it turns out it's shiitake. It's pretty funny. I used to love watching those older SNLs. I leaned across Mike and stared out the window, but I couldn't see much. Just mile after mile of flat yellow ground, broken occasionally by clumps of red rock. It looked like a desert. "Why are we getting out here?" Mike asked, turning to me. I could see he was really worried. "Maybe this is the camp," I joked. Mike didn't think that was funny. Is that really a joke? We were all confused as we pushed and shoved our way off the bus. Mike and I were the last ones off since we were sitting in the back. If they have to hike to the camp from wherever they are, they probably should have warned these kids, because you should always have water. And I know I'm overthinking it because it's just the kids going, "Hi, transmission." First chapter book I ever read on my own was a Goosebumps book. That's usually the case with a lot of kids. It's either that, or I know some of the older ones, like, what was that one that it was an older one by the time I got to it. Wayside School. I remember that one. I remember Wayside School. That one was cool. I rhymed. And I'm trying to think of all the old ones that I read. You know, there's, I think probably the Harry Potters are probably some of the more, because those aren't written super like they're not difficult for younger audiences to read, so I can see that being some of the more first books. But that would be more probably advanced kids. Like Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark is also one that a lot of kids would read. It was the Headless Ghost. As I stepped on the hard ground, I shielded my eyes against the bright sunlight high in the afternoon sky. We were in a flat, open area. The bus was parked beside a concrete platform about the size of a tennis court. It must be some kind of bus station or something, I told Mike. You know, a drop-off point. He had his hands shoved in his pockets of his shorts. He kicked at the dirt but didn't say anything. On the other side of the platform, Jay was messing around with a boy I hadn't met yet. Colin was leaning against the side of the bus, being cool. He's like Ralph Macchio. The Outsiders was a great book. Stay golden, pony boy. That was one of the first books that we were assigned to read, and I think I read it in one sitting because it hooked me from the start. If I remember correctly, the writer was super young. I think it was like a 16-year-old girl or something like that. I remember I could be wrong because it's been years and years since I've read it, but I remember hearing that and be like, whoa, a teenager wrote this book? Run, rabbit, run. Oh, transmission, you're so funny. Being cool. The four girls were standing in a circle near the front of the platform, talking quietly about something. I watched the driver walk over to the side of the bus and pull open the luggage compartment. He began pulling out bags and camp trunks and carrying them to the concrete platform. A couple of guys had sat down on the edge of the platform to watch the driver work. They're not going to help. I mean, why would they? 15. Wow, even younger than I thought. Yeah, I thought that was really impressive. She was in the movie? Oh, shit, I didn't know that. I'm going to have to rewatch that movie then. Your birthday was the April 24th. Shit, what did I do with the... Oh, I put the thing away. Okay, Tammy. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you, Tammy. I'm sorry. I should have left the little things out because it's damn near every stream it's somebody's birthday, so I should start leaving those out. Okay. 16. Oh, you can legally drive now. Woo! You are hysterical. Across the platform, Jay and the other guy started a contest, tossing little red pebbles as far as they could. Mike, his hand still buried in his pocket, stepped up behind the sweating bus driver. Hey, where are we? Or I could try. Hey, where are we? Why are we stopping here? Uh-oh. They're telling me to stop being distracted while I'm reading kids' books. I will be. Just remind me, Adam. I will sing you happy birthday. The driver slid a heavy black trunk from the back of the luggage compartment. He completely ignored Mike's question. Mike asked him again, and again the bus driver pretended Mike wasn't there. Mike made his way back to where I was standing, walking slowly, dragging his shoes across the hard ground. He looked really worried. I was confused, but I wasn't worried. I mean, the bus driver was calmly going about his business, unloading the bus. He knew what he was doing, abandoning a bunch of children in the middle of the road because he got sick of it. Back home, 16 meant I could legally drink, vote, and marry. Wow. I didn't know that was the voting age in... was Russia, right? That's where you used to live, Artie? That's the sound of the police. You guys are so cute. Why won't he answer me? Why won't he tell us anything? Mike demanded. I felt bad that Mike was so nervous. I mean, it is kind of weird that the bus driver is just flat out ignoring this child's questions, especially if they weren't informed what was happening. I can see a kid, especially a worrier, being a little freaked out. And wait, this character said he was a worrier in the beginning, so why isn't he freaked out right now? Shouldn't he be as freaked out as Mike? Oh, there the kids go. I told you, man, these kids. There he goes. I think that one might actually either go to school or work because I hear it every day around the same time going back and forth. 287-year-old vampire. I wandered away from him, making my way along the side of the platform. I'm just going to abandon him while he's worried and freaking out, to where the four girls were standing. Across the platform, Jay and his buddies were still having their stone throwing contest. Dawn smiled at me as I came closer. Then she glanced quickly away. She's really pretty, I thought. Her blonde hair gleamed in the bright sunlight. Are you from Center City? Her friend Dory asked, squinting at me, her freckled face twisted against the sun. No, I told her. I'm from the Midlands. It's north of Center City, near Outreach Bay. I know where the Midlands are, Dory snapped snottily. The other three girls laughed. I could feel myself blushing. What's your name? Dawn asked, staring at me with her green eyes. Billy, I told her. My bird's name is Billy, she exclaimed. Oh, I'm gonna like Dawn. And the girls all laughed again. Where are you girls going? I asked, quickly eager to change the subject. I mean, what camp? Camp Night Moon. There's one for boys and there's one for girls, Dory answered. This is an all-camp night moon bus. Is your camp near ours? I asked. I didn't even know there was a Camp Night Moon for girls. Dory shrugged. We don't know. Dawn replied, this is our first year. I'm gonna make Dawn snotty. I'm gonna make them both Valley girls. Because I know I know how much you guys love my Valley girl. This is our first year. All of us, Dory added. Me too, I told them. I wonder why we stopped here. All the girls shrugged again. I saw that Mike was lingering behind me, looking even more scared. I turned and made my way back to him. Look, the driver's finished carrying out all of our stuff, he said, pointing. I turned in time to see the driver slam the luggage compartment's door shut. What's happening? Mike cried. Is someone picking us up here? Why is he unloading all of our stuff? I'll find out, I said quietly. I started to jog over to the driver. He was standing in front of the bus door, mopping his forehead with the short sleeves of his tan driver's uniform. He saw me coming and quickly climbed into the bus. He slid into the driver's seat, pulling the green visor down over his forehead as I stepped up to the door. Is someone coming for us? I called into him. To my surprise, he pulled the lever and the bus door slammed shut in my face. Jesus. The engine started up with a roar and a burst of gray exhaust fumes. Hey! I screamed, pounding angrily on the glass door. I had to leap back as the bus squealed away, its tires spinning noisily in the hard dirt. Hey! I shouted. You don't have to run me over. I stared angrily as the bus bounced onto the road and roared away. Then I turned back to Mike. He was standing beside the four girls. They were all looking upset now. He left us, Mike stammered as I approached them. He just left us here in the middle of nowhere. We gazed down the road as at the bus until it disappeared over the darkening horizon. We all grew very quiet. A few seconds later, we heard the frightening animal cries, very close, and getting closer. Like, what? First of all, that's just Jeepers Creepers too. Like, first of all, this dude would be totally fucking fired if he left a bunch of little kids. I mean, yes, they're 12, but they're still little kids out in the middle of nowhere without somebody there to pick them up. Like, you know, like a handoff. Like, this would be insane news even back in the 90s. It's like, oh, by the way, this person just left us. Are Vin Diesel and his family doing a heist outside your house? No, so there is a side road by our condos that kids like to race up and down because there's no houses in between. It's just it's just like a little back roads area. There's like trees and walls. That's basically it, and just the long road. So kids in their cars and probably like maybe anybody who likes to race, they'll go and race back there. And just recently, like, cops have been hanging out towards the middle of it. So it has, but they don't do it every day. So when they see it's like, ooh, no cops, they'll stake out the place and then they'll race down it for a little bit and then beat cheeks because, you know, eventually somebody's gonna call the cops and say, hey, damn kids are racing down this road again. There was a really, really bad crash apparently when I was out of town. I don't distracted Jenny. There's a really bad crash while I was out of town a couple weeks ago. I don't know if anybody died. From what my nosy neighbors said, she said it was pretty bad. Like there were fire trucks and ambulances and cops, and they had the area roped off and everything, which is usually not a good sign when they completely rope off a huge portion of land or street. Sorry. Get the bear gun. Matthew Lillard's best movies: Scooby-Doo, 13 Ghosts, Screams, or S. That's not fair. Ooh. Yeah, I was about to say that's a tough one. Because he did do a good Shaggy, but I didn't watch that movie, or I hadn't seen that movie until I was an adult, so that one I can probably nix, just because it was okay. I probably would have loved it more if I watched it as a kid. I do love 13 Ghosts, but I might have to nix that one too, because I think Tony Shalhoub is the best character in that movie. But then again, I'm also kind of kind of biased because I just like that actor. I think he's a brilliant actor, and it's a shame that he's not more popular. But Salt Lake City Punk is really good too. I don't know. I think I'm gonna have to say Scream, because again, horror movie. and shit, yeah, I think I might have to say Scream in that one. It's really tough though, having to Dave did make me like double check. I was like, wait, what? Like I looked at my video to make sure. I was like, shit. Yeah, Monk was the best. I used to watch that show with my grandma a lot. I always had a thing for you, Sid. Yeah, I loved how much he hammed it up in that. My favorite line delivery that he did, and again, it's a jokey one because Matthew, he's a jokey person. I am always. Um, Did you really call the police? He goes, Mom and Dad are gonna be so mad at me. It, it makes me laugh every single time just because of the way his voice cracks. I haven't seen the new Scream because I didn't really like Scream 5 because they killed. I obviously I won't say who they killed off, but they killed off my personal favorite character next to Randy. When they killed off Randy in 2, I was super, like, I was not impressed by that. But I guess they kind of made up for it because Haley, what was it, Haley? Oh, she's got such a cool name. It's like Panettiere or Palatier. I can't remember her name, but she was super cute, and I loved her in 4. So she was basically the Randy. So I was like, all right, you kind of. It's like you kind of what is, I don't know why I get such random like spam emails. It's like, hey, would you like this tactical knife and flashlight collection? I was like, what part of me, spam, makes you think? Yeah. Well, way to go, Dave. What if somebody hadn't seen it? But yeah, they killed off Dewey, and I was like, I didn't like it. I really hated it, and I hated the killers, and I don't like the whole. I can see my dad in a weird psychosis type thing. I don't like where it was going. Like, I understand that they're trying to hit new audiences, and like younger audiences have a very different level of what they want from horror movies, but for me it just wasn't doing it for me. So I haven't seen the new one. I eventually will see it. Speaking of which, last night I finally had some time. I took a break from editing and I was like, I want to watch a movie because I haven't watched a horror movie that wasn't for the channel in a long time. And I was like, oh, maybe I'll watch Late Night with the Devil, which was the one that came out a couple years ago or last year, where it's during a talk show. But as I was looking for it, I saw this other movie that I had heard great things about. It was called Lovely, Dark and Deep. And I was like, okay, first of all, I was like, that title is intriguing. Second of all, it's a horror movie that takes place in the forest, in the woods, which I always love. And it was, yeah, see, the yeah, Anthony, yeah, that's why I haven't watched it, because I just get the feeling that I'm really not going to enjoy the new Scream, so I haven't watched it. But I got distracted while I was distracted. But yeah, it was very promising. The story is a young woman whose sister went missing when she was 5, when they were like really little, in the woods, and she has never stopped looking for her, which it was kind of silly because this actress looked like she was in her early 20s. Oh, my dryer's ready. And I was like, well, even if you could find her, you'd probably only find her skull, maybe. But the whole thing was, it was so boring. Like, I was falling asleep watching it, and I was like, this movie got so, like, people were like raving about it every time I would see anything about it on Instagram, and it's just, I understand what they were going with, but the execution is just so boring. And it does that thing that modern horror movies will do, where the character is doing something, and they look over, and they see something off in the distance, and it just looks kind of off. You're like, oh, what is it that I'm looking at? And everything in the background suddenly gets quiet, 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 and the person's focusing, and then like sometimes you hear that quiet buzzing noise, and they're just staring at it, and then suddenly it's like, Ashley, and they do that like every fucking jump scare. I was like, you do that once, maybe twice if you set it up, but every single jump scare, I was like, this is so amateurish, and it sucks. That joke is beneath me. I'm gonna have to start keeping a tally, or like keeping like a little board behind whoever does. But yeah, it was so disappointing because I heard such good things. But after the third time they did that same jump scare, I was like, this is all that's gonna be. There's not gonna be any good. A distraction, an interruption, and a disruption. You guys are gonna have to set up a point system. All right. So long story short, I wish I would have watched Late Night with the Devil, because I get the feeling it was probably better executed and probably better done. All right. Back to my book. Actually, I wonder how many. I'm gonna see how many chapters there are. Wait, I'm on chapter 3. Oh shit! I should probably speed it up. There's 22 chapters. Ugh. All right. I can't go on to super long tangents, otherwise we're going to be here literally all night. Jenny's dirty points. All right. Chapter 3. What's that? Mike stammered. We turned in the direction of the shrill cries. They seemed to be coming from across the platform. At first, I thought that Jay and Colin and their friends were playing a joke on us, making the animal cries to frighten us. But then I saw the scared, wide-eyed expression on their faces. Jay, Colin, and the others had frozen in place. They weren't making the noises. The cries grew louder, closer, shrill warnings. And then, staring into the distance, beyond the platform, I saw them. Small, dark creatures, keeping low, rolling rapidly along the flat ground, tossing their heads back and uttering excited shrieks as they came toward us. What are they? Mike cried, moving toward me. Mike, quick, bark at them. Are they prairie wolves? Oh, sorry, this is Dory. Are they prairie wolves? Dory asked in a trembling voice. I hope not, one of the other girls called out. We all climbed onto the concrete platform and huddled behind our trunks and bags. The animal cries grew louder as the creatures drew near. I could see dozens of them. They scurried towards us over the flat ground as if being blown by the wind. Help! Somebody help! 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 Somebody help us! I heard Mike scream. I can't do dog barks for some reason. Next to me, Jay still had 2 of the red pebbles from his stone throwing competition in his hand. Pick up rocks! Oh, wait, hold on. Pick up rocks, he shouted frantically. Maybe we can scare them away. The creature stopped a few yards from the concrete platform and raised themselves up menacingly on their hind feet. Huddled between Mike and Jay, I could see them clearly now. They were wolves or wildcats of some sort, standing upright. They were nearly 3 feet tall. My God! How terrifying! 3 feet tall wolves? Oh. They had slender, almost scrawny bodies covered with spotty red-brown fur. Their paws had long silvery claws growing out of them. Their heads were nearly as slender as their bodies. Tiny red weasel eyes stared hungrily at us. Their long mouths snapped open and shut, revealing double rows of silvery, dagger-like teeth. No! No! Oh, sorry. No! No! Help! Mike dropped to his knees. His entire body. I can't keep doing that with Mike. He's gonna... Mike dropped to his knees, his entire body convulsed in shudder of terror. Some of the kids were crying. Others gaped at the advancing creatures in stunned silence. I was too scared to cry out or move or do anything. I stared at the row of creatures, my heart thudding, my mouth as dry as cotton. The creatures grew silent, standing a few feet from the platform. They eyed us, snapping their jaws loudly and hungrily. White froth began to drip from their mouths. "They're going to attack!" a boy yelled. "They look hungry," I heard one of the girls say. The white froth... No, honey, if it's white froth, they have rabies. You should probably run. The white froth poured thickly over their pointed teeth. They continued to snap their jaws. It sounded like a dozen steel traps being snapped shut. Suddenly, one of them leaped onto the edge of the platform. Several kids cried out in unison. We huddled closer together, trying to stay behind the pile of trunks and bags. Another creature climbed onto the platform, then 3 more. I took a step back. I saw Jay pull back his arm and heave a red rock at one of the frothing creatures. The rock hit the platform with a crack and bounced away. The creatures were not frightened. They arched their backs, preparing to attack. They began to make a high-pitched clattering sound and moved nearer and nearer. Jay threw another rock. This one hit one of the advancing creatures on the side. It uttered a shrill eek, eek of surprise, but it kept moving steadily forward, its red eyes trained on Jay, its jaws snapping hungrily. "Go away!" cried Dory in a trembling voice. "Go home! Go away! Go away!" But her shouts had no effect. The creatures advanced. "Run!" I urged. "Run! We can't outrun the Jesus. In the time you guys sit and argue about doing something, you probably could have done something. We can't outrun them!" someone shouted. The shrill chittering grew louder, deafening, until it seemed as if we were surrounded by a wall of sound. The ugly creatures lowered themselves to pounce. "Run!" I repeated. "Run! Come on!" My legs wouldn't cooperate. They felt rubbery and weak. Then who are you to tell people what to do? You passed out. You were that tired. My goodness. Trying to back away from the attacking creatures, I toppled over backwards off the platform. I saw flashing stars as the back of my head hit the hard ground. "They're going to get me," I realized. "I can't get away." I know 12-year-olds are dramatic, but my goodness. Was that an actual dog I heard? Uncanny. It was like, shut up, Anthony. You found a Back to the Future Hot Wheel? You found a little DeLorean? That's adorable. I'm sorry you're so tired, Zach. Okay, chapter 4. I heard the siren-like attack cry. I heard the scrapes of the creature's long claws over the concrete platform. I heard the screams and cries of the frightened campers. Then, as I struggled frantically to pull myself up, I heard the deafening roar. At first, I thought it was an explosion. I thought the platform had blown up, but then I turned and saw the rifle. Another explosion of gunfire. White smoke filled the air. The creature spun around and darted away, silent now. Their scraggly furs scraping the ground as they kept low, their tails between their furry legs. This is in the middle of the day, right? So these things attacked in the middle of the day and attacked a big group? That's... I was gonna say... Because I thought maybe they might have been coyotes until they got up on their hind legs, which, granted, that does sometimes happen with quadruped. I think that's what the term is when you're on all four, quadruped. Like, I've seen deer do it and it freaked me out. Or I've seen a deer do it before and it freaked me out. Just because I'd never seen it before. But, and, yeah, but coyotes, they tend to not, like, if they're in a group, they won't attack a group. They usually go after something that would be easier for them all to take down. I look more like a teacher. What kind of teacher? You know, the funny thing is I get kindergarten teacher a lot when I do dress in my normal work garb when it's not. Well, nowadays I haven't been dressing up because I've just been sitting in an office or working from home. So I was like, what's the point of even getting dressed? But yeah, I've gotten that, and I even had a kid ask me if I was Mary Poppins once. That was really cute. But yeah, I get kindergarten teacher a lot. I get that a lot, actually. And I was like, well, shit. I thought maybe it was a... Hi, Bruce. Pomini? An art teacher. Yeah, I could see that too. Kindergarten teacher in the fall. Hi, Lucas. Hi, Jim Hendricks. Ooh, a couple people popped in. I'm sorry if you guys pop in and I don't notice you. I'll eventually notice you. I just tend to get distracted with things, so eventually I'll definitely notice you. Ha! Look at him run! The man kept the rifle poised on his shoulder as he watched the creature's retreat. Behind him stood a long green bus. I pulled myself up and brushed myself off. Everyone was laughing now. You fell off the platform head first. Shouldn't he get medical attention? Whoa, what's wrong? Sorry, it looked like my screen was going fuzzy. I pulled myself up and brushed myself off. I was only bleeding a little bit from the massive gash in my head from falling onto concrete. Everyone was laughing now, jumping up and down joyfully, celebrating the narrow escape. I too was a little too shaken up to celebrate. They're running like jackrabbits, the man declared in a booming voice. He lowered his rifle. It took me a while to realize he'd come out of the camp bus to rescue us. We hadn't heard or seen the bus pull up because of the attack cries of the animals. Are you okay, Mike? Is a good boy, Mike? I asked, walking over to my frightened-looking friend. I guess, he replied uncertainly. I guess I'm okay now. Dawn slapped me on the back, grinning. We're okay, she cried. We're all okay. Except for that massive head wound you have. You should probably have that checked out or something because it's really gross and it's oozing everywhere. It's getting on my shoes. My new shoes! We gathered in front of the man with the rifle. He was big and red-faced, mostly bald except for a fringe of curly yellow hair around... R.L. Stine has, like, straight-up cartoon characters in these books. Except for a fringe of curly yellow hair around his head. He had a blonde mustache under his enormous beak of a nose and tiny blackbird eyes beneath bushy blonde eyebrows. Hi guys, I'm Uncle Al, your friendly camp director. I hope you enjoyed that welcome at Camp Night Moon. He boomed in a deep voice. I can't do deep voices. I heard muttered replies. He leaned the rifle against the bus and took a few steps toward us, studying our faces. Hey, are you gonna explain what what that was? Hi, Pasta. Hi, Earthbreaker. These camp counselors are definitely getting fired. Yeah, no shit. It just seems so... If Jenny was an art teacher, I'm taking her classes over. Is anyone else watching this in bed with their stuffies and milk? Aw! I love drinking... Oh, that's so cute! Pasta, that's adorable! Like drinking milk to these bedtime stories and cuddle. That is adorable, Pasta. That makes me all warm inside. Squishmallows are great. I love them. I've had to refrain from buying them, as much like Build-A-Bear. If I start, I'm just gonna have like a whole... The next time you see me, there'll be nothing but Squishmallows in this. I'll have to have a Squishmallow intervention. He was wearing a white shorts and a bright green camp t-shirt that stretched over his big belly. Two young guys, also in green and white, stepped out of the bus, serious expressions on their faces. Let's load up, Uncle Al instructed them in this deep voice. He didn't apologize for being late or, letting us be alone to be attacked by wild animals. He didn't explain about the weird animals, and he didn't ask if we were okay after the scare. Meanwhile, our main character is gushing blood out of the back of his head, but it's fine. He feels a little woozy, but nothing like a sloppy Joe can't fix when he gets there, like one that has weird crunchy bits in it. Sorry. I just grossed myself out. The two counselors began dragging the camp trunks and shoving them into the luggage compartment of the bus. Looks like we got a good group this year, Uncle Al shouted. We'll drop you girls off first across the river, then we'll get you boys settled in. What were those awful animals? Dory called to Uncle Al. He didn't seem to hear her. What is with the adults just ignoring these children's like legitimate questions? Hey, why are you abandoning us in the middle of nowhere where it doesn't seem like anyone's coming to pick us up? Hey, what were those things that attacked us and nearly killed the main character over there? Nothing. Rub some dirt in it. Someone needs to make a mattress out of squishmallows. Oh my god, I would never leave. And no cameo from the turkey baby. Oh, you want me to go get turkey baby? Actually, you know what? If everybody else is gonna cuddle with damn stuffed animals, I'm gonna be a stuffed animal. I'll be right back. Remember, when kids ask you legitimate questions, moral of the story is apparently not to do anything about it. Whoa, I'm all sweaty. Woo. Turkey baby. Urgh. Bloop. Bloop. Check it out. He even has, I know it's Sanrio because they were having a Sanrio thing. But yeah, he's got Sanrio pajamas, and he's got, I think they're supposed to be little buffalo feeties. He used to have a little bear, but I took him with me this last time to on vacation, and I think the little guy fell out of my bag because I haven't been able to find him. I emailed the hotel because for some reason they want to pick up the phone and be like, hey, weird question. Have you seen an itty bitty little stuffed bear? And I had to pay $25 to find out if he showed up at the Lost and Found at the airport somewhere. So it's my turkey. See, it's a little turkey. You can see the little thing in the back. And he's got like a little boop. Artie, Dave, have you guys never seen my turkey Redford? Like, he made a cameo because I bought him off of or bought him from Build-A-Bear because I made the mistake of going into it, and I was like, well, shit, that is about the cutest little thing. Oh, kids. You were a camp cook? Oh, ugh. See, I told you, it's like those damn kids. Crossing babies? Okay, stop distracting me. My mom said the same thing when I was born, you guys. We began climbing onto the bus. I looked for Mike and found him near the end of the line. His face was pale, and he looked really shaken. I was really scared, he admitted. Oh, let me move my... But we're okay, I assured him. Now we can relax and have fun. I'm so hungry. Oh, he's like, I'm safe. Now I'm starving. You have a Build-A-Bear Jack Skellington. I saw those ones. I wanted to get him and the mayor, but they were both sold out by the time I made my way to Build-A-Bear. I try to only go once every like 3 months or so. Like, I'll go for Halloween because they have cute little outfits, like little Halloween costumes and stuff. And like Christmas or things like that. All right. You see, we're out of danger. Now I'm starving. Feed me, camp counselor, since you clearly don't care if I live or die. One of the counselors overheard him. You won't be hungry when you taste the camp food, he told Mike. Why does camp food have to be terrible? We piled into the bus. I sat next to Mike. I could hear the poor guy's stomach growling. I suddenly realized I was starving too, and I was really eager to see what Camp Night Moon was like. I hoped it wouldn't be a long bus ride to get there. These people do not seem to care at all about the well-being of the children that they're supposed to be taking care of. They don't care if they're hungry. They don't care if they were killed. They don't care about the fact that there is now a fountain of blood squirting with every heartbeat from What was his kid's name? Mike? No, Mike was the other one. I don't remember the kid's name. We blah blah growling. Say that starting to blah blah blah. I hoped it wouldn't be a long bus ride to get there. How far away is our camp? I called to Uncle Al, who had slid into the driver's seat. He didn't seem to hear me. Oh my god, this is so frustrating. Hey, Mike, we're on our way, I said happily as the bus pulled onto the road. Mike forced a smile. I'm so glad to get away from there. To my surprise, the bus ride took less than 5 minutes. Then why did you leave them there? Why couldn't you just take the kids? The rest. That seems so stupid and pointless. That makes me so mad. Adults not good. Yeah, seriously. We all muttered our shock at what a short trip it was. Why hadn't the first... Yes, thank you! Why hadn't the first bus taken us all the way? A big wooden sign proclaimed Camp Night Moon came into view, and Uncle Al turned the bus onto the gravel road that led through the patch of short trees into the camp. We followed the narrow, winding road across a green river. Several small cabins came into view. Girls' camp, Uncle Al announced. The bus stopped to let the 4 girls off. Dawn waved at me as she climbed down. A few minutes later, we pulled into the boys' camp. Through the bus window, I could see a small row of white cabins. On top of a gently sloping hill stood a large white shingled building, probably a meeting lodge or a mess hall. At the edge of the field, three counselors, all dressed in white shorts and green t-shirts, were working to start a fire in a large stone barbecue pit. Hey, we're going to have a cookout, I exclaimed to Mike. I was starting to feel really excited. Mike smiled too. He was practically drooling at the thought of food. The bus came to an abrupt stop at the end of the row of small bunks. Uncle Al pulled himself up quickly from the driver's seat and turned to us. Welcome to the beautiful Camp Night Moon, he bellowed. Step down and line up your bunk assignments. Once you get unpacked and have dinner, I'll see you at the campfire. We pushed our way noisily out of the bus. I saw Jay enthusiastically slapping another boy on the back. I think we were all feeling a lot better, forgetting about our close call. No, this would be the first thing I told my parents when I got home. I was like, yeah, we got attacked by feral wendigos or skinwalkers or something that were 3 feet tall, so maybe child wendigos. Okay, sorry. These adults are pissing me off. They're not even real. I stepped down and took a deep breath. The cool air smelled really sweet and fresh. I saw a long row of short evergreen trees behind the white lodge on the hill. As I took my place in line, I searched for the waterfront. I could hear the soft rush of the river running behind a thick row of evergreens, but I couldn't see it. Mike, Jay, Colin, and I were assigned to the same bunk. It was bunk 4. I thought the bunk... Jeez, stop saying bunk. I thought the bunk should have a more interesting name, but it just had a number. Bunk 4. See, if I was a camp counselor, I would say, hey, kids, think of a name, and we'll call it that for the summer. It was really small, with a low ceiling and windows on 2 sides. It was just big enough for 6 campers. There were bunk beds against 3 walls and a tall dresser on the 4th wall, with a little square of space in the middle. There was no bathroom. I guess it was in another building. That always kills me when camps have like separate showers and bathrooms. So like if you have to pee in the middle of the night, you got to leave, walk out in the cold to however far away that place is, and then come back with like muddy shoes and shit. Not great. As the 4 of us entered the bunk, we saw that one of the beds had already been claimed. It had been carefully made, the green blanket tucked in neatly, some sports magazines and radios resting on top. It might have been... Oh, that must belong to our counselor, that's what I was about to say, Jay said, inspecting the radio. I hope we don't have to wear these ugly green t-shirts, Colin said, grinning. I like to wear a muscle shirt. Oh, wait, no, that's Jay. This one's the cool... Oh, no, this is our Ralph Macchio. He's like, it's cool. He was still wearing his silver sunglasses, even though the sun was nearly down, and it was just about as dark as night in the cabin. He wears his sunglasses at night so he can keep track of the visions in his mind. That's why he does it. See, I'm proud of myself. I can't believe I remembered that lyric. Jay claimed a top bunk. Colin took a deeper, and Colin took the bed beneath his. Oh, that's, yeah. You don't want to take the bottom bunk below the jokester of the camp, or the. Well, let's face it. Jay's kind of a sex pest. Or in the making. He's still too young to be one, but he's kind of getting there. Can I have the lower one? Mike asked me. I roll around a lot at night. Do you also bark and like go like this in your sleep? Oh, look. He's dreaming about running. Can I have the lower one? Mike asked me. I roll around a lot at night. I'm afraid I might fall out of the top one. They're supposed to have guards on the side, unless you're like you so violently toss and tumble. You went to a co-ed camp? Like I didn't know those were a thing. I imagine when you're really, if they had like super young ones, obviously it's not going to be much of an issue, but usually those ones were kept kind of separate, all the ones that I was aware of anyway. But then again, I haven't been to every camp, and the only camp I went to was, I was a worker there, and it was mostly for like a attitude adjustment. It wasn't one of those scary ones where they kidnap the kids in the night, because I would have tried to shut that down if I was. It was like court appointed places that the kids would go. It was better than like juvie, that they were just trying to get them to go there. Like it was actually really nice. I was kind of bummed. I was like, I would fucking stay here, because it was in the woods, and there was this big ass beautiful lake, and it was sorry, I'm reminiscing about an old job I had forever ago. I was paid shit, but it was really nice, and those kids were really cool. They just needed some, like, they didn't need to be locked up. They just needed some a positive reinforcement. So that's why they were sent there instead of juvie. Guys. All right. I hope you guys don't snore, Colin said. We're not going to sleep in here anyway. Oh, sorry. We're not going to sleep in here anyway, Jay said. We're going to party all night. These guys are 12. He playfully slapped Mike on the back. Aren't you guys... Oh, wait, no, there's no Minecraft in the 90s. I was like, you guys, why are you not talking about Roblox or Minecraft or something? He playfully slapped Mike on the back so hard that Mike went sprawling into the dresser. That's not a playful slap, then. That's a shove. Hey, Mike whined. That hurt. I'm starting to feel... I feel like I'm bullying this fake child because someone mentioned that he looked like a bulldog. Sorry, sorry, I guess I just don't know my own strength, Jay replied, grinning at Colin. The cabin door opened, and a red-headed guy with dark freckles all over his face walked in, carrying a big gray plastic bag. He was tall and very skinny, and was wearing white shorts and a green camp t-shirt. Just say the camp uniform. Hey guys, he said, dropping his large bag on the cabin floor with a groan. Ugh. She checked us out. What? Then pointed to the bag. Here's your bed stuff, he said. Make your beds. Try to make them as neat as mine. No, they're not. He pointed to the bunk against the window with the radio on it. Are you our counselor? I asked. He nodded. Yep, I'm the lucky one. He turned and started to walk out. First of all, it's super, like, obviously I always overthink these stories. He checks the kids out, and then he calls himself the lucky one for being their camp counselor. Like, ugh. What's your name? What's your name? Jay called after him. Larry, because the laziest names ever in these kids' books. He thinks he's Albert Resker. He sure does. Shit. maybe I should try. Well, I'm not. I can't do a Wesker. There's no way. I can barely do a. I can barely do an impression of a dog. What the hell am I trying to do? Every time we read the Goosebumps books, we bounce back and forth of being pissed at the kids or pissed at the adults. Someone always angers or perplexes us. Well, again, it's a kid. Like, we're looking at it through more adult eyes. He writes for kids, and again, it was the 90s. There wasn't that big of a standard for kids stuff back then. So, hi, Silly Palm. Did I miss you before? I'm sorry if I did. I got them muscles. Not even. I'm surprised they haven't atrophied with how little I use them. Your trunks will be here in a few minutes, he told us. You can find it out over your drawer space. 2 of the drawers are stuck shut. What a piece of shit camp. He's like, well, I guess you guys can just throw your shit on the floor or under your bed or whatever. I don't care. Well, if they have trunks, they would just leave them in the trunks, right? He started out the door, then turned back to us. Keep away from my stuff. The door slammed hard behind him. Jeez. Peering out the window, I watched him slink away, taking long, fast strides, bobbing his head as he walked. Great guy, Colin muttered sarcastically. Real friendly, Jay added, shaking his head. Then we dived into the plastic bag and pulled out sheets and wool blankets. Jay and Colin... Wool? It's gonna be scratchy. Jay and Colin got into a wrestling match over a blanket they claimed was softer than the others. I tossed a sheet onto my mattress and started to climb up to tuck it in. I was halfway up the ladder when I heard Mike scream. That was the cliffhanger for... Is it gonna be a bug? Do the Wesker. I have to think of how... You guys are idiots. Like, I just... I'm trying. He just sounds super angry, and he enunciates when he talks. That's how I remember Wesker. But God help me, I can't do his voice. Let's just be pissed at Jenny. Hey, I could barely do a Canadian accent. Uh-oh, hang on. What's this? Uh-oh. All right. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. Mike was right beneath me, making his bed. He screamed so loud I cried out and nearly fell off the ladder. I leaped off the ladder, my heart pounding, and stepped beside him. Staring straight ahead, his mouth wide open in horror, Mike backed away from his bed. Mike, what's wrong? I asked. What is it? Snakes. Mike stammered, staring straight ahead at his unmade bed as he backed away. Huh? I followed his gaze. It was too dark to see anything. Colin laughed. Not that joke again. He cried. He cried. Larry put rubber snakes in your bed, Jay said, grinning as he stepped up beside us. They're not rubber, they're real, Mike insisted, his voice trembling. Jay laughed and shook his head. I can't believe you fell for that old gag. He took a few steps towards the bed, then stopped. Hey. I moved close, and the 2 snakes came into focus. Raising themselves up from the shadows, they arched their heads, pulling back as if prepared to attack. Oh my gosh, they're real, Jay cried, turning back to Colin. 2 of them. Oh, sorry. 2 of them. Probably not poisonous, Colin said, venturing closer. Pathetic. Do Salazar? God, no. You guys stop making fun of me. I don't want to jump into a... Chris! Probably not. Oh, I already did the poisons. The two let out angry hisses. raising themselves high off the bed. They were very long and skinny. Their heads were wider than their bodies. Their tongues flicked from side to side as they arched themselves menacingly. I'm scared of snakes. Yeah, no shit, Mike. They're probably more scared of you, Jay joked, slapping Mike on the back. Mike winced. He was in no mood for Jay's horseplay. Did we forget about the snakes that are angry? If they're like arched up like that, they're pissed off. Even if they're harmless little snakies, they might still bite, and that shit kind of does hurt if you're a kid. And you don't know if it's poisonous if you're a child. We've got to get Larry or somebody. No way, Jay insisted. You can handle him, Mike. There's only 2 of them. Why do I have to do it? Are you scared of him? Jay gave Mike a playful shove toward the bed. He only meant to give him a scare, but Mike stumbled and fell onto the bed. Poor snakes. The snakes darted in unison. I saw one of them clamp its teeth into Mike's hand. Oh, jeez. Mike raised himself to his feet. He didn't react at first, and then uttered he did that thing where, like, the reaction is slow. He just lifts it up, and the little snake's dangling. I hope they are poisonous. Yeah, that's right, Tammy. These kids are menaces. I hope they are poisonous. 2 drops of blood appeared at the back of his right hand. He stared down at them, then grabbed the hand. It bit me, he shrieked. Oh no, I cried. Did it puncture the skin? Colin asked. Is it bleeding, Chris? Or Mike? I got too into it there. Jay rushed forward and grabbed Mike's shoulder. Hey man, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to. Mike groaned in pain. It really hurts, he whispered. This poor fucking kid. This is his first day at camp, and this is the second time he's been attacked by like forest, or that was a desert creature before. Maybe. I mean, animals know when somebody sucks, so maybe they are attacking in, like, it's a good thing they're attacking. He was breathing really hard, his chest heaving, making weird noises as he breathed. I mean, if it was in the woods, it might not be poisonous at all, or not venomous. There it is. It might not be venomous. The snakes, coiled in the middle of his lower bunk, began to hiss again. You better hurry to the nurse, Chase said, his hand still on Mike's shoulder. I'll come with you. I'll lift you up because I'm super strong. Oh, thank you, Anthony. Totally worth the price of admission. Venomous, shame on you, R.L. Stine, for being not 110% accurate in the children's book. Well, I think it was the kid who said, I hope it's not poisonous. I think the kid said that. So technically, like, kids don't know the difference between like, young kids don't know the difference between poisonous or venomous unless they're really into that. No, Mike stammered. His face was as pale as ghost. He held his hand tightly. I'll go find her. I don't want you to come with me. He burst out of the cabin, running at full speed. You shouldn't do that. The door slammed behind him. Hey, word to the wise, or word to you guys. If you are ever bitten by something that you are unsure if it is venomous, or if you are like, this is the more extreme, but if you are ever stabbed or shot, don't fucking run, because it'll cause your heart to pump faster. And it'll, whatever, like, if it's venomous, it's gonna make the venom go through your veins faster and reach whatever vital organ it intends to shut down, if it is venomous. And if you have, like, a stab wound or a gunshot wound, if you can avoid it, don't run, because, again, you're causing your heart to pump faster, so your blood is gonna be splurting out of the hole that's been created into your body. So try not to do that. That's how, I think, according to a couple articles that I'd read in the past, that's what happened with Selena, the singer Selena. They believe, a lot of them believe that if she hadn't ran from the hotel room after she was shot, it would have been possible that she survived, but because she ran, her heart was pumping and the blood was pouring out. So there you go. There you go. There's my I learned all this from from the schooling. Sorry. It's one of those things that I like to sprinkle the little knowledge of on for younger folks. Like for me, it's more likely if you're bit by something, but I know some people live in places where you're more likely to be stabbed or shot. So it's like, do not run if you can help it. Hold on, I gotta respond to something real quick. I need to make sure that this isn't an emergency. Hold on just a second. Okay. I really hope that's not emerging. I don't feel like doing anything. Hi, Chris. I'm sorry if you've been here for a while. Enjoy your bath, Miss Tammy. If you come back, good. If not, have a pleasant night. And happy birthday once again. Do eternal organs shut down mighty messily and noisily too? Totally ruined for me. All right. Hey, I really didn't mean to push him, you know, Jay explained to us. I could see he was really upset. I was just joking, trying to scare him a little. I didn't mean for him to fall or anything. His voice trailed off. What are we going to do about them? I asked, pointing at the two coil snakes we all apparently completely forgot existed. It's kind of funny, right after they bit this kid, they just kind of hung out next to each other, and they're like, well, shit, what are we doing now? We can't get out of here, and there are a bunch of stupid kids with us. Swipe up. Let's see. I lost my place. Said, point at the two coils. I'll get Larry, Colin offered. He stared towards the door. No, wait! I called, don't open that door! Look, they've moved onto Mike's sheets, right? Or they've moved on to Mike's sheets, right? Jay and Colin followed my gaze to the bed. The snakes arched themselves high, preparing to bite again. They're just scared. If snakes are doing that, they're not like something that could kill you if they're not venomous. They're just scared. Just open the door and leave the room, and or if you're brave enough, try to usher them out the open door. But you do that with a long stick or something. My goodness, like, don't you have a broom? You don't have access to a broom? Let's see here. So, Jay asked, scratching his disheveled hair. So, we can wrap them up in the sheet and carry them outside, I said. Jay stared at me. Man, I wish I thought of that. Let's do it, man. Oh, he does say man. That's funny. You'll get bit. Colin Ford. It's the worst fucking impression. I don't know why I keep thinking I could do impressions. Oh, shit, did it lose sound? Sometimes YouTube gets wonky like that, so if at any point my sound dips out and nobody else, just back out and come back into the stream, because a lot of times that will do it, and you won't lose anything because I don't put mid rolls or anything like that on stream, so no commercials, so you can just run right through it. Hold on. It's sound. Hold on. I'm so sorry. But unfortunately, this is kind of what it's like to be an on-call person. Okay. Now I'm starting to get worried. I'm sorry. I'm starting to get worried that I'm gonna have to. I don't want it to. All right. I'm gonna hurt. I'm gonna see if I get just in case. I stared at the snakes. They seemed to be studying me, or they seemed to be studying me too. They can't bite us through the sheet, I said. They can try, Colin exclaimed, hanging back. If we're fast enough, I said, taking a cautious step toward the bed, we can wrap them up before they know what's happening. The snakes hissed out a warning, drawing themselves higher. How did they... Sorry. How did they get in here anyway? Colin asked, adjusting his cool guy glasses. You're killing these... You're killing... My cheeks kind of hurt because it's... On-call person, new phone. Yeah, seriously. If I could get away with it, I'd just turn my fucking phone off and be like, oh, sorry, I went to bed. Maybe the camp is crawling with snakes, Jay said, grinning. Maybe you got some in your bed too, Colin, he laughed. Let's be serious here, I said sternly, my eyes locked on the coiled snakes. Are we going to try this or not? Yeah, let's do it, Jay answered. I mean, I owe it to Mike. Colin remained silent because, you know, the strong, silent, cool types. Let's see, it's Jay. I'll say, I bet I could grab one by the tail and swing him out through the window. You're going to get bit, you dumbass. You could grab the tail on the other end and let's try my plan first, you idiot. He doesn't say you idiot. I'm saying you idiot. But that is also a very 12-year-old boy thought process. I can see a 12-year-old kid thinking that it was a phenomenal idea. We crept over to the snakes, sneaking up on them. It was kind of silly since they were staring right at us. Yeah, then you're not sneaking up on them. And you really can't sneak up on snakes. They're a little too aware of their surroundings. I mean, I'm sure you can, but even at my quietest, when I would see a snake out in the wild, it would always find me. I'm gonna keep getting my heart broken. It keeps saying, "Oh, you have a bird! You have a bird! Come look at the bird!" First of all, it's dark outside, so I don't. Ah! It's a dove! I got a dove! Oh my god! Here, I'll show you. Well, maybe. Oh shoot! I don't know if you guys will be able to see it. Well, it's a little dove. I got the little dove for my. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get distracted, but I've been so excited to see if that sucker works. I can't believe I got a dove. I love morning doves. They're so cute. They're so cute. I'm gonna save it. I got a morning dove and probably drank some water and had some of the stuff. Okay, sorry. Hi, Cal. Stuck on a train and no idea when it's gonna. Oh no, I'm so sorry. The birds want everybody. It's so easy to distract me, you guys. You guys have no idea how easy it is. But I'm so happy I got a dove. All right. I pointed at one end of the sheet, which was folded up onto the bed. Grab it there, I instructed Jay, then pull it up. He hesitated. What if I miss? Or you miss? Then we're in trouble, I replied grimly. My eyes on the snakes, I reached my hand forward to the other corner of the sheet. Ready? On 3, I whispered. My heart was in my mouth. I think the phrase is my heart was in my throat. I could barely choke out 1, 2, 3. On the count of 3, we both grabbed for the ends of the sheet. Pull! I cried in a shrill voice. I couldn't believe what was coming from me. We pulled up the sheet and brought the ends together, making a bundle. At the bottom of the bundle, the snakes wriggled frantically. I heard their jaws snap. It sounds like they're super pissed. It seems like they were enjoying themselves in this little bunk bed and just, being chill, and then these little assholes showed up and wrecked their little love nest. They wriggled so hard the bottom of the bundle swung back and forth. They don't like this, said Jay as we hurried to the door, carrying our wiggling, swaying bundle between us, trying to keep our bodies as far away from it as possible. I pushed open the door with my shoulder and we ran out onto the grass. Now what? Jay asked. Keep going, I replied. I could see one of the snakes poking its head out. I thought you guys tied it into a bundle. Did I misread it? We ran past the cabins toward a small clump of shrubs. Beyond the shrubs stood a patch of low trees. When we reached the trees, we swung the bundle back and then heaved the whole sheet into the trees. Just put it down and back away. Jesus Christ. It opened as it fell to the ground. The two snakes slithered out instantly and pulled themselves into shelter under the trees. Man, you guys are little assholes. Jay and I let out a sighs of relief. We stood there for a moment, hunched over, hands on our knees, trying to catch our breath. Crouching down, I looked for the snakes, but they had slithered deep into the safety of the evergreens. I stood up. I guess we should take back Mike's sheet. Jay should take Mike's dirty ass sheet, for pushing him onto what could be venomous snakes that he'll have to go to the hospital for. Look, a bird. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Transmission has a mommy and a daddy mourning dove that are sitting on nests that he's been looking at. They're keeping me. Did you just Pokeball a dove? He probably won't want to sleep on it, Jay said, but he reached down and pulled it up from the grass. He balled it up and tossed it to me. It's probably dripping with snake venom. That is not how that works, dumbass. But he reached down and pulled it up from the grass. He balled it. Oh, it's probably dripping with venom, blah, 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 making a disgusted face. When we got back to the cabin, Colin had made his bed and was busily unpacking the contents of his trunk. Wow, this kid really is Wesker. He gives no shits about his partners. He's like, yeah, whatever. If you end up dying, I don't really care. Didn't even pop his head out to see how it went. He's like, oh, you didn't get bit? Oh, well. He turned as we entered. How did it go? He asked casually. Oh, sorry, I guess. How is Wesker casual? I guess with folded arm. I don't know. How did it go? I can't be casual because I am Wesker. Horrible, Jay replied quickly, his expression grim. We both got bit twice. You're a terrible laugher, Colin told him, laughing, or he would laugh if he knew how to. Well, you know what laughter sounds like. You shouldn't even try. Jay laughed too. Colin turned to me. You're a hero, he said. Thanks for all your help, Jay told him sarcastically. Colin started to reply, but the cabin door opened. And Larry poked his freckled face in. How's it going? He asked. You're not finished yet? We had a little problem, Jay told him. Where's the fourth guy? The chubby one. God damn. Learn their names. You could just say where the fourth guy is. You don't need to add the chubby one. Larry asked, lowering his head so he wouldn't bump it onto the doorframe as he stepped inside. Mike got bit, I told him, by a snake. There were 2 snakes under his bed. Something you probably should have checked if you were the camp counselor. But, why would you? Wesker sounds nasally brief and like a femboy who tries... You... I was like, I can't do that. You're like, no, try it like... It's like you're saying, no, you try it like this. Blah. Ugh. It's like, why don't you just ask me to try an Irish accent? I'm doing so great with these. Alright. There's this, and your hero, blah, 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 blah. Calling a kid chubby. They're 12. Larry's expression didn't change. He didn't seem at all surprised. So where did Mike go? He asked casually, swatting a mosquito on his arm. His hand was bleeding. He went to the nurse to get it taken care of, I told him. Huh? Larry's mouth dropped open. He went to find the nurse, I repeated. Larry tossed back his head and started to laugh. Nurse? He cried, laughing hard. What nurse? If you guys break a bone or get maybe bitten by a venomous snake, you just die out here. We toss you into the lake. Haven't you noticed? Hi, Disturbed. How are you doing? It's been a minute, hasn't it? 7 minutes is all I can spare to play with. Well, that is terrifying. Can you imagine taking or letting your kid go to a camp? This is like fucking Camp Krusty. Taking your kid to a camp and you find out that one, they abandoned, like the first bus driver abandoned kids on the side of the road, did not explain to them why they were leaving them on the side of the road. While they're left alone without anybody to pick them up, they're attacked by something. Like, I'm not exactly sure. I'm sure we'll get an explanation never, because that's kind of how, if the if the book forgot, why should we remember? Then when they're picked up and driven 5 minutes to another place, so that would piss me off too. But like, all right, our kids could have gotten mauled to death because the first bus driver just couldn't stand having to drive an extra 5 minutes. Then then one of the kids gets bit because of the negligence, or gets bit by possibly a venomous snake because the negligence of the camp counselor. They find out there's no nurse at this fucking camp. And this is only if your kid makes it back alive. Like, it kind of seems like they're not even trying to pretend that this place is not is a place that you send your kids to sacrifice or something. It's Krusty Kid. When are we getting to the fireworks factory? Ooh, my cat's made soup. All right, chapter 6. Yeah. This is the worst. Like, this is was really upsetting me for the poor kiddos. Chapter 6. The door opened and Mike returned, still holding his wounded hand. His face was pale, his expression frightened. They said that there was no nurse, he told me. So they're in the middle of nowhere. They've been driving for the kid in the beginning said that they were driving for hours and did not see a town or anything anywhere. The camp is in the woods, so presumably there's going to be snakes. There's going to be possibly wolves, bears in some places, depending on where the fuck this is. There's like, I think cougars are in the woods, and they're just, it kind of seems like this place, if it wasn't probably run by like a cult that sacrifices children, they probably would have gotten shut down years ago. I mean, hell, they had a kid drown last year, and then the mom became a camp counselor and then killed everybody. But apparently, all they did was rename it to Moonstruck or whatever the fuck they named this new camp. Okay, so yeah, the so far the only kids that have annoyed me has been Jay, but he's also a buffoon. So Night Moon, yeah, Camp Night Moon. God damn it! I should have read Camp Jelly Jugs or Jelly Jam or whatever the fuck the name of that. Look out for Jason knockoffs along with Jason himself. Oh, damn it, you beat me to it. I like it. I like a Lady D. The door opened, blah, 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 blah. Then he saw Larry sitting on his bunk. Larry, my hand, Mike said. He held his hand out so the counselor could see it. It was stained with bright red blood. Larry stood up. I think I have some bandages. All right. What about the venom that's coursing through this child's veins, going straight to his heart? It's about to become multiple organ failure. And he's just gonna they're gonna wake up and he's gonna be dead, and like he's gonna like all rigor mortis and shit. Camp Jelly Jugs. It's like jelly jam or something, but I accidentally called it jelly jugs. And now every time I say it, that my brain says jelly jugs first instead of Camp Jelly Jam. Camp Jelly Jugs is a completely different story. He pulled out a slender black case from beneath his bunk and began to search through it. Mike stood beside him, holding up his hand. Drops of blood splashed onto the cabin floor. They said the camp doesn't have a nurse, Mike repeated. Larry shook his head. If you get hurt at this camp, he said. He told Mike seriously, you're on your own. All right. This is making me so mad. You're on your own again. I think my hand is swelling a little, Mike said. If his hand is this kid's gonna die in the night. Larry handed him how are they gonna cover up? Well, I guess if this is just something that they do every single year, I guess nobody cares. Maybe these kids are like the spare, like they kept the heir home, and they're like, here, spare. Oh shit, here, spare. Go to this camp death trap. Is it the case from Pulp Fiction? You guys are so funny. Duke is here. I love Duke. Duke is one of my favorite new characters. I wish they would have kind of explained his backstory a little more. Frightened, blah blah blah. You're on your own. His hand is swelling, so he's having at least, if it's not venomous, then he might be having an allergic reaction. And they're like, no, it's fine. I was like, sure hope somebody at this camp has an EpiPen if it's not venom. Larry handed him a roll of bandages. They gave him bandages. Jesus Christ. The washroom is at the end of row of cabins. We can do that thing where we chop off your hand and hope the venom didn't reach past it. That's a good idea, right? It's a good idea to cut off a limb right after it's been bit because, that works. That doesn't work. Please don't do that, you guys. It doesn't work. That poison and stuff like that, poison and venom and stuff travels through your veins a lot faster than you think it would. So if it's bit and you chop off your hand, it's already in your bloodstream before. Especially if you know you're gonna have your limb chopped off. Obviously your heart's gonna start pounding faster, and that's going to, I don't know why that's a trope in so many horror movies. They're like, no, he didn't chop off his arm. It's not gonna fucking work, you guys. And EpiPen in this dirt road. Children dying is just an occupational hazard in these places? I guess so. Jeez. The washroom is at the end of this row of cabins, he told Mike, closing the case and shoving it back under the bed. Go wash the hand and bandage it. Hurry, it's almost dinner time. If you're going to go into, anaphylactic shock, do it off to the side so I don't have to look at you. Convulsing kids is just, it's really uncool. It really harshens my buzz. I'm all out of bubblegum. Holding the bandages tightly to in his good hand, Mike hurried off to follow Larry's instructions. Nobody's out. Nobody's gonna go with him. Not even the main character. He's just gonna leave him to his own devices. What if he passes out? By the way, how'd you get the snakes out of here? Larry asked, glancing around, because that's the most important question. Larry, you're the one who should have done that, not the kids. We carried them out in Mike's sheets, Jay. Oh, sorry. We carried them out in Mike's sheets, Jay told him. He pointed at me. It was Billy. Oh, that's right. The kid's name is Billy. It was Billy's idea. Oh, Billy. Oh, I don't think I can do. I was about to say, I was like, the only Billy I can think of off the top is Scream's Billy. But I can't, no. I can't do a Wesker. There's no way I can do a Billy. The Skeet Ulrich. I can't remember the way he sounds. Okay. My throat already hurts from trying to do Wesker. I remember getting lost in the woods when I went to the bathroom in the middle of the night at summer camp. Oh, that must have been That must have been terrifying. I know what I just did is stupid, but I sold the crystal remains of Lady Domitress. I want to, God, I want to replay that game so bad. Billy Loomis, yeah. Billy, oh, look at you. Look at all the Billies, you know. Oh yeah, Billie Eilish. Her too. Well, I sold them too. You know, the first couple runs of the game. It's not like you never get them back after you sell them. Just when you replay the game, you just get it again. I sold them because I wanted to upgrade all my weapons and get as much health items. Because you guys watched me play. I'm a super easily scared, overly prepared wiener in horror games. I hold on to so many health packs because I'm terrified of dying. You know, this is ridiculous. Larry stared hard at me. Hey, I'm impressed, Billy, he said. That's pretty brave, man. He put his hand on my shoulder, and I immediately backed away because he did that thing where they rub your shoulders a little too long. Hey, you're a real touchy adult, I said. Sorry. I just really don't like Larry. So I'm going to make him a creep. I mean, he's already letting a kid... he's probably seizing on the floor of the bathroom as we continue to read this. Maybe I inherited something from my parents, I told him. They're scientists, explorers, kind of. They go off for months at a time exploring the wildest places. Well, that explains why you're at camp right now. Well, Camp Night Moon is pretty wild, Larry said. And you guys better be careful. I'm warning you. Or what? You're gonna let us get bit by something? Because it already fucking happened, Larry. I won't... How many remains of Heisenberg do you have? Do you have like a whole bunch from replaying the game? Or is this your first time playing through it on your own? It's the same time she did the blood wash stream. What did I do? Everyone was asleep, and yet I had a weird feeling I was being watched. That's always that's always a terrifying feeling when you're alone, and honestly, it was something was probably watching you, but it was probably something like owls or other birds that were nesting above you. So yeah, your lizard brain felt eyes on you, but it was probably something harmless like that. But yeah, sometimes it just really depends. If the area you're in suddenly gets quiet. Like if you're out walking around at night and you hear crickets and owls and things like that, you're fine. But the second everything goes quiet is when you're like, shit, I hope you're being quiet on my behalf and not something much bigger wandering the woods. Herd of bears. It's your first time playing it. Oh. Puppet combo games hit different. They sure do. I like them. Though that last game, that was a little too rough for me. The one where you're stuck in the house. They're just all over the place. I don't know how anybody's able to... I'm so bad at sneaking also, so that's... But then it just occurred to me. Was that one of those games? I can't believe it didn't occur to me till just now, but was that one of those games, the Puppet Combo one, where I had to sneak around that house? That was like kind of like a Leatherface's house, where it could hear my microphone? Because maybe that's why I kept getting caught so easily. I'm walking around and the guy can hear me go, oh, I wonder what's in here. Oh, I hope he doesn't hear me in here. He's like, wow, what a dumbass. Better be careful. Shut up, Larry. His expression turned serious. There's no nurse at Camp Night Moon. Uncle Al doesn't believe in coddling you guys. Okay. It's like, okay, boomer. All right. I'm about to put you over there so you are not... But it is not fucking coddling to have a fucking nurse at a camp where kids can break their limbs or get bit by something venomous or attacked by a wild animal. You fucking idiot. All of my anger and aggression has just gone directly to these people. Like, how stupid is this Uncle Al dude? There's a difference between hard, like coddling and being safe. Do you want to get sued, Uncle Al? Do you want to go to jail for child neglect? Because you're in charge of them. You technically can go to jail for child neglect that leads to death. I'm pretty sure that's worldwide. I don't think it would be something that's only in my country. You get put in charge of kids. You're you're responsible for their well-being. Sorry, it's when I can't stand people with this mindset. Say that kids are too soft. I was like, no. I would like these kids to actually survive to adulthood, so I would like a camp with a fucking nurse. Even one that's like a heavy smoker that has the voice of Lunch Lady Doris. Just something. But what if the kid deserved it? I think I found Chris Redfield's little hiding spot. What part did you just finish? Did you just finish fighting Lady Domitress? Because you come across their spots a few times in that game. I didn't know that was your first time playing the game. What if it's quiet and I have my headphones on? 57. It was those perverted squirrels. I had an owl perch outside my window once. It started laying its eggs and shrieked at me every time I tried to move it because it wasn't stable to hold the nest. That's actually usually they don't that. I was like, look, do you want your baby to die or no? I mean, come on. The funniest ones are, I don't know if you guys have ever seen pigeon nests, but they literally, it's like they just grab a bunch of shit and throw it on the ground. They're like, good enough. It's so funny. I just finished killing Lady Domitress. Loved my vampire mommy. But yeah, you come across that a couple times. I grew up close to wilderness and stories of how to survive and how many ways there are to die. I don't want to be in the forest ever. Yeah. There's like I do go camping, but one, everybody or people know where I am. I have GPS. I carry mace with me. I usually am not alone. I usually have somebody with me. Like you gotta be like stay in well populated areas too if you're just there for, because I'm not one of those ones that I'm gonna go wander around in the woods in uncharted territory. I am not a goddamn wood person. It's like I just like to see pretty things and sometimes deers and bunnies and squirrels. I'd rather not run into a huge predator. That and ticks, yeah. Ugh. No, ticks are oof. That does remind me. One of the times we went. A friend of mine who's more, this person camps for like weeks at a time. I don't know how the hell he does it. Like but he camps. We were just chatting and he stops. He looks over and then he walks over to a bush and then like he snatches a rabbit that I did see it go into like we saw it earlier, and he lifts it and then like he takes like this thing out of his pocket and he starts taking these things off the side of the bunny's face and then puts it down. Apparently he saw that it had ticks on its face, and I was kind of surprised. I was like, I didn't even notice that. He's like, yeah, ticks are he like that's, I guess that's the one thing he can't stand. He can't stand which I don't know anybody who'd be like find them pleasant, but it was kind of cool to see him just walk over, just super non-casually. He just stopped talking for a second, walks over, reaches down and grabs, I think it was like a young bunny, because it was small, so I think it was like, maybe it was like a baby bunny. But he comes up, takes something out of his little utility Batman belt, I used to call it, and then just plucked the things off the thing's face, then set it down, and then just continued on with the conversation. He goes, I fucking hate ticks. Okay. Like, all right. I was like, I did not know those were something I would have to also worry about here, but good to know that if I ever get one, you're just gonna grab me, grab me right here, and then go boop. Ugh. Okay, really need to get back to this goddamn story. All right, so work has not reached out to me since I sent that other text, so I think it's good. She had a tick bite as a... Oh, that's so sad. It's such a... it's so sad to hear something happen that from, like, very, like, elderly people, they'll tell you something that happened that was nothing they did as a kid. Like, they developed a sickness or an accident, and because way back then they didn't have the stuff that we have now, so it basically maimed or crippled them for life, and it's such a bummer. It's so sad to see that. Like my grandma's like, again, because she was raised during the depression, so like the worldwide it just sucked. When she was a little girl, she had to wear shoes that were too small for her all the time, and it actually like forced her toes to curl inside or in on themselves. It's so sad. Like she was self-conscious about it for a while until we're like, we don't care. Like we're family, and that's nothing against anything you did. It was just the times when you were very poor. You had a single pair of shoes that you had to wear that you outgrew, but that's all you guys had. I often think of that old tick woman. Oh. I was ticked once after a hike, had to rush to the hospital and get all sorts of horrible Oh, I bet. Ugh. I don't know how we ended up on on tick. All right. God damn it. Okay. You really, really steered me off course there, Artie. All right. Oh my God, we're still at the beginning of chapter 6. Okay. Uncle Al doesn't believe in keeping kids safe, is what that word translates to. The hot dogs were all charred black, but we were so hungry we didn't care. I shoved 3 of them down in less than 5 minutes. I don't think I'd ever been so hungry in my life. Did your parents not feed you before they put you on this bus? The campfire was in a flat clearing surrounded by a circle of round white stones. Behind us, the large white shingled lodge loomed over the sloping hill. Ahead of us, a thick line of evergreen trees formed a fence that hid the river from view. Through a small gap in the trees, I could see a flickering campfire in the distance on the other side of the river. I wonder if that was the campfire of the girls' camp. I thought about Dawn and Dory. Oh yeah, those 2 characters we completely forgot about. I lost myself. I wonder if the 2 camps ever got together or if I'd ever see them again. Well, you guys have to eventually leave the camp. I doubt they're going to put you on separate buses for that. But then again, who knows? This place sucks. Dinner around the big campfire seemed to put everyone in a good mood. Jay was the only one sitting near me who complained about the hot dogs being burned. But I think it's camp. Of course the hot dogs are there. Look, either they're going to be boiled or they're going to be cooked over an open flame. And I'm guessing over an open flame is probably better. But I think he put away 4 or 5 of them anyway. Well, again, if you're hungry. Mike had trouble eating because of his bandaged hands. And so did I, because I still had a river of blood dripping down from the back of my neck. So we have a child with a gaping wound, and another child whose hand is so swollen it's like a balloon animal. When he dropped his first hot dog, I thought he was going to burst into tears. Jesus Christ, nobody is going to help this child. By the end of dinner, he was in a much better mood. Uh-oh. His wounded hand had swelled up just a little, but he said it didn't hurt as much as before. That's a really fucking bad sign. That's such a bad sign. The counselors were easy to spot. They all wore their identical white shorts and green t-shirts. There were 8 or 10 of them, all young guys, probably 16 or 17. They ate together quietly, away from us campers, because God forbid you get to know any of the kids you're supposed to be taking care of. Do you even learn any of their names? You're just going to number them. It's not a contest. 600 bites on one hunt. Ugh. I prefer over an open flame. Yeah, I would imagine, because I'm thinking like if it's a camp, they would either have you like cook your own dogs over the fire. Remember we did that as kids and at the camp I was at, or boil them, which just sounds disgusting. Mmm. Can I have a tall glass of hot dog water when you're done with it? Ugh. I kept looking at Larry, but he never once turned around to look at any of us. I was thinking about Larry, trying to figure out if he was shy or if he just didn't like us campers very much. I know the answer to that one, Billy. He hates kids. I don't know why he's even here. Don't cook your dogs, pet them. Oh, God. Suddenly, Uncle Al climbed to his feet and motioned with both hands for us to all be quiet. I want to welcome you boys to Camp Night Moon, he began. I hope you're all unpacked and comfortable in your bunks. I know most of you are first-time campers. All of them probably are because you killed all last year's campers. Boiled hot dogs on white bread was cafeteria food in my oh, God. That sounds rough. Ooh. Ah, rough. Get it? Ah. Sorry. I love puns. All right. He was speaking quickly without any pauses between sentences, as if he was running through this for the 1000th time and wanted to get it over with. I'd like to tell you some of our basic rules, he continued. First off, lights out at 9 sharp. A lot of guys groaned. You might think you can ignore this rule, Uncle Al continued, paying no attention to their reaction. You might think you can sneak out of your cabins or meet or take a walk by the river, but I'm warning you now that we don't allow it, and we have a very good ways of making sure this rule is obeyed. What are you gonna do? Take pot shots at him with your fucking rifle if you see him outside? I mean, might as well. He paused to clear his throat. Some boys were giggling about something. Across from me, Jay burped loudly, which caused more giggles. There they are. There's the 12-year-old boys I recognize. Uncle Al didn't seem to hear any of this. These people seem to not hear anything ever. Like, apparently Billy has never heard of adults just ignoring children. Because he's like, oh, he must not have heard me, even though I've asked him right to his face while he was looking right at me 3 times. Boiling is a cheap way to cook hot dogs. Oh, that's a good point. You know what? I didn't think about it that way, Dave. I didn't think that was probably a cheaper and faster way for poor folk to eat. They also sold pizzas topped with sour cream and ketchup as sauce, tossed with... Whoa! Where the hell did you go to college, my dude? I remember in elementary school, we had French bread pizza, which was just French bread with, I think, a little bit of, like, marinara sauce and then cheese. I remember that. Boiled hot dogs on white bread was what kept people like me alive with a single mom of 3. Oh. All I was about to say, she managed to find something that was cheap and was able to feed 3 children. So good for her. I didn't know that hot dogs are to be grilled. Boiling them was the norm. This is America after all. Yeah. I apologize if I offended anybody with that. It didn't even occur to me that was a that would have been a staple because of how cheap the hot dogs and white bread are. It's pretty innovative, actually, because I know buns are weirdly expensive for some reason, even though they're just differently shaped white bread. It's so dumb. Maybe it's just the way that they're cooked. But again, they're not cooked. They're not really that different. They're just baked a little bit. They're like tinier. They're tinier loaves of bread, just cut like this instead of like that. Ugh, it's so stupid. Should be cheap for everybody. Let's see. He paused to clear his throat. Some boys were giggling about something. Oh, he blah blah. Uncle Al didn't seem to hear any of this. On the other side of the river is the girls' camp. He continued loudly, motioning to the trees. You might be able to see their campfire. Well, I want to make it clear that swimming or rowing over to the girls' camp is strictly prohibited. That would be super dangerous. Swimming all the way across a lake, like they'd get tired and drown. And then you have another problem on your hands, but it's okay because there's no nurse. Sure hope these camp counselors know how to perform CPR. Of course they don't. I don't know why I'm thinking that might even be a thing. I remember having hot dog buns with mozzarella cheese, tomato sauce, and pepperoni as a sort of pizza. I remember doing that too. Yeah, I remember doing, or my grandma used to do that for us when we wanted, like, ooh, get pizza. I guess it was cheaper. Idle hands spend time and the genitals will stay busy. We will not tolerate any self-indulgence here. Well, I imagine that would be kind of tough anyways if you're gonna camp around, like, in an open camp. That'd be weird. I don't know, maybe I was just a very sheltered child, but hopefully something like that didn't happen when I was sharing a room with other people. But then again, I'm also I was a deep sleeper, so it probably could have happened. Oh my god. Several boys groaned loudly. This made everyone. I mean, there's only four girls anyway. It's kind of weird that there's only 4, and they couldn't get any more. Do you remember making cinnamon toast? I still make cinnamon toast. Like, you put like a little bit of cinnamon and sugar and I have almond butter that I put on it. It's freaking good. And then toast it up. This is delicious. This made everyone laugh. Even some of the counselors laughed. Uncle Al remained grim-faced. The woods around Camp Night Moon are filled with grizzlies and tree bears. Uncle Al continued. They come to the river to bathe and to drink. They're usually hungry. That's great to have an area that's swarming with bears with a bunch of elementary school kids. It's a great idea to have right there. This caused another big reaction from all of us sitting around the fading campfire. Someone made a loud growling sound. Another kid screamed. Then everyone laughed. You won't be laughing if a bear claws your head off, Uncle Al said sternly. Look, Al, if you know I was like, bears, unless you're gonna like fuck with their kids or get in between them or try to mess with them or get in their way or try to steal their food, usually they'll keep to themselves. It's usually polar bears where you're fucked, because those ones don't care. They're like, ooh, I see a thing I'm gonna destroy. Even though it'll never affect me, I have heard that if you're being chased by a polar bear, your best chance to get it to stop caring about you is to start stripping off clothes and throwing them behind you, because sometimes they'll stop and like sniff at it thinking it's something else, and it might distract them long enough where you'll get far away enough and they're like, fuck it. But that's like a chance you have to take. So you might be running around naked being chased by a giant polar bear. He turned to the group of counselors outside of our circle. Larry, Kurt, come over here, he ordered. The 2 counselors climbed obediently to their feet and made their way to the center of the circles beside Uncle Al. I want you 2 to demonstrate to the new campers the procedure to follow if you are attacked by a grizzly bear. If it's brown, lie down. If it's black, fight back. If it's white, good night. Immediately, the two counselors dropped to the ground on their stomachs. They lay flat and cover the backs with their cover the backs of their heads with their hands. Did they also pee themselves? I've also heard that works too. If you try to pee or defecate yourself, that's supposed to work too. There's a Jerry Lewis movie coming out. Interesting. Hey, some of my friends are bear. It's the nicest gays out there. Oh yeah, bears are a lot of fun to hang out with. Gay dudes in general are fun to hang out with. They're always like, they're always the most charismatic, fun to be around, kindest people I've ever met. All right. Oh, I lost my. Oh, here it is. That's right. I hope you're all paying close attention. Cover your necks and head. Try not to move. He motioned to the two counselors. Thanks, guys. You can get up. Have there ever been any bear attacks here? I called out, cupping my hands so Uncle Al could hear me. He turned in my direction. 2 last summer. I don't know how this place is still up and running. Honestly. He replied. Several boys gasped. It wasn't pretty, he continued. It's hard to remain still when a huge bear is pawing at you and drooling all over you, but if you move... His voice trailed off, leaving the rest to our imaginations, I guess. Look, brown and black bears, like brown grizzly bears, they sometimes look very similar, because there are black bears who look very brown, and there are brown bears who look black, so it's real fucking hard. Bear goes, ooh, bitch, you are a mess. I felt a cold shiver run down my back. I didn't want to think about bears and bear attacks. What kind of camp did Mom and Dad send me to? One they clearly did not do enough research on. But I almost said Rolodex. It's like they just flipped their Rolodex. It was like they didn't have Google in the early 90s. I think that's when this one was. Well, I think Google was 1995. But not everybody had a computer in 95. I found myself wondering. I couldn't wait to call them and tell them all about what had happened already. Let me guess, this camp doesn't have any way of contacting the outside world. So not only do they have no nurse, they have no way of I'm sorry, I can't get over this. No way to count the accent. What if an axe-wielding killer picks off all the counselors and there's just the kids left? There's that new movie coming out that looks like it's kind of like a Friday the 13th, but it's not. What if something like that happens? You know? I've seen every Friday the 13th and every Trevor Morehouse knockoff. Ooh, Bloody Murder's another good series I should probably tackle. Uncle Al waited for everyone to quiet down, then pointed off to the side. Do you see that cabin over there? He asked. In the dim evening light, I could make out a cabin standing halfway up the hill towards the ledge. It appeared to be a little larger than the other cabins. It seemed to be built on a slant, sort of tipping on its side, as if the wind had tried to blow it over. I want to make sure you see that cabin, Uncle Al warned, his voice thundering out above the crackling purple fire. That's known as the Forbidden Bunk. We don't talk about that bunk, and we don't go... You're talking about it now! We don't go near it. I felt another cold shiver as I stared at the gray evening light at the shadowy, tilted cabin. I felt a sharp sting on the back of my neck and slapped a mosquito. Too late to keep it from biting me. Jesus! Now they gotta deal with malaria. Phenomenal. I'm gonna repeat what I said, Uncle Al shouted, still pointing at the dark cabin on the hill. That is known as the Forbidden Bunk. It has been closed and boarded up for many years. No one is to go near that cabin. No one. This started everyone talking and laughing. Nervous laughter, I think. Why is it called the Forbidden... Or why is the Forbidden Bunk forbidden? Somebody called out. We never talk about it. Uncle Al replied, sure. That's where Uncle Al keeps his porn. He doesn't want these stupid kids messing with it. Jay leaned over and whispered in my ear, hey, let's go check it out. I laughed, then turned back to Jay uncertainly. You're kidding, right? He grinned in reply and didn't say anything. I turned back towards the fire. Uncle Al was wishing us all a good stay and saying how much he was looking forward to camp this year. I can't wait to see how many kids die this year. I'm up to 4 from last. Ooh. I'm older than Google. You don't like the idea of making jokes about the kids who died in the... Aww. Well, that's really kind of Jerry Lewis. I told you that ages ago. Wait. Told me what? Oh, wait, are you saying you told me something ages ago? It's just oh, you guys are still talking about the Jerry Lewis movie. Is Rolodex a Pokedex for rolling? No, man, a Rolodex was, I think, was one of those old. It was like a little circle thing that you had addresses and phone numbers on, and it was like A through Z. My grandma had one, but that's what I think they're called. It's like that club. Jeez, sorry. Here's a pop quiz, bitch. I was talking about bloody... Oh, yeah. Too, but it was in passing. I keep forgetting about it. I watched it in high school, and I was like, wait. I couldn't... I need to rewatch it again, because I was like, are they aware that they are so obviously ripping off Friday the 13th? Or, like, is it a tongue-in-cheek thing, or are they trying to be 100% serious? All right. Wait, hold on. What's there? Grady didn't say anything. Oh. And one more rule, he called out. You must write your parents every day. Every day. We want them to know what a great time you're having at Camp Night Moon. Oh, no. This place is going to be like a goddamn... They're going to read all of them, and they're like, no, you need to rewrite it. Say this is a great place. This is a great place, and you're having a great time, and your best friend didn't die from a venomous bite his first day. I saw Mike holding his wounded hand gingerly. It's starting to throb, he told me, sounding very frightened. Oh my god, Mike is gonna die. I know R.L. Stine doesn't kill off kids in his book because he wants to scare kids, he doesn't want to terrorize them, but maybe Larry has something to put on it, I said. Let's go ask him. Uncle Al dismissed us. We all climbed to our feet, stretching and yawning, and started to make our way in small groups back to the bunk. Mike and I lingered behind, hoping to talk to Larry. We saw him talking to other counselors. He was at least a head taller than all of them. Hey, Larry, Mike called. By the time we pushed our way through the groups of kids heading the other way, Larry had disappeared. Like, yeah, seriously, do these people just fucking hate kids? Why are you working for them if you hate them? Ugh. Maybe he's going to our bunk to make sure we obey lights out, I suggested. Let's go see, Mike replied anxiously. We walked quickly past the dying campfire. It had stopped crackling but still glowed a deep purple red. Then we headed along the curve of the hill towards bunk 4. My hand really hurts, Mike groaned. Oh my god. Holding it tenderly in front of him. I'm not complaining. It's throbbing and it's swelling up and I'm starting to have chills. Jesus Christ, this kid needs to get to a hospital. Larry will know what to do, I replied, trying to sound reassuring. I hope so, Mike said shakily. We both stopped when we heard the howls. Hideous howls, like an animal in pain, but too human to be from an animal. It's probably another camp counselor who got bit by another snake and they're just leaving him to die in the woods. Mike uttered a quiet gasp. He turned to me. Even in the darkness, I could see the fright on his face. Those cries, he whispered, they're coming from the forbidden bunk. Dun, dun, dun! Lester is the strongest slasher villain. Changed my mind. You can do backflips. Wow, it only took me like an hour to get through a 3 to 4 page chapter. Damn you guys and your and your distracting ways. Shoot, maybe I should have just had tea, have like some of the some of the caffeine. Better than Invisible Man ripping off a Batman episode? Ooh. You know, I've heard good things about the Buffy the Vampire Slayer show, but I've never watched it. I've seen the original. With I didn't realize Pee-wee was in it. He's the one vampire that does the overdramatic death. Stirs the sexiest thing since sex. Ooh. It's really funny. It's either the Where the Dead Go to Die video, or to a lesser extent the Scarecrow movies or Pinocchio's Revenge, and that's where people say they came across my stuff. And I was like, wow, out of all the videos, it's kind of funny that my first actual video that wasn't an animatronic is the one that, because here's the thing, I've never been like a big like social media internet person, so I came across that movie on accident. And I was like, oh, maybe this is supposed to be like a weird, disturbing horror movie. No idea that there was like such a crazy. Ooh, somebody. Mohammed? Absolutely, Mohammed! Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you, Mohammed. How's it go? And many more. Yeah, I need to just leave the little hat and the thingy out. Because we have 2 birthdays. Ooh. Dead Space remake. I've been wanting to play that on stream too. I just I just have such more brilliant video games to play, like where you're a barista, or where where you work at a convenience store and like creepy stuff kind of happens. Or I'm pregnant in an abusive relationship and I have to go do laundry at like 11 at night. Your videos were being recommended to me long before I ever sought you out. YouTube just knows me sometimes. Well, it makes me wonder. I was like, what was it that I did differently with those particular ones? Because those seem to be the only ones that are really like suggested to people. I was like, well, shit, what did I do? Because I don't remember tagging it or doing anything particularly different. Or maybe I just happened to be picked up by the algorithm for whatever reason for those particular 3. Not exactly sure what the deal is with that. All right, chapter 7. We only have it's about, we only have like 11 chapters or something left to go. Ooh, July. The Dirty 30s. I remember from School's Out. Oh, you got me from School's Out. I love that movie. It's so stupid. The most hilarious death in that movie? Wait, which movie? I missed. The chick from the Invisible Man movie was in the Batman episode. Oh. We've been playing Shadow Man is next. I said I would play Shadow Man next. I wanted to do something a little more chill, and it's been a minute since I've read, well, sort of read. I'm only on chapter 7, and who knows how long I've been playing this. At least I've been doing this for at least a couple hours. When I watched Backwards Fly, I needed someone to explain to me what the fuck I just watched. Well, you picked the wrong video because I kind of stumbled through that. Like, I'm not even sure what it was I watched. She was, oh, okay. Huh. I got you, Darby. I know what you're talking about. All right. Chapter 7. Hopefully I can get through this chapter faster than 6, because 6 was definitely the nightmare one. A few minutes later, Mike is dead. Mike and I trudged into the cabin. Jay and Colin were sitting tensely on their bed. "Where's Larry?" Mike asked, fear creeping into his voice. "Not here," Colin replied. "Where is he?" Mike demanded shrilly. "I've got to find him. My hand." "He should be here soon," Jay offered. I could still hear the strange howls through the open window. "Did you hear that?" I asked, walking over to the window and listening hard. "What the fuck is probably a prairie cat," Colin said. "What is a prairie? I've heard of prairie dog, not a prairie cat, but that sounds adorable because prairie dogs are adorable." "Prairie dogs don't howl," Mike told him. "I should know. I am a bulldog child." Please, no Shadow Man. I think I came across you from your Where the Dead Go to Die video, which was weird because I didn't seek that out. I was just curious and watched, then watched more, and then more. Aww. Well, I really appreciate you guys sticking around, because honestly, I didn't think my channel was gonna pick up any type of steam. I was like, I'll just do this for fun for a while, and I was like, if I don't like gain anything for like any subscribers, I was like, it's fine. I just did it because I thought it'd be fun. I wasn't expecting to be like any million subscriber person. That was never a dream that I would have. Just a nice little amount of people that a little close-knit one. Develop online friends, just be cool. I sat through Chilla and Barbie Games transmission, you guys. Hey, the Barbie Games one was fun. You can't say that one wasn't fun, because it was. Prairie cats don't howl, Mike told him. Prairie cats screech, but they don't howl. How do you know? Colin asked, walking over to Larry's bunk with his eyes glowing red. Sitting down on the bottom bunk. We studied them in school, Mike replied. Another howl made us all stop and listen. It sounds like a man, Jay offered, his eyes lighting up excitedly. A man who's been locked up in the forbidden bunk for years and years. Mike swallowed hard. Do you really think so? Jay and Colin laughed. What should I do about my hand, guys? Look, it's like the skin is starting to peel from it. I'm gonna fucking die. I found you via your Scarecrow vids. Like I said, I was like, it's normally those 3 ones. But it's mostly Where Dead Go to Die or the Scarecrow videos, one of the two. Which is funny because the first Scarecrow video is still my favorite one I've done. I think Clown Mattel is probably my second favorite, but I'm still super salty that I had to edit it down and basically butcher the original because I thought my original edit of it was much better. But then you have people, stealing and pretending like they owe the rights to, even though it's fair use. But whatever, I'm over it at this point. Fuck you, Greater Full Media. All right. Jay and Colin laughed. What should I do about my hand? Jay asked, holding it up. It was definitely swollen. Like, how swollen are we talking about? Is it swollen where it looks like it's got, like, you can see liquid underneath it? Like it's a blister? Because that's really bad if that's the case. Go wash it again, I told him, and put a fresh bandage on it. I can't believe they're leaving this 12-year-old to his own devices after being bit by something they don't know if it could kill him or not. Ken was catching it fierce last stream. Well, that's what it gets. You forget, Jenny, people like we gravitate towards one. That is true. We were too busy roasting Ken. I don't even know who you are. Hey! Transmission. How could you say that after we played Resident Evil together? Say my name, call me daddy, the stepdad. With the fake, but it was so fake. It was the fakest mustache ever. I loved it. I love that movie. In fact, I haven't watched it this year. I need to sit down and watch it again. I usually will put it on the background when I'm working on something or if I'm cleaning, but I need to rewatch it again. Uh, I can't. Maybe Larry will show up soon. He probably knows where to get something to put on it. There should be at least a first, not even a first aid kit. They don't even have a fucking first aid kit in this camp. Jesus. I can't believe there's no nurse, Mike whined. Me too, Mike. Me too. Why would my parents send me to a camp when there's no nurse or infirmary or anything? Uncle Al doesn't like to coddle us, Colin said, repeating Larry's words. Oh, I thought Larry had been there before, and he's like, it's fine. I survived the first time. Jay stood up and broke into an imitation of Uncle Al. Stay away from the forbidden bunk, he cried in a booming, deep voice. He sounded a lot like him. Thank you. I'm really good at impressions. We don't talk about it and we don't ever go near it. It's like Fight Club. Whoops. We all laughed at Jay's impression, even Mike. We should... Oh, here we go. Back to Colin. We should go there tonight, Colin said enthusiastically. We should check it out immediately. Barbie still needs to get Ken that beer. Did Mike really swallow hard? I will quote that movie until we have a movie night stream for it. I don't know if I could get away with that. I think even that might be a little too, like, it is on YouTube, but I don't think I could get away with watching it. Even if it's on YouTube and it's an entirety. We don't talk about the brew. No. That was a cute movie. I really liked that one. Okay. We heard another long, sorrowful howl down the hill from the direction of the forbidden bunk. I don't think we should, Mike said softly, examining his hand. He started for the door. Besides, Billy is still bleeding from that head wound he got earlier in the day, and I'm probably going to die from my swollen ass hand. I'm gonna go wash this because, I'm feeling kind of... He's like, are you okay, Mike? You're starting to sound like Nell. Wash. I really hope somebody got that joke. Otherwise, I just look like even more of an idiot than I already do. Wufella does movie streams, probably fine. Yeah, but is that person like a really like big YouTuber? Like bigger YouTubers tend to be like shielded from that stuff. Unlike little old me over here. I think you won me over with one of your openings where you said there's a scorpion in the... Oh! Yeah! I forgot about that. I can't take all jokes, or I can't take that joke all credit because when a friend of mine was helping me unpack, she came into my room. She was like, Jen, there's a scorpion in the house. And then we walk out, and it's just sitting in my living room. I was like, motherfucker. It was kind of endearing. It was the funniest take, because they had to have been sitting out there for a minute while they're just watching their new neighbor yell at a toy sitting on top of the kid. And that's what made me laugh. I just look over, and one of them is like sitting with a beer, and he's sitting and staring at me, and the other one's standing and has a drink in his hand, and they're just watching me. I was like, it's a school project. It's a school project. I forgot all about that opening. Uh-oh. Okay. I'm gonna go watch this. The door slammed behind him. He's scared, Jay scoffed. I'm a little scared too, I admitted. I mean, those awful howls. Jay and Colin both laughed. Every camp has something like the forbidden bunk. The camp director makes it up, Colin said. Stop being such losers. That was my edit. There's a scorpion in your house. Get over here. At one point, I was bigger than What video was this? I think it was one of my older animatronic videos. I think it was the one that looks like a statue where she's like holding, I think anyway. I'm not 100% sure, but I think that was that one. Well, Phila is not what I would call big. Oh. Run, Scarecrow, run. Let's see here. Yeah, Jay agreed. Camp directors love scaring kids. It's the only fun they have. He puffed out his chest and imitated Uncle Al again. Don't leave the bunks after lights out or you'll never be seen again, he thundered, then burst out laughing. There's nothing in that forbidden bunk, Colin said, shaking his head. It's probably completely empty. It's all just a joke. You know, like camp ghost stories for stupid children. Every camp has its own ghost story. How do you know? I asked, dropping down into Mike's bed. Have you ever been to camp before? Well, no. But I no, Colin replied, but I have friends who told me about their camps, so there. He reached up and pulled... I ran out of breath trying to do that stupid... It has to be that one because Scorpion came back while you were putting her together. I thought I told you to get out of here! Yeah, that's right. I have the stupidest sense of humor, I swear. It's a good thing I like me enough to crack up at my own jokes. He reached up and pulled off his silver sunglasses. Oh no, his eyes glowed red. Oh, he had bright blue or sky blue eyes. Pfft. No, he didn't. Like blue, big blue marbles. We suddenly heard a bugle repeating a slow, sad-sounding tune. That must be the signal for lights out, I said. I started to pull off my shoes. I was too tired to change or wash up. I planned to sleep in my clothes. Ugh. Well, that's not gonna be good. Can you at least wash the blood off your clothes, or off the back of your head and off your neck and stuff? I'm distracting Jenny with Jenny. Lester is the type to cry after spaghetti. Well, who wouldn't cry after their later spaghetti fell out of their pockets? It's spaghetti. Everybody likes spaghetti. Time to poke them out. Let's sneak out and explore the forbidden bunk, Jay urged. Come on, we could be the first ones to do it. I yawned again. I'm really too tired, I told them. Me too, Colin said, turning to Jay. How about tomorrow night? Jay's face fell in disappointment. Tomorrow, Colin insisted, kicking his shoes into the corner and started to pull off his socks. I wouldn't do it if I were you. The voice startled all three of us. We turned to the window where Larry's head suddenly appeared out from the darkness, grinning at us. Hey man, I asked, why were you watching us change? It is kind of weird that he was just looking at them through the window without saying anything. I'd listen to Uncle Al if I were you, he said. How long had he been there listening to us? He was watching you. He wasn't necessarily listening to you. Was he deliberately spying on us? So we are just going to breeze by the fact that he was just watching these kids remove clothes and stuff. I don't like... You don't like spaghetti-o? Later spaghetti. Yeah, that was the joke. Because, yeah, he put it in his pocket for later. For later. To eat it later. It's later spaghetti. The door opened. Larry lowered his head as he hobbled in. His grin had faded. Uncle Al wasn't kidding around, he said seriously. Yeah, sure, Colin repeated sarcastically. He went over to his bed and slid beneath the wool blanket. I guess the camp ghost will get us if we go out after lights out, Jay joked, tossing a towel across the room. No, not ghosts, Larry said softly. But Saber will. He pulled out his drawer and began searching for something inside it. Huh? Who's Saber? I asked, suddenly wide awake. Saber isn't it, Larry answered mysteriously. Saber is a red-eyed monster who eats a camper every night. Oh, sorry. I was like, wow, that's... Sorry, this was Colin's. Saber is a red-eyed monster who eats a camper every night. Colin sneered. He stared at me. There is no Saber. Larry's just giving us another phony camp story. Wait, no, it is... Oh, it's... Oh, okay, I see. They... He did it weird. Or he wrote it weird. He added a comma, which made it seem Colin said that. But Colin doesn't say that. He sneered at Larry, saying, Saber is a red-eyed monster who eats a camper every night. Colin sneers, stares at Billy, and says, there is no Saber. Larry's just giving us another phony camp story. I thought he was being sarcastic and just like making shit up on the fly. Larry stopped searching his drawer and gazed up at Colin. No, I'm not, he insisted in a low voice. I'm trying to save you guys some trouble. I'm not trying to scare you. Then what is Saber? I asked impatiently. Larry pulled a sweater from the drawer and then pushed the drawer shut. You don't want to find out, he replied. Come on, tell us what it is. Wait, so it was Colin who was saying that? Because it sounds... Alright, whatever. I'm moving past it. Anything's a sex toy if you're brave enough. Ooh, I like gnocchi. Gnocchi's very good. Penne's very good. Angel hair's good. Ravioli. Cavatelli. I just like pasta in general. I am a pasta gal. I like that marinara sauce. The oh god, what is it called? The white sauce. I can't believe I'm forgetting what it's called. I'm being put on the spot, but I like all those sauces. Vodka sauce, I think that's what they call the other one when it's mixed. The pink sauce. Pink sauce is good. Crap. Alfredo. Thank you, Adam. I don't know why. I was like, I know it starts with an A, but for some reason my brain's not. It's doing a 404 error. Larry pulled a sweater from the drawer and then pushed the drawer shut. You don't want to find out, he replied. Come on, tell us what it is, I begged. He's not going to, Colin said. I'll tell you guys one thing. Saber will rip your heart out, Larry said flatly. Jay snickered. Yeah, sure. I'm serious, Larry snapped. I'm not kidding, you guys. He pulled the sweater over his head. You don't believe me? Go out one night. Go out and meet Saber. He struggled to get his arm into the sweater sleeve. But before you do, he warned, leave me a note with your address so I know where to send your stuff. Canada, the land of pasta. All the possibilities. No, not that pink sauce. Excuse me. Canada has maple syrup. Y'all know how I love me some maple syrup. And poutine is apparently a favorite for a lot of people. Like I don't like the one with meat, but I do like the cheesy one. We have like a vegan version of it. It's pretty good. My eggs and cheese filled pasta. You guys are so weird. If you don't like poutine, you take off, hoser. Hoser. I do think it's funny. For a while there's a lot of people like, why don't you sound like the people on the TV? I was like, because that's a very specific. It's like the South. It's like asking an American, hey, how come you don't have a Southern accent like the people in the South? Like, because it's a very distinct accent from make poutine. Oh, poutine. I haven't had it in a long time, but if you Google it, you probably like it. It's apparently it's a lot of It's like one thing when people are traveling to Canada, they hear about it, so they want to try it. What's disco fries? And I'm sorry, disco fries was probably stolen from poutine. Anytime my ex would make angel hair, I have hair in my mouth. I wonder why we didn't work out. Well, I think that's an adorable joke because it's technically true. I hate when Americans used to say, "Your English is so good." Well, I think when Americans say, I think they're just trying to be complimentary. They're not trying to be insulting. But it is funny when you hear stories of people coming from like England or something, and an American goes, "Oh my God, your English is so good," and they're like, "Yeah." There'd be some where you where do you live? Oh, Canada. Oh my God, your English is so good. I was like, thanks. What language? It's not French. That's Quebec. It's Quebec. All right, chapter 8. We had a fun next morning. We all woke up real early. The sun was just rising over the horizon to the south. I'm really surprised a 12-year-old is up that early. And the air was still cool and damp. I could hear birds chirping. The sound reminded me of home. As I lowered myself to the floor and stretched, I thought of my mom and dad, and I wished I could call and tell them about the camp. It was only the second day. I'd be too embarrassed to call them on the second day. Okay, but what if you woke up and Mike was all rigor mortis below you? Would you be embarrassed to be like, "Hey, Mom, Dad, can you come pick me up? I had to staple the back of my head with a staple gun because for some reason we don't have a nurse on campus. And my bunkmate died during the night because of neglect. Please come and get me." Disco fries is a New York thing. Cheese and gravy. Oh, you get after getting high dancing. That just sounds like protein. I would sell my soul for a Brit accent boyfriend. You guys are cute. This. I was definitely homesick, but luckily there wasn't any time to feel sad. After we pulled on fresh clothes, we hurried up to the lodge on the hill, which served as a meeting hall, theater, and mess hall. Um, just stop making everything ridiculous. Long tables and benches were set up in straight rows in the center of the enormous room. The floorboards and walls were all dark redwood. Redwood ceiling beams crisscrossed high above our heads. There were very few windows, so it felt as if we were in an enormous dark cave. In a mess hall? That seems... Hello, mother. That's a good one, Renegade. Hello, father. Here I am at, probably like Camp Killer, because, that's, or Camp Kid Killer. Kid Killer. Could be your rap name. Is that a Madonna quote? Alright, I lost my spot again. The clatter of dishes and cups and silverware was deafening. Our shouts and laughters rang off the high ceiling, echoing off the hardwood walls. Mike shouted something to me from across the table, but I couldn't hear him because of the racket. Damn kids all noisy and loud. Camp Granada. Some guys complained about the food, but I thought it was okay. We had scrambled egg squares? That seems like more work turning them into like little squares. I remember I make scrambled eggs for my birds because they freaking love them. But when I make scrambled eggs in the morning, I just whip them and then making them into squares just seems like more work than, than necessary it's in my opinion anyway. Maybe I'm off. I'm off on that. Let's see. Scrambled eggs, bacon strips, fried potatoes. Ooh, I like fried potatoes. And toast with tall cups of juice. What kind of juice? I'm going to talk about food now. I want to know what else you talking about. I never eat a breakfast that big at home, but I found that I was really starved and I gobbled it up. Oh my god, they're fattening the kids up. I'm going to call it right now. They're different species. Doesn't count. My vet said it was a good idea because it's good protein and stuff for them. It makes their little bones strong, and plus plus it's Rufio's favorite. Like she gets super excited when she sees me get out the pan. Birds do that. Tornado eggs. But yeah, my vet said it would be really good to feed them just because it's got a lot of good like the vitamins and proteins and stuff. It's good for their little hearts. And they don't really have well, you know, there's vitamin stuff like powders you can put on to feed them. But my birds do not like that powder. No matter how little I put on it, if I try to mix it up, it's like they know it's in there. They're like, ugh, give us the eggs. Ooh, stuffed French toast. Ooh, I like French toast too. After breakfast, we lined up outside the lodge to form different activity groups. The sun had climbed high in the sky. It was going to be really hot. Our excited voices echoed off the sloping hill. We were all laughing and talking, feeling good. Larry and two other counselors, clipboard in hand, stood in front of us, shielding their eyes from the bright sun as they divided us into groups. The first group, about 10 boys, headed off to the river for a morning swim. Some people have all the luck, I thought. So the first group, about 10 boys, got to go to the river. What do you guys get to do? I was eager to get to the waterfront to see what the river was like. As I waited for my name to be called, I spotted a payphone on the wall of the lodge. My parents flashed into my mind again. Maybe I will call them later, I decided, especially if Mike dies. I mean, I've been feeling really dizzy from the loss of blood from earlier, so probably a good idea. At least maybe. Don't tell them what ducks do. It is the circle of life, silly palm. I was so eager to describe the camp to them and tell them about my new friends. Really, are you gonna skip the fact that there's no nurse here? Huevos rancheros, bebe. Okay, guys, follow me to the ball field. Larry instructed us. We're gonna play our first game of scratch ball. No, it's hot as balls outside. I want to go and swim. Why would they do this? About 12 of us, including everyone from my bunk, followed Larry down to the hill towards the flat grassy area that formed... flat grassy area. I was like, why are they playing in a greasy area that formed a playing field? I jogged to catch up to Larry, who always seemed to walk at top speed, stretching out his long legs as if he were in a terrible hurry. Are we going to swim after this? I asked. Without slowing his pace, he glanced at his clipboard. Yeah, I guess, he replied. You guys will need a swim. We're going to work up a sweat. Have you ever played scratch ball before? Jay asked me as we hurried to keep up with Larry. Yeah, sure, I replied. We play it a lot in school. I'm not sure I know what that is. Scratch ball is an easy game to learn. The batter throws the ball in the air as high and as far as he can. Then he has to run the bases before someone on the other team catches the ball, tags him with him, or throws him out. Man, I would lose. I can't throw worth shit. Hi, Apple. It's okay. Well, hopefully today will be like that. This might help you have like a better day. We're getting there. You missed. Okay, so far nothing has happened except 2 kids got injured. One of them got bit on their first day at camp. There's no nurse, and I went on a tirade about that. There's no first aid kit apparently, so I guess this child is just gonna die from septic shock in a few hours. It's even better. Oh yeah, and have this kid run around in the heat with no. I'm guessing they don't even have water bottles or anything. Make sure you work that venom real deep into the body. I walk at top speed. They drove crisp potatoes. Peel potatoes. Ugh. Those peel potatoes is what the second group gets to do. It'll be fun. We chain your foot to the wall. It's amazing. Larry stopped at the far corner of the wide green field where the bases in the batter square had already been set. He made us line up and divide us into two teams. He started calling out names, but when he called out Mike's name, Mike stepped up to Larry, holding his bandaged hand tenderly. I don't think I can play, Larry, Mike stammered. Come on, Mike, don't whine. But it really hurts, Mike insisted. It's throbbing like crazy. The pain is shooting all the way up and down my side. And look, he raised the hand to Larry's face. It's all swollen. Larry pushed the arm away gently with his clipboard. Go sit in the shade, I guess. Mike, crybaby. He gets bit by one venomous snake. He's probably going to have his whole arm amputated when he gets back. But it's fine. It's fine. There. Shouldn't I get some medicine or something to put on it? Mike asked shrilly. I could see the poor guy was in real bad shape. Just sit over there, Larry ordered, pointing to a clump of short, leafy trees at the end of the field. We'll talk about it later if you don't die. Ugh. Larry turned away from Mike and blew a whistle to start the game. I'll take Mike's place on the blue team, I guess. Freaking whiner Mike. He announced, jogging onto the field. I forgot about Mike as soon as the game got underway. I think I would have been terrified for him, honestly. It's the that kid's definitely dying. Yeah, no shit. It's like I'm real surprised. I mean, medical care is expensive and the kids are a renewable resource. God damn, Apple. We were having a lot of fun. Meanwhile, Mike was convulsing in the shade. Most kids were pretty good scratch ball players, and we played much faster than my friends do back home at the playground. My first time up at the batter square, I heaved the ball really high, but it dropped right into a fielder's hand, and I was out. My second time up, I made it 3 bases before I was tagged out. Larry was a great player. He's like an adult, and he's like twice as tall as you are. Of course he's good. He's going to be able to throw it farther and higher than you, and he can run faster. Like, you 12-year-olds stand no chance. When he came up to the batter square, he tossed the ball harder than I'd ever saw anyone toss it. It sailed over the fielder's head, and as they chased after it, Larry rounded all the bases, his long legs stretched out gracefully as he ran. This is like, what is that, the Billy Madison scene where he's like beating all the kids at any of the games. My dude, how is he not dead? I don't know. I've been bitten by a snake 27 times, man up. Oh my god. Damn it, Mikey, little kids in Zanzibar can only dream of having their arms amputated. Oh my god. Yeah, stop being such a little whiny bitch, Mike. I mean, it's just a venomous snake bite that possibly could have been, that possibly could be fatal. Ugh. I can't get over how blasé everybody is about this. And the fact that our main character could have absolutely gotten a concussion when he hit his head at the beginning. When does it start getting... It's called building up tension, Anthony. Ooh, white curry and sourdough bread sounds good. Let's see. By the 4th inning, our team, the blue team, oh good, they got to name their team at least, was ahead 12-6. We had all played hard and were really hot and sweaty. I was looking forward to that swim at the waterfront. Colin was on the red team. I noticed that he was the only player who wasn't enjoying the game. Well, he was wearing that long leather jacket with the long black pants in the middle of summer. Yeah, he's not going to enjoy himself. He had been tagged out twice and he'd missed an easy catch in the field. I mean, if I didn't want to play a game like this, I would have just, like, personally, I would purposely play shitty. Like, I was like, I don't want to play this game. Oh, you're going to make me play? No, I guess I'm just going to stand in this field and pretend like oh no, the ball. Like, I've done that once before when in the middle of winter, it was snowing outside, it was freezing, and our stupid physical fitness teacher had us go outside in the blistering cold to play baseball, and we were all huddled because we were freezing. And despite having jackets and like little earmuffs and stuff on, and she was throwing a fit because we weren't playing our hardest. I was like, when you hold the base, like we had metal bats, so when you hit the ball, it would like, I don't know if you guys have ever played with frozen hands with a metal baseball bat, but that shit hurts. Like, it hurts your hands. So we were all like, oh, walking to tag out and stuff like that. Nobody was really trying until they finally gave up. I was like, dude, we don't want to play. It is blistering outside, or it's blistering. It's blustering, cold and sloshy outside. We're walking around in ice water and mud. I was like, nobody wants to do this. I got brand new shoes on. I realized that Colin wasn't very athletic. He had long, skinny arms without any muscle. Oh, don't let him hear you say that. You guys are pathetic. I sounded like Jerry Seinfeld. Told me it's building up tension. Another impression to start. What's the deal? Oh no, no, abandon. I'm abandoning that impression. There's no way I can do that. In the third inning, Colin got into an argument with a player on my team and then lasered his face off. Oh wait, no, that's Kane. About whether a toss had been foul or not. A few minutes later, Colin argued angrily with Larry about a ball that he claimed should have been out. He and Larry shouted at each other for a few minutes. Larry is screaming at a child. You like jazz? Where you walk the track kind of a high schooler or actually did shit for gym class? No, I actually did like doing... I liked sports. Like, I played basketball and baseball in middle and high school. And I tried out for football, or soccer as it's called, but I didn't get on the team, so I was like, nobody wants to be Seinfeld right now, not even Seinfeld. No, I liked it. I also, it's where I developed my love for running, because I like jogging. And high school is where I learned. But we also had showers. So if which was optional, you didn't have to if you didn't want to. But man, it was awesome having that, because that means I could go and work out during the day at school, and then shower, and then I'd be good for the rest. No, I had it. Jenny bought a crochet cookie cutter so I can eat crow. Hold on, I'm responding to one more thing. Come on, man, I'm trying to stream here and be interrupted and be distracted by the silliest things. Maybe one of these days I'll just chat with you guys. Maybe I can do a craft or something while we just chat instead of trying to focus on something like this. It's like, maybe I do have ADHD. He argued with a child. It was no big deal, a typical sports argument. Yeah, until Larry like goes back and punches this 12-year-old. But it's cool because, you don't want to softball these kids. Larry finally ordered Colin to shut up and get back on the outfield. Colin grudgingly obeyed, and the game continued. Oh, man. Larry's going to get strangled in the night. A Q&A. Yeah, I should probably do that sometime. Precious Jerry's friend who screamed. Oh, my God. That was the quickest way to end your career. Ooh. Colin obeyed and the game continued. I didn't think about it again. Wow, you don't think about a lot of things after it exits your mind. I was like, nope. Mike is over there, slowly succumbing to his injury. And then Colin is being physically assaulted by one of the camp counselors. But, I'm just gonna forget about it. Did anybody see the Serial movie? No. No, I'm not interested in it. Thought it was Jerry's dad who screamed nepotism at the crew. No, oh, I see what you did there. I don't think so. I think it was the guy with the hair, Kramer. I think he's the guy who did who kept dropping the N-word over and over. It's like ridiculous. Way to destroy your career. I understand it's frustrating when you're being heckled, but man, that's not the way to go. It's like you be a professional and you just fuck with them right back and then dismiss them. It's not worth it, man. Colin's team came... Okay, so there it is. And then, in the next inning, something strange happened that gave me a really bad feeling and made me stop and wonder what is going on. Oh, did Mike die? This is what... Yeah, Dave, it's called the B movie. He made a movie. I love how whatever's going on here is going to be like a stupid baseball thing instead of, I don't know, people being very blasé about injuries children are sustaining, or, I don't know, the fucking werewolves that attack them. No, it's gonna be something weird at the baseball game or scratch game or whatever the hell this is called. Colin's team came to bat. Colin stepped up with the batter square, prepared to toss the ball. Larry was playing the outfield. I was standing nearby, also in the field. Colin tossed the ball high, but not very far. Larry and I both came running in to get it. Larry got there first. He picked up the small, hard ball on the first bounce, drew back his arm, and then I saw his expression change. I saw his features tighten in anger. He's gonna beam this kid in the face, isn't he? He's going to beam him right in the coconut. I've seen it coming. I saw his eyes narrow, his copper-colored eyebrows lower in concentration. With a low grunt of effort, Larry heaved the ball as hard as he could. It struck Colin in the back of the head, making a loud crack sound as it hit. Colin's silver sunglasses went flying in the air. Colin stopped short and uttered a short, high-pitched cry. His arms flew up as if he had been shot. Then his knees buckled. He collapsed in a heap, face down in the grass, and he didn't move. So all these kids just saw Larry murder Colin, right? A really awful product bio about... One of the jokes, like, there's no fruit in it. Fruit Loops, it's spelled with 2 O's. Ha ha ha. No one's ever made that observation before. And yes, the Bee movie is the most memed movie ever. Seinfeld is reading us talking about him and a single tear rolls down his cheek. A lot of kid death in this kid's... Yeah, I know. I know. The ball rolled over the grass. I cried out in shock. Then I saw Larry's expression change again. His eyes opened wide in disbelief. His mouth dropped open in horror. Whoops, it slipped. I didn't mean to throw it at him. Really? Because you seemed to have aimed right towards his head. I knew Larry was lying. I saw the anger in his face before he threw the ball. I sank down to my knees on the ground as Larry went running towards Colin. I felt dizzy and upset and confused, and I had this sick feeling in my stomach. I love that this is what made him like, oh my god, this place is terrifying, and not the disregard for Mike's well-being when he was bit. Like, we know you're joking, Dave. We're fucking with you back. But ball heaving rarely ever leads to anything constructive. Look, I know Billy is 12. I know the main character is a child. But I think even at 12 years old, I think I would have been worried. I was like, well, shit, if I get bit, they're not going to care that my whatever part gets swollen up to 3 times the size. I felt dizzy and upset and confused. I had the sick feeling in my stomach. The ball slipped, Larry was yelling. It just slipped. Liar, I thought. Liar, liar, liar. I forced myself up to my feet and hurried to join the circle around Colin. When I got there, Larry was kneeling over Colin, raising Colin's head off the ground. Don't do that! Gently with both hands. Like, it hit the back of his head. Don't move his head or his neck, you idiot. Colin's eyes were open wide. Oh my god. Colin's eyes were open wide. He stared up at Larry. Oh, okay. I thought they were like fixed and dilated. I was like, well, that's a real bad sign. He stared up at Larry groggily and uttered low moans. Give him room! Give him room! Larry was shouting. He gazed down at Colin. The ball slipped. I'm really sorry the ball slipped. Colin moaned. His eyes rolled around in his head. Oh my god. Larry pulled off. So now we have a child who has had possibly a head injury from the beginning of the book. Now, then a venomous snake bite, because what they're saying is going on with his hand. That's not that he was bit by something that he's either allergic to or was venomous. And now we have a child who was hit at full force with a hard, small ball that knocked him down and knocked him out, apparently. It's not like the movies. When you're knocked out, that's really bad. That's really, really bad. All these three children need to go to a fucking hospital. They're just like picking these kids off one by one. They probably have one of those things where like the little tallies. All right, we're down 3. Colin moaned, his eyes closed. Help me carry him to the lodge. No, you call some. Oh my god. Larry instructed 2 guys from the red team. The rest of you guys get changed for your swim. The waterfront counts your. It's cool. Go swim. We clearly do not care about your well-being, so by all means, go into deep water, and hopefully if you drown, we won't have to deal with the body. Maybe the sharks or whatever, or sharks, the alligators that are in the fresh water will take care of you. Oh my god. I watched as Larry and 2 guys hoisted Colin up and carried him towards the lodge. Larry gripped him under the shoulders. The 2 boys awkwardly took a hold of his legs. The sick feeling in my stomach hadn't gone away. I kept picturing the intense expression of anger on Larry's face as he heaved the ball at the back of Colin's head. I knew it had to have been deliberate. I started to follow them. I don't know why. I guess I was so upset I wasn't thinking clearly. Maybe because you were worried about your friend? That sounded wrong. Hey, some of the best tales for children feature a child's death. Yeah, alright. Oh. These kids are the Wile E. Coyote of this camp. They were nearly at the bottom of the hill when I saw Mike catch up to them. He ran alongside Larry, holding his swollen hand. Can I come too? Mike pleaded. Someone has to look at my hand. It's really bad, Larry, please. Can I come home too? Yeah, you better. Jesus. For a second, I thought Mike was going to be... Oh, God. Because it was going to be Piggy. It's like that's what this is. This is this is Camp Lord of the Flies. Good. Yeah, you better. I heard Larry reply curtly. Good, I thought. Finally, someone was going to pay some attention to my snake bite wound. I mean, I didn't want to do it. Ignoring the sweat pouring down my forehead, I watched them make their way up the hill to the lodge. This shouldn't have happened, I thought, suddenly feeling a chill despite the hot sun. Something is wrong. Something is terribly wrong here. How was I to know the horrors were just beginning? Yeah. They're definitely. Hey, I need you to write letters. Oh, but don't mention the snake bite or the animal attack or the fact that one of the counselors deliberately beamed a kid in the back of the head and knocked him out. Somewhere in the back of the recesses of his lower abdomen, felt Harold felt a sharp umbilical pull. The only way to go from here. Decapitation! That'll take care of the head wound. Just amputate the head. You know, like, actually, I should probably have some water. Like, who was it? Walt Disney? Walt Disney cryogenically froze his, which I always thought, I was like, that sounds real stupid. But that went around for a while when I was really little. Woo! I need to get new stickers for this. These ones said that they were vinyl, so they should have been like kind of waterproof, but a lot of them aren't. Lying liars that lie all the time. All right, we're on chapter 9, guys. We only have like 11 chapter or 12 13 chapters to go. I've been wanting to watch through a Silent Hill 4 playthrough. Weirdly enough, I used to follow, there's a live stream that has been going on for I think a few years where it just cycles through all the Silent Hills. It skips Shattered Memories, which I think is a bummer, but it's got most of them that they play. And sometimes I'll put it on when I fall asleep. I can't do it when it's playing the first Silent Hill, just because a lot of the sound effects to that game are very loud and jarring even when the volume's low, so I tend to do something else that way, like the alarm when there's a monster nearby, or the flapping wings of the flying monster. For some reason it's still really loud even when it's low, so I have to skip that. Unless I'm super tired. There's been a couple times I put it on, I was like, oh, I can't fall asleep to Silent Hill. Alright. Chapter 9. Later that afternoon, Jay and I were writing our letters to our parents. I was feeling pretty upset about things. I kept seeing the angry expression on Larry's face as he heaved the ball to the back of Colin's head. I wrote about it in my letter, and I also told my mom and dad about how there were no nurses here and about the forbidden bunk. Jay stopped writing and looked at me from his bunk. He was really sunburned. Oh, great! And now we have skin cancer for the children. They can't even supply these fucking kids with sunblock? Again, difference between not coddling and being homicidally neglectful to these children. I was about to say almost the same thing, but it looks like Jay, he scratched his red hair. We're dropping like flies, he said, gesturing around the nearly empty cabin. Yeah, I agreed wistfully. I hope Colin and Mike are okay. And then I blurted out, Larry deliberately hit Colin. Huh? Jerry stopped scratching his hair and lowered his hand to the bunk. He what? He deliberately threw at Colin's head. I saw him, I said, my voice shaky. I wasn't going to tell anyone, but now I was glad I did. It made me feel a little bit better to get it out. But then I saw that Jay didn't believe me. That's impossible, adults hating and hitting children. That never happens. Come on. He's our counselor. His hand slipped, that's all. I started to argue when the cabin door opened and Colin entered with Larry at his side. Colin, how are you? I cried. Jay and I both jumped down from our beds. Not bad, Colin replied. He forced a thin smile. I couldn't see his eyes. They were hidden once again behind his silver glasses. He's still a little wobbly, but he's okay, Larry said, cheerfully holding Colin's arm. I'm sort of seeing double, Colin admitted. I mean, this cabin looks really crowded to me. There are two of each of you. That is a very bad sign. You should not be seeing double after a head injury. These children are all gonna die. This is Camp Saw. That's what this is. Camp Saw. Larry helped Colin over to his lower bunk. He'll be just fine in a day or two, Larry told us. He just needs to sleep off the concussion I gave him. Yeah, the headache is... Oh, yes, the headache is a little better already, Colin said, gently rubbing the back of his head, then lying down on the top of the bed covers. Did you see a doctor, I asked? Just Uncle Al. Al. It sounded like I said owl. Colin replied. He looked it over and said I'd be fine. Looked over what? The back of your head? I cast a suspicious glance to Larry, but he turned his back on us and crouched down to search for something in his duffel bag he kept under his bed. Where's Mike? Is he okay? Jay asked Larry. Uh-huh, Larry answered without turning around. He's fine. But where is he? I demanded. Larry shrugged. Still at the lodge, I guess? I really don't know. Yeah, who can keep track of 4 kids? Is he coming back? I insisted. Larry shoved his bag under his bed and stood up. Have you guys finished your letters? He asked. Hurry up and get changed for dinner. You can mail your letters at the lodge. He started for the door. Hey, don't forget tonight is tent night. You guys are sleeping in a tent tonight. The fuck we are! That sucks. Soylent Green. Oh, your cat's sleeping on your arm. When do these kids find the dead body and Stand By Me starts playing? I mean, they have practically 2 bodies with them right now. It's just their brains haven't caught up to the fact that their bodies are dead. Especially Mike. Mike is definitely a goner. We all groaned. But Larry, it's too cold out. Oh, sorry. Larry, it's too cold out, Jay protested. Larry ignored him and turned away. Hey, Larry, do you have anything I could put on this sunburn? Jay called after him. No, Larry replied and disappeared out the door. So I don't even have any aloe vera? These poor kids. God. I'm like, my heart is breaking for these kids. Camp is supposed to be a fun experience, but instead they're basically getting tortured by these assholes who just can't do the bare minimum and show the tiniest bit of empathy. At this point, they're gonna start complaining about the weight and odor of kid corpses they have to carry around. Either a ragdoll size of a Maine Coon or MC the Temper. Battle Cat? What about Battle Cat? She's the size of a small pony. I could probably buy her mini horse armor at this point. The head drama has officially gone into... Yeah, exactly! I don't know. Kid is seeing double. That's definitely a red flag that he should be seeing a doctor, not Uncle Al. This is how Friday the 13th... Yeah, exactly! Except none of the counselors were fucking. They were just assholes who let these kids be horribly maimed. Start calling them, tell them didn't quite have a good time. Their kids didn't quite have a good time at camp. They're kind of like rotting in the field right now. I poked them with the stick, and one of them let out gas, which was really gross. I mean, it was through their stomach, but still gross. He didn't even say excuse me. It was really rude. Your child's corpse is really rude. Jay and I helped Colin up to the lodge. He was still seeing double, and his headache was pretty bad. The 3 of us sat at the end. This movie, it's just camp child torture. The 3 of us sat at the end of the long table nearest the window. A strong breeze blew cool air over the table, which felt good on our sunburned skin. Wait, you have a sunburn too? Didn't mention that. We had some kind of meat with potatoes and gravy for dinner. Oh no, this is like Soylent Mike. They're eating Mike. It wasn't great, but I was so hungry. Oh my god, is that what's happening in the Forbidden? They're turning camp counselors into patties. That's why they don't have a nurse. They gotta let these kids die naturally, or they go missing. Oh, the bears took the kids. Like all 20 of them. Oh, I see. Oh, your cat's the size of battle cat. I got you. Ew. We had some kind of meat with potatoes and gravy for dinner. It wasn't great, but I was so hungry it didn't matter. Colin didn't have much of an appetite. He has head trauma. Of course he doesn't. He picked at the edges of his gray meat. He's gray meat? Ew. The mess hall was as noisy as ever. Kids were laughing and shouting to friends across the long tables. At one table, the guys were throwing breadsticks back and forth like javelins. As usual, the counselors dressed up in their green and white ate together at the table in the far corner and ignored us campers completely. The rumor spread that we were going to learn all the camp songs after dinner. Oh boy, that sounds like super fun. Guys were groaning and complaining about that. Yeah, I am too. I don't want to have to read it. About halfway through dinner, Jay and the boy across the table, a kid named Roger, started horsing around, trying to wrestle a breadstick from each other. Jay pulled hard and won the breadstick, and spilled his entire cup of grape juice on my tan shorts. Hey! I jumped up angrily, staring down as the purple stain spread across the front of my shorts. Billy had an accident, Roger cried out. And everyone laughed. Yeah, he purpled his pants. Purpled his pants, Jay added. Everyone thought that was hilarious. That is kind of cute. It was hilarious. Someone threw a breadstick at me. It bounced off my chest and it landed on my dinner plate. More laughter. The food fight lasted only a few minutes. Then two of the counselors broke it up. I decided I better run back to the bunk and change my shorts. I like how he just kind of glossed over a food fight. It was like that's more of interest. That's one of the more interesting things that happened here, besides the attempted murder. As I hurried out, I could hear Jay and Roger calling out jokes about me. I ran full speed down the hill towards the bunks. I wanted to get back up to the mess hall in time for dessert. Pushing open the bunk door with my shoulder, I darted across the room to the dresser and pulled open my drawer. What? To my surprise, I stared into an empty drawer. It had been completely cleaned out. What's going on here? I asked aloud. Where's my stuff? Confused, I took a step back and realized I had opened the wrong drawer. This wasn't my drawer. It was Mike's. They probably killed off... Lost the ability to speak. It was Mike's. I stared for a long while into the empty drawer. Mike's clothes had all been removed. I turned and looked for his trunk, which had been stacked on its side behind our bunk. Mike's trunk was gone too. Mike wasn't coming back. I was so upset. I ran back to the mess hall without changing my shorts. Panting loudly, I made my way to the counselor's table and came up behind Larry. He was talking to the counselor next to him, and a fat guy with long, scraggly blonde hair. Larry, Mike's gone! I cried breathlessly. Larry didn't even turn around. He kept talking to the other counselors if I wasn't there. God, these guys are such assholes. I mean, I get it. They're like picking off the kids on purpose, but still. I grabbed Larry's shoulder. Larry, listen! Mike's gone! Larry turned around slowly, his expression annoyed. Go back to your table, Billy, he snapped. This table is for counselors only. But what about Mike? I insisted shrilly. His stuff is gone. What happened to him? Is he okay? How should I know? Larry replied impatiently. Did they send him home? I asked, refusing to go back away until I had some kind of answer. Yeah, maybe. Larry shrugged and lowered his gaze. You spilled something on your shorts. Why are you looking me up and down, you weirdo? What? I can't hear you. Where'd it go? My heart was pounding so hard I could feel the blood pulsing in my temples. You really don't know what happened to Mike? I asked, feeling defeated. Larry shook his head. I'm sure he's fine, he replied, turning back to his pals. He probably went for a swim. Yeah, at night, alone. That's exactly what he did, without any camp. Oh my god. The scraggly-haired guy next to him snickered. Larry and some other counselors laughed too. I didn't think it was funny. I felt pretty sick and a little frightened. Don't the counselors... Don't the counselors at this camp care what happened to us? Clearly not. They were... These kids need to suck it up. Oh my god. Nobody needs all their blood. What's a little baseball? Jesus Christ. I made my way back to the table. They were passing out chocolate pudding for dessert, but I wasn't hungry. I told Colin, Jay, and Roger about Mike's dresser drawer being cleaned out, and about how Larry pretended he didn't know anything about it. They didn't get as upset about it as I was. Let me see. Uncle Al probably had to send Mike home because of his hand, Colin said quietly, spooning up his pudding. Why did I get 2 puddings? It was pretty swollen. But why wouldn't Larry tell me the truth? I asked, my stomach still feeling as if it had eaten a giant rock for dinner. Why did he say he didn't know what happened? Counselors don't like to talk about bad stuff, Jay said, slapping the top of his pudding with his spoon. He's like smacking the top of it. It might give us poor little kids nightmares. He filled his spoon with pudding, tilted it back, and flung a dark glob of pudding onto Roger's forehead. Jay, you're dead meat now, Roger cried, plunging his spoon into the chocolate goo. He shot a glob of it onto the front of Jay's sleeveless t-shirt. That started a pudding war that spread down the long table. There was no more talk about Mike. Man, nobody seemed to like that kid, did they? So where's the horror? I mean, I'm pretty sure they just ate Mike for dinner. That's pretty horrific. After dinner, Uncle Al talked about tent night and what a great time we were going to have sleeping in tents. Just be very quiet so the bears can't find you. Okay, so what do we have to pee during the night? Do we just pee? Medical bills. Seems more like of a horror for the parents than kids. Or they... I'm guessing this is the United States, so they're like, you know what's cheaper than raising a kid? We could take out insurance policies and then send them to this dangerous camp, and when they die, all of our debts will be paid off and no medical bills on top of it. We all ate Mike at one point or another. Then he and the counselors taught us the camp songs. What's the point of that? Uncle Al made us sing them over and over until we learned them. I didn't feel much like singing, but Jay and Roger began making up really gross words to the song. And pretty soon the whole bunch of us joined in, singing our own version of the song as loudly as we could. Later we were all making our way back down the hill towards our tent. It was a cool, clear night. A wash of pale stars covered a purple-black sky. I helped Colin down the hill. He was still seeing double. He's still seeing double? Like 6-something hours later? This child's going to die too. And feeling weak, Jay and Roger walked a few steps ahead of us, shoving each other with their shoulders. First to the left, then to the right. Suddenly, Jay turned back to Colin me. Tonight's the night, he whispered, a devilish grin spread across his face. Huh? What night? I demanded. Shh. He raised a finger to his lips. When everyone's asleep, Roger and I are going to go check out the forbidden bunk. He turned to Colin. You with us? No! Colin can't walk on his own and he's seeing double. Of course he's not going to go. Colin shook his head sadly. I don't think I can, Jay. Walking backwards in front of us, Jay locked eyes with mine. How about you, Billy? You coming? Why the fuck would I want to It's pretty clear that these guys do not care about our well-being, so the last thing I want to do is go wandering around in the woods at night towards a bunk that probably has some questionable material in it. And if we get caught, nobody knows we went there. Like, bunk 4 can just become the next forbidden bunk. Avoid medical bills. Perform your own surgery with a sewn kit. Oh my god. Kids are a renewable source. If he's weak and seen double 6 hours later, never mind calling his parents. Somebody get a shovel. Yeah, seriously. Oh my god, Artie. Alright, we're at chapter 10. 6 hours later. A shovel? Prep the wood chipper? No, that's how they made the sloppy joes, but we call them sloppy mikes. Oh. Oh my goodness. Ooh. Alright, so chapter 10 out of 22, so we got 12 chapters to go, guys. I hope you're in it for the long haul. Alright. I think I'm gonna stay with Colin, I told him. I heard Roger mutter something about me being a chicken. No, somebody really needs to stay with Colin if he slips into a fucking coma. Smarter, not harder, boys. Jay looked disappointed. You're gonna miss out, Jay said. That's okay. I'm kind of tired, I said. It was true. I felt so weary after this long day. Every muscle ached. Even my hair hurt. That's not how hair works. Jay and Roger made whispered plans all the way back to the tent. At the bottom of the hill, I stopped and gazed up at the forbidden bunk. It appeared to lean forward toward me in the pale starlight. I listened for the familiar howls that seemed to come from inside it, but tonight there was only heavy silence. The large plastic tents were lined up in the bunk area. I crawled into ours and laid down on top of my sleeping bag. The ground was really hard. I could see this was going to be a long night. Jay and Colin were messing around with their sleeping bags in the back of the tent. It seems weird without Mike here, I said, feeling a sudden chill. Now that you have more room all to your stuff, now you have more room to put your stuff, Jay replied casually. He sat hunched against the wall tent, his expression tense, his eyes on the darkness outside the tent door, which was left open a few inches. Larry was nowhere in sight. Colin sat quietly. He still wasn't feeling right. Yeah, this is bad. I shifted my weight and stretched out, trying to find a comfortable position. I really wanted to go to sleep, but I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep until after Jay and Roger returned from their adventure. Well, at least you're like a caring friend. Like, you actually care. I need to get a second bottle of wine. Oh, good. Somehow Sloppy Mikes sound even cheaper and pinker than Sloppy Joe's. I didn't think Sloppy Joe's could get any less healthy. Time moved slowly. It was cold outside, and the air was heavy and wet inside the tent. I stared up at the dark plastic tent walls. A bug crawled across my forehead? I squished it with my hand. Oh, God. I was about to say, you let it crawl across your forehead before you... across your forehead before you decided to do something. I could hear Jay and Colin whispering behind me, but I couldn't make out their words. Jay snickered nervously. I must have dozed off. An insistent whispering sound woke me up. It took me a while to realize it was someone whispering outside the tent. I lifted my head and saw Roger's face peering in. I sat up alert. Wish us luck, Jay whispered. Good luck, I whispered back, my voice clogged from sleep. In the darkness, I saw Jay's large, shadowy form crawl quickly to the tent door. He pushed it open, revealing a square of purple sky, then vanished into the darkness. I shivered. Let's sneak back to the bunk, I whispered to Colin. It's too cold out here, and the ground feels like solid rock. Colin agreed. We both scrambled out of the tent and made our way silently to our nice, warm bunk. Inside, we headed to the window to try to see Jay and Roger. They're gonna get caught, I whispered. I just know it. They won't get caught, Colin disagreed. But they won't see anything either. There's nothing to see up there. It's just a stupid cabin. Idiots. Actually, the Wesker thing kind of works with Colin because he seems pretty he seems very Wesker-esque. Insects on your face. At least somebody in this story has a conscience. He's definitely the next to go. Well, he's our narrator. He can't be the next to go. Poking my head out to the window, I could hear Jay and Roger giggling quiet. They are gonna get caught if they're like giggling some out in the darkness. The camp was so silent, so eerily silent. I could hear their whispers, their legs brushing through the tall grass. They better be quiet, Colin muttered, leaning against the window frame. They're making too much noise. They must be up the hill by now, I whispered. I stuck my head out as far as I could, but I couldn't see them. Colin started to reply, but the first scream made him stop. It was a scream of horror that cut through the silent air. Oh! I cried out and pulled my head out. Was that Jay or Roger? Was that Jay or Roger? Colin asked, his voice trembling. Does it matter? You just heard them scream. I've never made them myself, but every time I've had them made by other people, they're too thin and just end up a mess. I think with Sloppy Joes, I think you're supposed, besides like the meat, I think there's supposed to be more, I think there's supposed to be like other stuff in it, like onions or some type of vegetable. So my grandma made them when we were kids with turkey, I believe it was. But she always put other stuff in it, like onions and garlics and stuff like that. So it was like thicker. But again, I haven't had them since I was like 6 or 7, so it's been a long time since I've had something like that. The second scream was more terrifying than the first. Before it died down, I heard animal snarls, loud and angry like an eruption of thunder. Then I heard Jay's desperate plea, "Help us! Please, somebody help us!" Oh, they're gonna get pushed down by Saber. Sabers push you around. Well, I will. I don't know what. It was stuck in my head for all day today, so I knew it was gonna come up eventually. Dead narrator, definitely unheard of. Dear Diary, I seem to be dead. That seems to be a great writing prompt too. Like the first, all right, here's the first line. Get to writing. Then I heard, my heart thudded in my chest. I lurched to the cabin door and pulled it open. The hideous scream still ringing in my ear. I plunged out to the darkness, the dew-covered ground soaking my bare feet. Jay, where are you? I heard myself calling, but I didn't recognize my shrill, frightened voice. You never seem to recognize your voice when it's shrill or frightened. That was the same thing that happened earlier. If your family could afford to add stuff, it was awesome. Yeah, there was a horror that I can't think of the title where the narrator tells you they're dead in the first minute. It's not Warm Bodies, is it? I remember that book. I never saw the movie though. I read it because a couple of my friends were really into zombies at the time. I don't really remember much about it, though. I just remember it was a love story. Let's see. The hideous scream of I plunged in the darkness. Jay, where are you? Frightened voice. Then I saw a dark form running towards me, running bent over, arms outstretched. Jay! I cried. What is it? What happened? He ran up to me, still bent forward, his face twisted in horror, his eyes wide and unblinking. His bushy hair appeared to stand straight up. It got Roger, he moaned, his chest heaving. Oh no, that character we just met last chapter is gone and dead. No. His face twisted in horror, his eyes wide and unblinking. Oh, I got Roger, his chest heaving. What did? I demanded. What was it? Colin asked right behind me. I don't know, as I stuttered. It tore Roger to pieces. Wow. A 12-year-old got torn to pieces. Jay uttered a loud. This is the first. I think this is the first Goosebumps where a kid got killed, and pretty gruesomely too, or at least the second. There's a couple of them. This about a lady who thinks her husband killed her. Oh, okay, I see. Jay uttered a loud sob, and then he opened his eyes and spun around in terror. Here it comes, he shrieked. Now it's coming after us. Unless it's Roger. In the pale starlight, I saw Jay's eyes roll up in his head. His knees collapsed, and he began to slump to the ground. I grabbed him before he fell and dragged him into the cabin. Colin slammed the door behind us. Once inside, Jay recovered slowly. The three of us froze in place and listened hard. Listened hard? I was still holding on to Jay's heaving shoulders. He was as pale bedsheet. I think it's supposed to say he was as pale as a bedsheet. But it says he was as pale bedsheet. and his breath came out in short, frightened moans. We listened, silence. The air hung frozen, and still nothing. Nothing moved. That scared the shit out of me. It was quiet before someone revved their fucking engine. No footsteps, no animal approaching, just Jay's frightened moans and the pounding of my heart. And then, somewhere far in the distance, I heard the howl, soft and low at first, then rising on the wind. A howl that chilled my blood and made me cry out, "It's Saber!" "Don't let it get me, bro!" Jay shrieked, covering his face with his hands. He dropped to his knees on the cabin floor. "Don't let it get me!" I raised my eyes to Colin, who was huddled against the wall, away from the window. "We have to get Larry," I managed to choke out. "We have to get help." "What makes you think Larry would help you? He hasn't helped you at all since here." I caught a typo. Hi, Vivi. Yeah, I catch those every once in a while in these old ones, but again, it's an old kid's book, so from the 90s. So it happens. All right. We have to get help. "But how?" Colin demanded in a trembling voice. "Don't let it get me, bro!" Jay repeated, crumbling on the floor. "It isn't coming here," I told him, trying to sound certain, trying to sound soothing. "We're okay inside the bunk, Jay. It isn't coming here." "But it got Roger and..." Jay started, his entire body convulsed in a shudder of terror. Thinking about Roger, I felt a stab of fear in my chest. Was it really true? Was it true that Roger had been attacked by some kind of creature? That he had been slashed to pieces? I heard the screams from the hillside, two blood-curdling screams. They'd been so loud, so horrifying. Hadn't anyone else in camp heard them too? Hadn't any other kids heard Roger's cry? Hadn't any counselors heard? Well, the counselors don't fucking care, Billy. We know that. At least struck Earth out of nowhere. What? Friday morning gym. Oh, that's that's a good prompt, silly palm. I was frozen in place and listened. Silence. The whisper of the breeze rustling the tree leaves. No voices, no cries of alarm, no hurried footsteps. I hurried back towards the others. Colin had helped Jay to his bunk. "Where can Larry be?" Colin asked. His eyes, for once not hidden behind the silver sunglasses, showed real fear. "Where can everyone be?" I asked, crossed my arms over my chest, and started to pace back and forth in the small space between the beds. "There isn't a sound out there." I saw Jay's eyes go wide with horror. He was staring at the open window. "The creature!" he cried. "Here it comes! It's coming through the window! Oh, it's coming through the window!" Oh my god. All three of us gaped in horror at the open window, but no creature jumped in. As I stared, frozen at the center of the cabin, I could see only darkness and the fringe of pale stars. Outside in the trees, crickets started up a shrill clatter. There was no other sound. Did he see? Oh, he was seeing things. Poor Jay was so frightened and upset he was seeing things. Somehow Colin and I got him a little calmed down. We had made him take off his sneakers and lie down on his bed. Probably should keep the sneakers on just in case, they have to run suddenly so his feet aren't torn up. Colin and I wanted to run for help, but we were too frightened to go outside. The three of us were up all night. Larry never showed up. Except for the crickets and the brush of the wind through the trees, the camp was silent. I think I must have finally dozed off before dawn. I had strange nightmares about fires and people trying to run away. I was awakened by Colin shaking me hard. "Breakfast," he said hoarsely. "Hurry, we're late." There's more important things than breakfast right now. One of our friends got tore the fuck up. I sat up groggily. "Where's Larry?" "He never showed," Colin replied, motioning to Larry's unused bunk. "We've got to find him. We've got to tell him what happened." Oh, that's... We've got to find it. We got to tell him what happened, Jay cried, hurrying to the cabin door with his sneakers untied. Colin and I stumbled after him, both of us only half awake. It was a cool gray morning. The sun was trying hard to poke through the high white clouds. The three of us stopped halfway up the hill to the mess hall. Reluctantly, our eyes searched the ground around the forbidden bunk. I don't know what I expected to see, but there was no sign of Roger. No sign of any struggle, no dried blood on the ground. The tall grass wasn't bent or matted down. Weird. Weird, I heard Jay mutter, shaking his head. That's weird. I tugged his arm to get him moving, and we hurried the rest of the way up the lodge. The mess hall was as noisy as ever. Kids were laughing and shouting to each other. It all seemed perfectly normal. I guess that no one had made an announcement about Roger yet. Some of the kids called to Colin and me, but we ignored them and searched for Roger, moving quickly through the aisles between tables. No sign of him. I had a heavy, queasy feeling in my stomach as we hurried to the counselor's table in the corner. Larry glanced up from his big plate of scrambled eggs and bacon as the three of us advanced on him. What happened to Roger? Is he okay? Where were you last night? Roger and I were attacked. We were afraid to go find you. All three of us bombarded Larry at once. His face was filled with confusion as he raised both hands to silence us. Whoa, take a breath, guys. What are you talking about? Roger! Jay screamed, his voice turning bright red. The creature! It jumped on him! And Larry glanced at the other counselors at the table, who looked as confused as he did. Creature? What creature? Larry demanded. It attacked Roger! Jerry screamed. It was coming after me and... Larry stared up at Jay. Someone was attacked? I don't think so, Jay. He turned to the counselor next to him, a pudgy boy named Derek. Did you hear anything in your area? Derek shook his head. Then you must be lying. I know we have a child that's missing, but we don't do head counts, so it could be more than just one, so Camp Lubby Chutter was not so chutterific after all. God damn it. I am the pretty thing that lives in the house. I think I've seen that. It sounds familiar. I'll have to rewatch it to know for sure. Isn't Roger in your group? Larry asked Derek. Larry shook his head. Not in my group. But Roger, Jerry insisted. We didn't get any report about any attack, Larry said. Therefore, it didn't happen. If a camper was attacked by a bear or something, we'd hear about it. You're hearing about it now, you fucking idiot! And we'd hear a noise, Derek offered. You know, screams or something. I heard screams, I told them. We both heard screams, Colin added quickly, and Jay came running back, crying for help. Well, why did anyone else hear it? Larry demanded, turning his gaze on Jay. His expression changed. Where did this happen and when? He asked suspiciously. Jay's face darkened to a deep red. After lights out, he admitted. Roger and I went up to the forbidden bunk and... Are you sure it wasn't a bear? Hey! There's a kid who's possibly maimed or dead somewhere. Maybe you should be a little more, scared or upset about that fact. Some bears were spotted downriver yesterday afternoon. We didn't feel like it was important to warn you guys about the proximity of a bear that could possibly attack you. It was a creature, Jay screamed angrily. You shouldn't have been out, Larry said, shaking his head. Why won't you listen to me? Jay screamed. Roger was attacked. This big thing jumped on him and we would have heard something. Oh my God, Derek, shut up. Glancing at Larry. Yeah, Larry agreed. The counselors were all up here at the lodge. We would have heard any screams. But Larry, you've got to check it out. This is so infuriating. Like, I'm sure they're in on it. Like, they're trying to, like, pick off the kids, but it's still, they're not even trying to pretend like, oh no, everything's fine, kids. In front of my work computer and other people across the world, and Jenny is here reading some nonsensical youth horror to us across the magic space. The internet is a beautiful, wonderful thing, isn't it? You've got to check it out. Jay isn't making it up. It really happened. Okay, okay, Larry replied, raising his hands as if surrendering. I'll go ask Uncle Al about... Why? So if none of the counselors heard or witnessed it, it means it didn't happen. Never mind the fact that the child is nowhere to be found. I mean, granted, they probably don't even care what this child... Or they probably never learned this child's name or remember his face, so... After breakfast, I want to finish my bacon and my eggs. I'll see you guys at morning swim later. I'll report what Uncle Al says. But Larry, Jay pleaded, I'll ask Uncle Al. Larry said firmly, if anything happened last night, he'll know about it. He raised a strip of bacon to his mouth and chewed on it. I think you just had a bad nightmare or something. Oh, all of us had the exact same nightmare. I think that would be more disconcerting than actually seeing and hearing a child be ripped apart. It wasn't a nightmare, Jay cried shrilly. Larry turned his back on us and continued eating his breakfast. Don't you care? Jerry screamed at him. Don't you care what happens to us? I saw that a lot of the kids had stopped eating their breakfast and to gawk at us. I pulled Jay away and tried to get him to go to our table, but he insisted on searching the entire mess hall again. I know Roger isn't here, he insisted. He can't be. Just scream out his name if he's like, hey, here, there we go. For a second time, the three of us made our way up and down the aisle between the tables, studying every face. One thing for sure, Roger was nowhere to be seen. The sun burned through the high clouds just as we reached the waterfront for morning swim. I think I'd refuse to do anything that the counselors told me to do. I was like, bitch, no, I'm not doing shit. I'm not doing anything you say because you clearly don't care about us. The thick leafy shrubs along the riverbank glistened wetly in the white glare of the sunlight. I dropped my towel under a bush and turned to the gently flowing green water. I bet it's cold this morning, I said to Colin, who was retying the strings on his swim trunks. How's Colin doing? They kind of haven't brought up whether or not this child is feeling better or not. I mean, he was seeing double for hours after being hit in the back of the head. I'm so worried about these kids. Let's see. I just want to go back to the bunk and go to sleep, Colin said, plucking at a knot. He wasn't seeing double any longer, but he was tired from being up all night. Several guys were already wading into the river. They were complaining about the cold water splashing each other and shoving each other forward. Where's Larry? Jay demanded breathlessly, pushing his way through the clump of shrubs to get to us. Yeah, why should these kids have any type of chaperone when they're in deep water? I hate this shit. His red hair was a mess, half of it standing straight up on the side of his head. His eyes were red-rimmed and bloodshot. Where's Larry? He promised he'd be here, Jay said, frantically searching the waterfront. Here I am. The three of us spun around as Larry appeared from the bushes behind us. He was wearing baggy green camp night moon swim trunks. Well, Jay demanded, what did Uncle Al say? What about Roger? Larry's expression was serious. His eyes locked on Jay's. Uncle Al and I went all around the forbidden bunk, he told Jay. There wasn't any attack there. There couldn't have been. But it got Roger, Jay cried shrilly. It slashed him. I saw it. Larry shook his head, his eyes still burning into Jay's. That's the other thing, he said softly. Uncle Al and I went up to the office and checked the records, Jay, and there is no camper this year named Roger. Not a first or middle name. No Roger at all. Oh, so all these kids are having mass hallucinations, huh? So are they just gonna gaslight these kids when they keep asking about, I don't know if they bring up Mike who? Jay's mouth dropped open and he uttered a low gasp. three of us stared in disbelief at Larry, letting this startled news sink in. Someone's made a mistake, Jay finally said, his voice trembling with emotion. We searched the mess hall for him, Larry, and he's gone. Roger isn't here. He never was here, Larry said without any emotion at all. I just don't believe this, Jay cried. How about a swim, guys? Larry said, motioning to the water. Well, what do you think? I demanded of Larry. I couldn't believe he was being so calm about this. What do you think happened last night? That's your question? Not, did you forget that that more than just Jay interacted with this kid? Like, kids are the easiest to gaslight. What about Larry? Larry shrugged. I don't know what to think, he replied, his eyes on the cluster of swimmers farthest from the shore. Maybe you guys are trying to pull some weird joke on me? Huh? Is that what you think? Jerry cried. That it's a joke? Larry shrugged again. Swim time, guys. Get some exercise, okay? Let's just stop talking about this child that very obviously went missing. Jay started to say more, but Larry quickly turned and went running into the green water. He took 4 or 5 running steps off the shore, then dived, pulling himself quickly through the water, taking long, steady strokes. I'm not going in, Jay insisted angrily. I'm going back to the bunk. His face was bright red. His chin was trembling. I could see that he was about to cry. He turned and began running through the bushes, dragging his towel along the ground. Hey, wait up! Colin went running after him. I stood there trying to decide what to do. I didn't want to follow Jay to the bunk. There wasn't anything I could do to help him. I don't know, maybe be a supportive friend and go with him? Maybe a cold swim will make me feel better, I thought. Maybe nothing will make me feel better, I told myself glumly. Staring out at the other guys in the water, Larry and other counselors were setting up a race. I could hear them discussing what kind of strokes should be used. They all seemed to be having a great time, I thought, watching them line up. So why aren't I? Why have I been so frightened and unhappy since I arrived here? Why? Gee, I wonder, what is it about what's been going on since you showed up, or even before? Can we revisit the white? Okay, I'll see if I can find a whiteboard to set up behind me so we can set up. All right, kid, main character. All right. So Colin is the one with the glasses that I turned into Wesker. He's the one that got beamed in the back of the head by Larry. Billy's the main character. He actually fell off at the beginning of the story. He actually fell and cracked his own head when they were attacked by whatever the fuck that they never explained at the beginning after they were dropped off by the bus. Little Mike is the one who got bit by the snake and then disappeared. Jay is the cool kid, the one that was like hitting on ladies that we apparently forgot about. By the way, I was like, oh yeah, there was a girl camp I completely forgot about. Larry's the camp counselor who's apparently really tall and is a psycho who hits kids and watches them change, which is weird. So, all right, and then there was Dawn. And what was the other? And then there was another little girl's name, but I don't remember. But they might be incidental. They might even not show up to the until the end of the book. Wow, I can't believe I was able to keep track of all that. Why don't the other campers see how weird and frightening this place is? Maybe because that shit's not happening to them for whatever reason. I need a swim. I decided, man, fuck my friends. I don't really care. I took a step towards the water, but someone reached out from the bushes and grabbed me roughly from behind. I started to scream and protest, but my attacker quietly clamped a hand over my mouth to silence me. Chapter 14. By the way, I read through 13 because it looks like it was really short. We're halfway through, you guys. Is there a gas leak at this campsite? Alright. I tried to pull away, but I'd been caught off guard. As the hands tugged me, I lost my balance and was pulled back into the bushes. Is this a joke? What's going on? I wondered. Suddenly, as I tried to tug myself free, the hands let go. I went sailing headfirst into the clump of fat green leaves. Jeez. It took me a long moment to pull myself up, and when I spun around to face my attacker, Dawn. So that's the girl who got hit in the back of the head. A lot of kids are getting hit in the back of the head with the little green ball that Jay threw at the beginning, like the sticky ball. I cried. Shh! She leapt forward and clamped a hand over my mouth again. Duck down, she whispered urgently. They'll see you. I obediently ducked behind the low bush. She let go of me again and moved back. She was wearing a blue one-piece bathing suit. It was wet. Her blonde hair was also wet, dripping down onto her bare shoulders. Dawn, what are you doing here? I whispered, settling onto my knees. Before Dawn could reply, another figure in a bathing suit moved quickly from the bushes, crouching low. Dory, that was. It was Dawn's friend Dory. We swam over early this morning, Dory whispered, nervously pushing her curly red hair out of her face. We waited here in the bushes. But it's not allowed, I said, unable to hide my confusion. If you're caught, we have to... Oh, sorry, that's right. I was going to make Dawn... We have to talk to you, Dawn interrupted. I forgot I was going to make them Valley Girls. Raising her head to peek over the bushes to the top, then quickly ducking back down. We decided we would risk it. Why? What's wrong? I stammered. A red and black bug crawled up my shoulder. I brushed it away. It's the girls' camp. It's a nightmare, Dory whispered. Everyone calls it Camp Nightmare instead of Camp Night Moon, Dawn added. Strange things have been happening. I gaped at her. Not far from us in the water, I can hear the shouts and splashes of the swim race beginning. What kind of strange things? Scary things, Dory replied, her expression solemn. Hello, police. Better leaves than baseball. Impressive run on the characters. Oh, okay. Girls have disappeared. I mean, it's so difficult to keep track of 4 children, Dawn told me. I know I said that before, but Jesus. Just vanished from sight. And no one seems to care, Dory added in a trembling whisper. I don't believe it, I uttered. Oh, okay. I thought he was saying, nuh-uh. The same thing has happened here at the boys' camp, I swallowed hard. Remember Mike? Both girls nodded. Mike disappeared, I told them. They removed his stuff and he just disappeared. Unbelievable, Dory said. 3 girls are gone. 3 girls are gone from our camp, even though we said that there were 4 girls earlier. I think they forgot about that. They announced that one was attacked by a bear. Look, if something like that happened in a normal, they would send the kids home. They wouldn't keep them there after the bear attack. I'm just saying. What about the other 2? I asked. Just gone, Dawn replied, the words catching in her throat. I could hear whistles blowing in the water. The race had ended. Another one was being organized. The sun disappeared once again behind the high white clouds, shadows lengthening and growing darker. I told them quickly about Roger and Jay and the attack at the forbidden bunk. They listened in open-mouth silence. That's just like our camp, Dawn said. We have to do something, Dory said heatedly. We have to get together, the boys and the girls, Dawn whispered, peering once again over the top of the leaves. We have to make a plan. You mean escape? I asked, not really understanding. The 2 girls nodded. We can't stay here. God, Dawn said grimly. Idiot. Every day another girl disappears, and the counselors act as if nothing is happening. I think they want us to get killed or something, Dory added with emotion. Have you written to your parents? I asked. We write every day, Dory replied, but we haven't heard from them. Probably because they're not being sent. Oh, Dawn. I was thinking... You were thinking D-O-N? This is an interesting name for a girl. I suddenly realized that I hadn't received any mail from my parents either. They had both promised to write every day, but I had been at camp for nearly a week. Not even a full week, and kids keep disappearing? Man, they are not subtle with this shit. Visitors' Day is next week, I said. Our parents will be here. We can tell them everything. It may be too late for that, Dawn said grimly. Everyone is so scared, Dory declared. I haven't slept in 2 nights. I hear these horrible screams outside every night. I didn't catch... Oh, you didn't catch it. I got you. Another whistle blew, closer to the shore. I could hear the swimmers returning. Morning swim was ending. I don't know what to say, I told them. You've got to be careful. Don't get caught. We'll swim back up to the girls' camp when everyone is left, Dawn said. But we have to meet again, Billy. We have to get more guys together. You know, maybe if we all get organized. Her voice trailed off. There's something going bad in this camp, Dory said with a shiver narrowing her eyes. Something evil. I know. I agreed. I could hear the boys' voices now, close by, just on the other side of the leafy bushes. I've got to go. We'll try to meet here again the day after tomorrow, Dawn whispered. Be careful, Billy. Why are they waiting for the day after tomorrow? That seems like when kids are disappearing every night, like, it seems like a long period of time where they're not meeting. Ow. They slipped back deeper into the bushes. Crouching low, I made my way from the shore. When I was past the clump of bushes, I stood up and began to run. I couldn't wait to tell Colin and Jay about what the girls had said. I felt frightened and excited at the same time. I thought maybe it would make Jay feel a little better to know that the same kind of horrible things were happening across the river to the girls' camp. Halfway to the bunks, I had an idea. I stopped and turned towards the lodge. I suddenly remember seeing a payphone on the wall on the side of the building. Someone had told me that the phone was the only one the campers were allowed to use. I'll call Mom and Dad, I decided. Why hadn't I thought about it before? I don't know. You kind of think of the dumbest stuff. Oh, you need to go to sleep. I'm sorry, Adam. Good night. I mean, I might have to pick this up. What chapter am I on? Well, it says I'm on chapter 14. I'm 60% done. We'll see how things go. I can call my parents. I can tell them everything. I can tell them to come and get me, and they could get Jay, Dawn, Colin, and Dory too. Behind me, I saw my group heading towards the scratch ball field, their swimming towels slung over their shoulders. I wondered if anyone had noticed I was missing. Jay and Colin were missing too, I told myself. Larry and the others probably think I'm with them. I watched them trooping across the tall grass in 2s and 3s. Then I turned and started jogging up the hill towards the lodge. The idea of calling home had cheered me up already. I was so eager to hear my parents' voices, so eager to tell them the strange things that were happening here. Would they believe me? Of course they would. My parents always believed me, because they trusted me. As I ran up the hill, the dark payphone came into view on the white lodge wall. I started to run at full speed. I wanted to fly to the phone. I hope Mom and Dad are home, I thought. They've got to be home. I was panting loudly as I reached the wall. I lowered my hands to my knees and crouched there for a moment, waiting to catch my breath. Then I reached up to take the receiver down and gasped. The payphone was plastic. Just a stage prop, a phony. It was a thin sheet of molded plastic held to the wall by a nail to make it look like a real phone. It wasn't real. It was fake. They don't want us to call out, I thought, with a sudden chill. My heart thudded, my head spinning in disappointment, and I turned away from the wall and bumped right into Uncle Al. Man, this has got to be like the stupidest whatever child sacrifice thing, whatever. If you don't want kids to call home or even give them the illusion, just tell them, hey, no calling home, just letters. You don't need to put up a freaking Fisher-Price toy on the wall. How much longer is it? Well, I'm at chapter 15. There are 15. There are 22 chapters. So what I can do, since I've noticed like there are people like dropping off, I can like cut it for tonight and then pick it back up. Oh shit, I'm gonna be out of town next week. Maybe I can do maybe I can do a midweek stream to finish it off. Yeah, that's probably what I'll end up doing. That way it's done and you guys don't have to wait 2 weeks in order. Is the story really long, or does it seem that long because we had so many side stories? Probably because it's a side it's side story. Well, let's see. I started with, let's see. Well, I had 14 people watching, and now it's down to 7. So there is a lot of people. There's a lot of people who probably were tired, and I kind of feel like you tend to notice when people are starting to like get tired or possibly falling asleep on stream, because I'll watch the I'll watch the stream just very slowly like reduce to from like everybody talking to less people talking to like maybe one or two of you guys are chatting. Like some people would still be listening. Like Darby plays a game or usually plays games when she's listening and interacts when she has a moment. but but I know a lot of people tend to like, I'm falling asleep, and they'll wake up after the stream. So yeah, let's see here. 100. Oh, let me see. Chapter 90. So I'm on page 90, and there's 133. So it'd be another 43. Okay. Yeah, I should. Yeah, hold on. What time is it? I don't know. It's still kind of early, isn't it? Aren't my streams longer than this? Oop, sorry. I'm just checking how long I've been doing this. Oh wow, it's only 4.5. Wow. You guys must have had a really long week. My poor babies. I'm normally night owl, but I had been up today. Choices. So it looks like chapter 16 is an even 100. So I can read one more chapter and then end it, and then I can do another stream sometime later on in the week. I'm trying to think of when, maybe like a Wednesday evening or a Tuesday evening, something that there's some point where you guys can keep up, and hell, maybe I can get people who normally don't show up or can't show up catch the video later if you put it up. My boss is on vacation. I've been at my computer 12 hours a day. How much longer are you stuck on your computer today? Yes, Sardi. Yeah, this one. So chapter 15 looks like it's 10 pages long, which is kind of weird. Jennifer. Of course I'm gonna do what you guys are the ones I'm entertaining. Like again, I'm a night owl. I start these streams later at night for me, and they usually end on my end like 1 or 2 in the morning, so it's fine. But let's see here. So I'll do one more chapter, check in to see how everybody's feeling, and if it's like, oh, we're all tired, I'll come back to it in a couple days or so. It feels like you've gone later. It feels early to me anyway, or maybe I'm just full of energy. I have a 3-day weekend. Ooh, lucky you. It's always fun to have 3-day weekends. Oh, Sunday. You know, I probably do it Sunday evening, because I have a late day the next day. All right, well let's continue on with 15, and then we can always end it at 16, and then I'll pick it back up later on in the week. Okay. Chapter 15. Billy, what are you doing up here? Uncle Al asked. He was wearing baggy green camp shorts and a sleeveless white t-shirt that revealed his meaty pink arms. I was up until like 2 a.m. Yeah, that is true. I have been up since 2 a.m. or until 2 a.m. He carried a brown clipboard filled with papers. Where are you supposed to be? I wanted to make a phone call, I stammered, taking a step back. I wanted to call my parents. He eyed me suspiciously and fingered his yellow mustache. Really? Yeah, I just wanted to tell him I said hi, I told him, but the phone. Uncle Al followed my gaze to the plastic phone. He chuckled. Someone put that up as a joke, he said, grinning. Did it fool you? Yeah, I admitted, feeling my face grow hot. I raised my eyes to his. Where's the real phone? His grin faded. His expression turned serious. No phone, he replied sharply. Campers aren't allowed to call out. It's a rule, Billy. Oh, I didn't know what to say. Are you really homesick? Uncle Al asked softly. I nodded. Well, go write your mom and dad a long letter, he said. It'll make you feel a lot better. Okay, I said. I didn't think it would make me feel better, but I wanted to get away from Uncle Al. He raised his clipboard and gazed at it. Where are you supposed to be right now? He asked. Scratchball, I think, I replied. I didn't feel too well, see, so I... When is your canoe trip? He asked, not listening to me. He flipped through the sheets of paper on the clipboard, glancing over them quickly. Canoe trip? I hadn't heard about any canoe trip. Tomorrow, he said, answering his own question. Your group goes tomorrow. Are you excited? He lowered his eyes to mine. I really didn't know about it, I confessed. Lots of fun, he exclaimed enthusiastically. The river doesn't look like much up here, but it gets pretty exciting a few miles down. You'll find yourself in some good rapids. I'm a child. I do not need to be going river rapid. It's the real medical kit. Nothing safer than the random adult who makes you call them uncle. Yeah, that's a real good point. He squeezed my shoulder briefly. You'll enjoy it, he said, grinning. Everybody always enjoys the canoe trip. Great, I said. I tried to sound a little excited, but my voice came out flat and uncertain. Uncle Al gave me a wave with his clipboard and headed around toward the front of the lodge, taking long strides. I stood there watching him until he disappeared around the corner of the building. Then I made my way down to the hill to the bunk. I found Colin and Jay on the grass at the side of the cabin. Colin had his shirt off and was sprawled on his back, his hands behind his head. Jay sat cross-legged beside him, nervously pulling up long, slender strands of grass, then tossing them down. Come inside, I told them, glancing around to make sure nobody could hear. They followed me into the cabin and I closed the door. What's up? Colin asked, dropping into his bunk. He picked up his red bandana and twisted it in his hands. Oh, I forgot he was the one that had the bandana. You know what a medical kit means? Rubbing alcohol. Woo. Is scratchball a real game? I'm not a huge sport. You know what? I don't know. I mean, if it's not, he certainly came up with a convincing thing that sounds real. I told them about Dawn and Dory and what they had reported about the girls' camp. Colin and Jay both reacted in shock. They really swam over here and waited for you? That's so hot, man. I nodded. I think we have to get organized or escape or something, I said. They could be in big trouble, or they could be in big trouble if they get caught, Jay said thoughtfully. We're all in big trouble, I told them. We have to get out. Visitor's Day is next week, Colin muttered. I'm gonna write my parents right now, I said, pulling out the case from under my bunk where I kept my paper and pens. I'm going to tell them I have to come home on Visitor's Day. I guess I will too, Jay said, tapping his fingers nervously against the bunk frame. Me too, Colin agreed. It's just too weird here. Every kid leaves Camp Riddleskin with a smile on their face. But apparently scratchball involves Velcro gloves. Oh, they screwed up on that part. So it's not just weird catch. I pulled out a couple sheets of paper and sat down on the bed to write. Dawn and Dory were really scared, I told them. So am I, Jay admitted. I started to write my letter. I wrote, Dear Mom and Dad, help! And then stopped. I raised my eyes across the cabin to Jay and Colin. Do you guys know about the canoe trip tomorrow? I asked. It's a no contact game. Catch the ball with your Velcro glove. I think I had something like that, but my sisters and I did, like, my sisters and siblings, whatever, and I just played catch with it because it was like a, maybe it's the same thing. It was like a circle thing with Velcro on it, and the ball would stick to it. But we would throw it at each other and like we'd catch it with the, man. That shit was fun. Sorry, I forgot all about that until you said it involved a, comes from the welcome gloves. This is why I'll play the Corey. I've been wanting to play that, and I've been wanting to play maybe Kids Are Dying is a better opener than Help. I've been wanting to play the first one, Until Dawn. Ooh. You guys want to see me lose my shit in fear. That game terrified me. They stared back at me, their expression surprised. Whoa, Colin declared. A 3-mile hike this afternoon and a canoe trip tomorrow? It was my turn to be surprised. Hike? What hike? Aren't you coming on it? Jay asked. You know that really tall counselor, Frank? The one who wears the yellow cap? Oh, you know that really tall counselor, Frank. The one who wears the yellow cap, Colin asked. He told Jay and me we were going on a 3-mile hike after lunch. No one told me, I replied, chewing on the end of my pen. Maybe you're not in the hike group, Jay said. You'd better ask Frank at lunch, Colin suggested. Maybe he couldn't find you. Maybe you're supposed to come too. I groaned. Who wants to go on a 3-mile hike in this heat? I would say, don't ask Frank and follow them to see if they're actually taking them on a 3-mile hike or not. But then again, I'm an adult, and if I saw something weird like that, that probably would have been what I welcome gloves. I knew what you, weirdly enough, even though you wrote welcome gloves, I knew you meant Velcro. Colin and Jay both shrugged. Frank said we'd really like it, Colin told me, nodding the red bandana. I just want to get out of here, I said, returning to my letter. I wrote quickly, intensely. I wanted to tell my parents all the frightening, strange things that had happened. Have they seen the counselors leave and take the letters with them? Have they seen a male person come and pick up stuff? Yes, Artie. I see you put my name. Wait until Undawn is released on Current. Oh, okay. Current Gen. I wanted to tell my parents all the frightening, strange things that had happened. I wanted to make them see why I couldn't stay at Camp Night Moon. I had written nearly a page and a half, and it was up to the part where Jay and Roger went out to explore the forbidden bunk when Larry burst in. You guys taking the day off? He asked, his eyes going from one of us. You on vacation or something? Yeah. We're at camp. It's supposed to be a child vacation. So yes, we are on fucking vacation, Larry, you dumbass. Welcome gloves sound warm and inviting, like visiting an old friend. Just hanging out, Jay replied. I folded up my letter and started to tuck it under my pillow. I didn't want Larry to see it. I realized I didn't trust Larry at all. I had no reason to. Yeah, no shit. What are you doing, Billy? He asked suspiciously, his eyes stopping on the letter I was shoving under my pillow. Just writing home, I replied softly. You homesick or something? He asked, a grin spreading across his face. He's a 12-year-old kid who's freaked out because you guys don't seem to give a shit about him and people are dropping like flies. He watched you hit a kid in the back of the head. Your phone decided to put on Chekhov from Star Trek Belter. I might join Old Man Adam in a bit. Yeah, like I said, I think I'm gonna finish this chapter and then cut the stream and then I'll pick it back up later on in the week. Maybe, I muttered. Well, it's lunchtime, guys, he announced. Let's hustle, okay? We all climbed out of our bunks. You should not leave that letter. Colin and let's see. Colin and Jay are going on a hike with Frank this afternoon, I heard, Larry said. Lucky guys. He turned and started out the door. Larry, I called to him. Hey, Larry, what about me? Am I supposed to go on the hike too? Not today, he called back. But why not? I said. But Larry disappeared out the door. I turned back to my two bunkmates. Lucky guys, I teased them. They both growled back at me in reply. Then we headed up to the hill for lunch. It seems creepy that they're like separating these kids. Ooh, they serve pizza for lunch, which usually is my favorite, but today the pizza was cold and tasted like cardboard. They must have ordered from Domino's. Ew. And the cheese stuck to the roof of my mouth. Ooh. I wasn't really hungry. I kept thinking about Dawn and Dory, how frightened they were, how desperate. I wondered when I'd see them again. I wonder if they would swim over and hide at the boys' camp again before Visitors' Day. You know when they're going to be back. They told you when they were going to come back. Jesus, kids. Jen, should I send you Prey? Do you want to play it? Is it a multiple player game? I'll play it. Hell yeah, I'll play it. Let's see here. After lunch, Frank came to our tables to pick up Jay and Colin. I asked him if I was supposed to come too. You weren't on the list, Billy, he said, scratching at a mosquito bite on his neck. I can only take 2 at a time, you know. The trail gets a little dangerous. Dangerous? Jay asked, climbing up from the table. Frank grinned at him. You're a big, strong guy, he told Jay. You'll do okay. I watched Frank lead Colin and Jay out of the mess hall. Our table was empty now, except for a couple of blonde-haired guys I didn't know who were arm wrestling down at the end near the wall. I pushed my tray away and stood up. I wanted to go back to the bunk and finish the letter to my parents, but as I took a few steps towards the door, I felt a hand on my shoulder. I turned to see Larry grinning down at me. Tennis tournament, he said. Huh? I reacted in surprise. Billy, you're representing Bunk 4 in the tennis tournament, Larry said. Didn't you see the lineup? It was posted on the assignment board. But I'm a terrible tennis player, I protested. We're counting on you, Larry replied. Get a racket and get your bod to the courts. Your bod? Weird. Praise single player. Oh, that's right. Didn't you say... Is that the one that where the creature can hide as anything, like a chair or a banana or something like that? Take that, Domino's. Shots fired at the top. Look, I haven't had Domino's in like 15 years, but the last time I did, it was disgusting, and I found a hair in my pizza, so I was like, ugh. That's no. Domino's is still too rich for them. They're giving these kids Little Caesars. Oh, I'd like to think Mr. Domino is watching the stream. That's a callback. Man, a lot of people are watching my stream. I didn't know. Are there enough kids? That's a great question. I want to know. You see, what I wanted to see is them doing a head count at the mess hall, because they were like, hey, how many kids were here today? Okay, how many here were here yesterday? Shit, there's 4 kids missing. We really are dropping like flies. I spent the afternoon playing tennis. I beat a little kid in straight sets. I had a feeling he had never held a tennis racket before. Then I lost a long, hard-fought match to one of the blonde-haired boys who'd been arm wrestling at lunch. Why are you even trying? I think I would have just done the thing where I was like, again, like the scratch ball thing. I'm like, oh no, I lost. I tried so hard, dag nabbit. I was drowning in sweat, and every muscle in my body ached when the match was over. I headed to the waterfront for a refreshing swim. Then I returned to the bunk, changed into jeans and a green right from the pond into into clothing. Jeans and a Camp Night Moon t-shirt, and finished my letter to my parents. It was nearly dinner time. Jay and Colin weren't back from their hike yet. I decided to go up to the lodge and mail my letter. As I headed up the hill, I saw clusters of kids hurrying to their bunks to change for dinner, but no sight but no sign of my two bunkmates. Holding the letter tightly, I headed around the back of the lodge building where the camp offices were located. The door was wide open, so I walked in. A young woman was usually behind the counter to answer questions and take letters to be mailed. "Anyone here?" I called, leaning over the counter, peering at the tiny back room, which was dark. No reply. "Anyone here?" I repeated, clutching the envelope. Nope. The office was empty. Disappointed, I started to leave, and then I glimpsed the large burlap sack on the floor just inside the tiny back room. The mailbag! I decided to put my letter in the bag with the others to be mailed. I slipped around the counter into the back room and crouched down to put my letter in the bag. To my surprise, the mailbag was stuffed full with letters. As I pulled the bag open and started to shove my letter inside, a bunch of letters fell out onto the floor. I started to scoop them up when one letter caught my eye. It was mine, addressed to my parents. One that I had written yesterday. "Weird," I muttered aloud. Bending over the bag, I reached in and pulled out a big handful of letters. I sifted through them quickly. I found a letter Colin had written. Pulled out another pile. Then my eyes fell upon two other letters I'd written nearly a week ago when I first arrived at camp. I stared at them, feeling a cold chill run down my back. All of our letters we had written since the first day of camp were here, in this mailbag. None of them had been mailed. We couldn't call home. And we couldn't write home. Frantically, my hands trembling, I began shoving the envelopes back into the mailbag. What is going on here? I wondered. What is going on? I mean, it's not really that surprising, is it? Like, your friends are disappearing after they showed a lack of care. Like, why? Someone is going to take a tennis ball to the head. There goes another kid, because this kid is likely wimpy and delicate. Oh wait, I hit chapter 16 already. That was not 10 pages, was it? I guess it had to have been. Let's see. Well, hold on. Chapter 16 is super short, so I'll finish up chapter 16 and then we'll book it for the rest of the day. Mike died of dysentery. Oh my god, it's the Oregon Trail. This is totally giving video game vibes, actually. Like, how many kids survived camp this summer under your watch? Oh! Camp Oregon Trail. That's a fucking brilliant... Man, you guys come up with really good ideas. I would 100% play Camp Oregon Trail to keep the kids alive. That's... That's pretty good. No! Oh, do you guys want me to keep going? I mean, I could probably power through it and finish it. Well, let's see how everybody's doing. Well, you know what? We'll keep going until everybody's dead. By the time I got to the mess hall, Uncle Al was finishing the evening announcements. I slid into my seat, hoping I hadn't missed anything important. I expected to see Jay and Colin across the table from me, but their places on the bench were empty. That's strange, I thought, still shaken from my discovery about the mailbag. They should have been back by now. I wanted to tell them about the mail. I wanted to share the news that our parents weren't getting any of these letters we wrote, but we weren't getting any of theirs. The camp had to be keeping our mail from us, and I suddenly realized, Colin and Jay, where are you? The fried chicken was greasy, and the mashed potatoes were lumpy and tasted like paste. As I forced the food down, I kept turning to glance at the mess hall door, expecting to see my two bunkmates, but they didn't show up. A heavy feeling of dread formed in my stomach. Through the mess hall window, I could see that it was already dark outside. Where could they be? We're fine. A 3-mile hike and back shouldn't take this many hours. I pulled myself up and made my way to the counselor's table in the corner. Larry was having a loud argument about sports with two of the other counselors. They were shouting and gesturing with their hands. Frank's chair was empty. Larry, did Frank get back? I interrupted their discussion. Larry turned and a startled expression on his face. Frank? He motioned to the empty chair at the table. I guess not. He took Jay and Colin on a hike, I said. Shouldn't they be back by now? Larry shrugs. Beats me. He returned to his argument, leaving me standing there at Frank's empty chair. How frustrating for this child. Drum of toxic waste washed up on the lake. This can't be good for anyone. Yeah, this kid is taking stuff in stride a little too well, in my opinion. I was like, hey, now it's time to be kind of a dick to them. I mean, they're being a dick to you. Just they're dishing it out. You can give it back to them. After the trays had been cleared, we pushed the tables and benches against the wall and had indoor relay races. Everyone seemed to be having a good time. The shouts and cheers echoed off high rafted ceilings. I was too worried about Jay and Colin to enjoy the games. Maybe they decided to camp out overnight, I told myself. But this is really creepy, by the way. Just one counselor taking 2 kids out by themselves. This whole thing is just giving me the ick. Ugh. Maybe, but I had seen them leave, and I knew they hadn't taken any tents or sleeping bags or overnight supplies. So where were they? The games ended a little before lights out. As I followed the crowd to the door, Larry appeared beside me. "We're leaving early tomorrow," he said, "first thing." Huh? I didn't understand what he meant. "The canoe trip! I'm the canoe counselor! I'll be taking you guys," he explained, seeing my confusion. "Oh, okay," I replied without enthusiasm. I was so worried about Jay and Colin I nearly forgot about the canoe trip. "Right after breakfast," Larry said, "wear a bathing suit and bring a change of clothes and meet me at the waterfront." He hurried back to help the other counselors pull the tables into place. "After breakfast," I muttered. I wondered if Jay and Colin were also coming on the canoe trip. I'd forgotten to ask Larry. I headed quickly down the dark hill. The dew had already started to fall, and the tall grass was slippery and wet. Halfway down, I could see the dark outline of the forbidden bunk, hunched forward as if ready to strike. Forcing myself to look away, I jogged the rest of the way to the bunk. To my surprise, I could see through the window that someone was moving around inside. Colin and Jay are back, I thought. Eagerly, I pushed open the door and burst inside. "Hey, where have you guys been?" I cried. I stopped short and gasped. 2 strangers stared back at me. One was sitting on the edge of Colin's bunk, pulling off his sneakers. The other one was leaning over the dresser, pulling a t-shirt from one of the drawers. "Hi, you in here?" The boy at the dresser stood up straight, his eyes studying me. He had very short black hair and a gold stud in one ear. I swallowed hard. Am I in the wrong bunk? Is this bunk 4? They both stared at me confused. I saw the other boy, the one on Colin's bunk, also had black hair, but his was long and scraggly and fell over his forehead. "Yeah, this is bunk 4, he said. "We're new," the short-haired boy added. "I'm Tommy. He's Chris. We just started today." "Hi," I said uncertainly. "My name's Billy. How's that hair extension going, Jenny? Are you done with the extensions? Well, this is like the new one. I like them, but I've also enjoyed like running my hair through them because they're super soft. It's like, it's so fun. It's so soft. It's like I like them. My hair's gotten pretty long. Like this is like what my natural hair is at. So right to the top of the tit. It's getting pretty long. Probably within like the next year or so, it'll be about as long as what my extensions are now. My heart was pounding like a tom-tom in my chest. "Where's Colin and Jay?" "Who?" Chris asked. "They told us this bunk was mostly empty." "Well, Colin and Jay," I started. "We just arrived. We don't know anyone," Tommy interrupted. He pushed the drawer shut. "But that's Jay's drawer," I said, bewildered and pointing. "What did you do with Jay's stuff?" Tommy gazed back at me in surprise. "The drawer was empty," he replied. "Almost all the drawers were empty," Chris added, tossing his sneakers onto the floor, "except for the bottom 2 drawers." "That's my stuff," I said, my head spinning. "But Colin and Jay, their stuff were here," I insisted. "The whole cabin was empty," Tommy said. "Maybe your friends got moved." "Maybe," I said weakly. I sat down on the lower bunk beneath my bed. My legs felt shaky. A million thoughts were whirring through my mind, all of them frightening. "This is so weird," I said aloud. "It's not a bad bunk," Chris said, pulling down his blanket and settling in. "Kinda cozy." "How long are you staying at camp?" Tommy asked, pulling in an oversized white t-shirt. "All summer?" "No!" I exclaimed with a shudder. "I'm not staying. I mean, I'm leaving on a trip. I'm leaving on Visitor's Day next week." Chris flashed Tommy a surprised glance. "Huh? When are you leaving?" he asked again. "On Visitor's Day," I repeated. "When my parents come for Visitor's Day." "But didn't you hear Uncle Al's announcement before dinner? Visitor's Day has been canceled." Dun dun dun! Right on top of the tit, Jenny. Yeti. Hair boob, that's what's up. There's a Japanese horror movie about hair extensions, of course there is. Hairmageddon. how many horror movies are there? I don't think there. I mean, there probably is. I don't want to say, oh, there isn't any, and then just find out that there's a plethora. All right, chapter 17. Oh, actually, let me get a drink because I'm thirsty. Woo, man, I'm gonna have to get more cider. I'm running low. My poor precious cider's almost all gone. God, it's such a cool bottle. I got it for $5 too, because it was on super Uber clearance from like 60. Delicious. Vitch, there is one. Oh, that's true. I drifted in and out of troubled sleep that night. Even with a blanket pulled up to my chin, I felt chilled and afraid. It felt so weird to have two strange guys in the bunk, sleeping where Jay and Colin had slept. I was worried about my missing friends. What had happened to them? Why hadn't they come back? As I tossed relentlessly on my top bunk, I heard howls off in the distance. Animal cries, probably coming from the forbidden bunk. Long, frightening howls carried by the wind into our open bunk windows. At one point, I thought I heard kids screaming. I sat up straight, suddenly alert, and listened. Had I dreamed the frightful shrieks? I was so scared and confused it was impossible to tell what was real and what was a nightmare. It took hours to fall back asleep. I woke up to a gray, overcast morning, the air heavy and cold. Pulling on swim trunks and a t-shirt, I raced to the lodge to find Larry. Why are you still listening to Larry? It's like, stop listening to him. Night of the Demons remake. Jenny, I will rob you of that bottle one day. It's very thin. That's the one thing that I'm kind of like, oh my god, I'm definitely gonna break this someday. Like the glass is super thin. You can feel like when you hold it that I was like, god, this is gonna break. Like I'm gonna put it down once a little too hard. It's gonna shatter in my hand. It's gonna cut up. End up in the hospital because at least I care about me, unlike the counselors in this story. Ugh. The Dark Souls apple cider. Yeah, I mean, you can probably find it on Google. You know how you have like the picture. It's like maybe if I hold. I don't know if it would work because it was like maybe if I hold it up in a way where you can like take a picture of it, you might be able to find it. Let me back up a little bit so you can get like, you never know. I mean, I've been able to find some crazy shit that I never thought I'd be able to find by taking blurry ass pictures of things. I can't even drive, but I will rob you. Boo Banshee. I searched everywhere for him without success. Larry wasn't at breakfast. None of the other counselors admitted to knowing anything. Frank, the counselor who had taken my two friends on the hike, were also not there. I finally found Larry at the waterfront, preparing the long metal canoe for our trip. Larry, where are they? I cried out breathlessly. He gazed up at me, holding an armload of canoe paddles. His expression turned to bewilderment. Huh? Chris and Tommy? They'll be here soon. No! I cried, grabbing his arm. Jay and Colin, where are they? What happened to them, Larry? You've got to tell me. I gripped his arm tightly. I was gasping for breath. I could feel the blood pulsing in my temples. You've got to tell me, I repeated. He pulled away from me and let the paddles fall beside the canoe. I don't know anything about them, he replied quietly. But Larry... I really don't, he insisted in the same quiet voice. His expression softened. He placed a hand on my trembling shoulder. I'll tell you what, Billy, he said, staring hard into my eyes. I'll ask Uncle Al about it after our trip, okay? I'll find out for you when we get back. I stared back at him, trying to decide if he was being honest. I couldn't tell. His eyes were calm and cold as marbles. He leaned forward and pushed the canoe into the shallow river water. Here, take one of those life preservers, he said, pointing to the pile of the blue rubber vests behind me. Strap it on and then get in. No fucking way. Do not get in this. You are going to disappear. Like it's really funny that he does not. Oh yeah, Species. That's right. There's a lot of female nudity in that movie. Do not get, like, that's what happens to all your friends. They go off almost alone or alone with the counselors, and then they disappear. Don't do it. Do not go with him. Chris and Tommy came running up to us a few seconds later. They obediently followed Larry's instructions and strapped on the life preserver vest. I did as he instructed. I saw I had no choice. A few minutes later, the four of us were seated cross-legged inside the long, slender canoe, drifting slowly away from the shore. The sky was still charcoal gray, the sun hidden behind hovering dark clouds. The canoe bumped over choppy river water. The current was stronger than I had realized. We began to pick up speed. The low trees and shrubs along the riverbank slid past rapidly. Larry sat facing us in the front of the canoe. He demonstrated how to paddle as the river carried us away. He watched carefully, a tight frown on his face, as the three of us struggled to pick up the rhythm he was showing us. Then, when we finally seemed to catch on, Larry grinned and carefully turned around, gripping the sides of the canoe as he shifted his position. "The sun is trying to come out," he said, his voice muffled in a strong breeze over the rippling water. I glanced up. The sky looked darker than before. He stayed with his back to us, facing forward, allowing the three of us to do the paddling. I never paddled a canoe before, and it was harder than I had imagined, but I fell into a rhythm of it with Tommy and Chris, and I began to enjoy it. Dark water smacked up against the prow of the canoe, sending up splashes of white froth. The current grew stronger, and we picked up speed. The air was still cold, but the steady work of rowing warmed me. After a while, I realized I was sweating. We rode past tangles of yellow and gray trunked trees. The river suddenly divided into two, and we shifted our paddles to take the left branch. Larry began paddling again, working to keep us off the tall rocks that jutted between the river branches. My friend stayed. Memory overdrive. Okay. He's been in an insane asylum the entire time, calling it. All right, so you're saying insane asylum. I'm saying that they're killing and feeding the kids. Or at least Mikey. To the kids. I'm not sure what happened to the other ones. Maybe. What did they have? What did they have for dinner? It was something. Oh, it was like turkey. It was some type of mystery meat. Ooh. They turned them into mashed potatoes. The canoe bobbed up and down. Cold water poured over the sides. The sky darkened even more, and I wonder if it was about to storm. As the river widened, the current grew rapid and strong. I realized we didn't need to paddle. The river was doing most of the work. The river sloped down. Wide swirls of frothing white water made the canoe leap and bounce. "Here come the rapids!" Larry shouted, cupping his hands around his mouth so we could hear him. "Hang on, it gets pretty wild." I felt a tremor of fear as a wave of icy water splashed over me. The canoe rose up on the shelf of white water, then hit... Okay, genius, riddle me this, even though I already know the answer because he doesn't care about kids. What if all three of these kids fell overboard? You wouldn't be able to help all three of them. You would have to make some decisions. Put money on the chicken ending. He's trapped in an egg the entire time. I wish taters tasted like man meat. I can hear Tommy and Chris laughing excitedly behind me. I took a deep breath and held on tightly to the paddle, struggling to keep up the rhythm. "Hey, look!" Larry cried suddenly. To my astonishment, he climbed to his feet. He leaned forward, pointing to the swirling white water. "Look at those fish!" As he leaned down, the canoe jarred by a powerful rush of current. The canoe spun to the right. I saw a startled look on Larry's face as he lost his balance. "Well, yeah, you idiot!" His arm shot forward and he plunged headfirst into the tossing water. "No!" Uh-oh. I glanced back at Tommy and Chris, who had stopped paddling and were staring into the swirling, murky waters, their expression frozen in open-mouthed horror. "Larry!" I screamed. Wow, you care more about this counselor than Larry has shown any care about any of the kids. Behind me, Tommy and Chris also called out his name, their voice shrill and frightened. "Where is he? Why didn't he swim to the surface?" The canoe was drifting farther and farther downriver. "We have to stop!" I screamed. "We have to slow down!" "We can't!" Chris shouted back. "We don't know how!" Still no sign of Larry. I realized that he must be in trouble. Without thinking, I tossed my paddle into the river, climbed to my feet, and plunged into the murky, swirling waves to save him. Bad move, because it seems like he's bailing. Like he's gonna leave the kids to, I guess, drown on their own. Colin is part of a balanced breakfast. Colin, the one that looked like or sounded like Wesker. I jumped without thinking and swallowed a mouthful of water as I went down. My heart thudded in my chest as I struggled frantically to the surface, sputtering and choking. Gasping in deep breath, I lowered my head to try to swim against the current. My sneakers felt as if they weighed 1,000 pounds. I realized I should have pulled them off before I jumped. The water heaved and tossed. I moved my arms in long, desperate strokes, pulling myself toward the spot where Larry had fallen. Glancing back, I saw the canoe, a dark blur growing smaller and smaller. Wait! I wanted to shout to Tommy and Chris. Wait for me to get Larry! They just said they don't know how to control it. Oh, but I knew they didn't know how to slow the canoe. They were helpless as the current carried them away. As I choked in more air, I stroked rapidly and hard, pulled myself up, and ignoring... Oh, I must have... Oh, I see. I sucked in another mouthful of air and froze as I felt a sharp cramp in my right leg. As I choked in more air, I stroked rapidly and hard, pulling myself up, ignoring the sharp pain in my leg. Hey! What was that object floating just ahead of me? A piece of driftwood? Murky waters washed over me, binding me, tossing me back. Sputtering, I pulled myself back up. Water rolled down my face as I struggled to see. Larry! He came floating right to me. Larry! I managed to scream, but he didn't answer me. I can clearly see that he was now floating face down. Whoa! Well... Colin is dead. I thought it had been a while since I heard the Wesker. I mean, he might be dead. We're still wondering what's up with the kids. The leg cramp started to loosen as I reached out with both arms and grabbed Larry's shoulder. I pulled his head up from the water and rolled him onto his back and wrapped my arm around his neck. I was using the life-saving technique my parents had taught me. Turning downriver, I searched for the canoe, but the current had carried it out of sight. I swallowed another mouthful of water. Choking, I held on to Larry. I kicked hard. My right leg still felt tight and weak, but at least the pain had gone. I dragged Larry... Kicking and pulling with my free hand, I dragged Larry toward the shore. To my relief, the current helped. It seemed to pull in the same direction. A few seconds later, I was close enough to shore to stand. Wearily, panting like a wild animal, I tottered to my feet and dragged Larry onto the wet mud of the shore. Was he dead? Had he drowned before I reached him? I stretched him out on his back, and still pounding loudly, struggling to catch my breath, to stop my entire body from trembling, I leaned over him. And he opened his eyes. He stared at me blankly as if he didn't recognize me. Finally, he whispered my name. Billy. He choked out. Are we okay? Larry and I rested for a bit, and then we walked back to camp, following the river upstream. There's like two other kids. They're all dead. This is clearly hell. That's a little too good of a twist for an R.L. Stine kids book. On closer inspection, it was just a head. Oh my god. We were soaked clear through and drenched with mud, but I didn't care. We were alive. I saved Larry's life. Those other two shitheads, I didn't care about them. We didn't talk much on the way back. It was taking every ounce of our strength just to talk. I asked Larry if he thought Tommy and Chris would be okay. Hope so, he muttered, breathing hard. They'll probably ride to shore and walk back like us. Probably. But, like, probably not. What if they got flipped? Just, like, you put the... Why did you save Larry? He clearly did not care about you. You should have focused more on the kids who did nothing wrong. I took this opportunity to ask him again about Jay and Colin. I thought maybe Larry would tell me the truth since we were completely alone and I had just saved his life. But he insisted he didn't know anything about my two bunkmates, so I shoved him back in the river. As we walked, he raised one hand and swore he didn't know anything at all. So many frightening things have happened, I muttered. He nodded, keeping his eyes straight ahead. It has been strange, he agreed. I waited for him to say more, but he walked on in silence. It took 3 hours
to walk back. We hadn't traveled downriver as far as I thought, but the muddy shore kept twisting and turning, making our journey longer. As the camp came into view, my knees buckled at my and my legs nearly collapsed under me. Breathing hard, drenched in sweat, our clothes still damp and covered in mud, we trudged weirdly onto the waterfront. "Hey!" a voice called from the swim area. Uncle Al, dressed in baggy green sweats, came hurrying across the dirt to us. "What happened?" he asked Larry. "We had an accident," I cried before Larry had a chance to reply. We had an accident. We peed every inch of our bodies. I fell in, Larry admitted, his face reddened beneath the splattered mud. Billy jumped in and saved me. We walked back. "But Tommy and Chris couldn't stop the canoe. They drifted away," I cried. "We both nearly drowned," Larry told the frowning camp director. "But Billy, he saved my life." "Can you send someone to find Tommy and Chris?" I asked, suddenly starting to shake all over from exhaustion, I guess. "The two boys floated downriver?" Uncle Al asked, staring hard at Larry, scratching the back of his fringe of yellow hair. Larry nodded. "We have to find them," I insisted. Uncle Al continued to glare at Larry. "What about my canoe?" he demanded angrily. "That's my best canoe. How am I supposed to replace it?" Larry shrugged unhappily. "We'll look for the canoe tomorrow, and the boys also." He doesn't care about the two boys, I realized. He doesn't care about them at all. "Go get into some dry clothes," Uncle Al instructed Larry and me. He stormed off towards the lodge, shaking his head. I turned and started for the cabin, feeling chilled, my entire body still trembling. I could feel a strong wave of anger sweep over me. I had just saved Larry's life, but Uncle Al didn't care about that. And he didn't care about the two campers that were lost on the river. He didn't care that two campers and a counselor never returned from their hike. He didn't care that boys were attacked by creatures. He didn't care that kids disappeared and were never mentioned again. He didn't care about any of us. He only cared about his canoe. My anger quickly turned to fear. Of course, I had no way of knowing that the scariest part of my summer was... Oh, stop! Was still yet to come. Stop teasing something that you can't follow up on. So, I was all alone in the bunk that night. I pulled an extra blanket onto my bed and slid into a tight ball beneath the covers. I wondered if I'd be able to fall asleep, or if my frightened, angry thoughts would keep me tossing and turning for another night. But I was so weary and exhausted, even the eerie, mournful howls from the forbidden bunk couldn't keep me awake. I fell into a deep blackness and didn't wake up until I felt someone shaking my shoulder. Startled, I sat straight up. "Larry!" I cried, my voice still clogged with sleep. "What's happening?" I squinted across the room. Larry's bed was rumpled, the blanket balled up at the end. He had obviously come in late and slept in the bunk. But Tommy and Chris's beds were still untouched from the day before. "Special hike," Larry said, walking over to his bunk. "Hurry, get dressed." "Huh?" I stretched and yawned. Outside the window, it was still gray. The sun hadn't risen. "What kind of hike?" "Uncle Al called a special hike," Larry replied, his back to me. He grabbed the sheet and started to make his bed. With a groan, I lowered myself onto the cabin floor. It felt cold beneath my bare feet. "Don't we get to rest? I mean, after what happened yesterday?" I glanced once again at Tommy and Chris's unused beds. "It's not just us," Larry replied, smoothing the sheets. "It's the whole camp. Everyone's going. Uncle Al is leading it." I pulled on a pair of jeans and stumbled across the cabin with one leg in. A sudden feeling of dread fell over me. It wasn't scheduled. "Where is Uncle Al taking us?" Larry didn't reply. "Where?" I repeated. He pretended he didn't hear me. "Chris and Tommy, they didn't come back?" I asked glumly, pulling on my sneakers. Lucky I thought I had brought 2 pairs. Oh, good. Larry's going to sell us. "Don't write a check that your book can't cash, RL." Yeah, seriously, thank you. I was trying to remember how that went. "The sky is gray like our lunch meat." My shoes from yesterday sat in the corner, still soaked through and mud covered. "They'll turn up," Larry replied finally, but he didn't sound as if he meant it. I finally finished getting dressed and then ran up the hill to get breakfast. It was a warm gray morning. It must have rained during the night. The tall grass glistened wetly. Yawning and blinking against the harsh gray light, campers headed quietly up the hill. I saw that most of them had the same confused expression I had. Why were we going on this unscheduled hike so early in the morning? How long was it going to be? Where were we going? I hoped that Uncle Al or one of the counselors would explain everything to us at breakfast, but none of them appeared in the mess hall. We ate quietly without the usual joking around. I found myself thinking about the terrifying canoe trip yesterday. I could almost taste the brackish water again. I saw Larry coming towards me, face down, floating on the churning water like a clump of seaweed. I pictured myself trying to get to him, struggling to swim, struggling to go against the current to keep afloat in the swirls of white water. And I saw a blur of a canoe as the strong river current carried it out of sight. Suddenly, Dawn and Dory burst into my thoughts. I wondered if they were okay. I wondered if they were going to try to meet me again by the waterfront. They told you when they were going to do it! Oh my god, this fucking kid. Breakfast was French toast with syrup. French toast. It was usually my favorite, but this morning I just poked at it with my fork. "Line up outside!" a counselor cried from the doorway. Chairs scraped loudly, and we all obediently climbed to our feet and began to make our way outside. We formed a single line along the side wall of the lodge. I was near the end of the line towards the bottom of the hill. Some kids were cracking jokes and playfully shoving each other, but most were standing quietly or leaning against the wall, waiting to see what was going to happen. Once the line was formed, one of the counselors walked the length of it, pointing his finger and moving his lip in concentration as he counted. He counted us twice to make sure he had the right number. Then Uncle Al appeared at the front of the line. He wore brown and green camouflage outfit, the kind soldiers wear. He had on very black sunglasses, even though the sun wasn't up yet. He didn't say a word. He signaled to Larry and another counselor, who were both carrying very large, very heavy-looking brown bags over their shoulder. Then Uncle Al quickly strolled down the hill, his eyes hidden behind the glasses, his features set to a tightened frown. "Hey! You just woke up getting ready for work? Aw, how's the stream? We are in chapter 20, I think? It's 19 or 20, and there's 22 chapters in the hey, at least you got to see, like, the tail end. It's gonna be spoiled for you. All that build-up. "Uncle Al, is this a long hike?" I called. He pretended he hadn't heard. I decided to give up. He led us towards the waterfront, then turned right. Thick clumps of trees stood a short way up ahead where the river narrowed. Glancing back at the end of the line, I saw Larry and the other counselor, bags on their shoulders, hurrying to catch up to Uncle Al. What is this all about? I wondered. As I stared at the clumps of low, tangled trees up ahead, a thought pushed its way into my head. I can escape! The thought was so frightening, but suddenly so real, it took a long time to form. I can escape into these trees. I can run away from Uncle Al and this frightening camp. The idea was so exciting, I nearly stumbled over my own feet. I bumped into a kid ahead of me, a big bruiser of a guy named Tyler, and he turned and glared at me. Whoa, I told myself. Think about this. Think carefully. I kept my eyes locked on the woods. As we drew closer, I could see that the thicker trees, so close together that their branches were all intertwined, seemed to stretch on forever. They'll never find me in there, I told myself. It would be really easy to hide in those woods. But then what? I couldn't stay in the woods forever. Then what? Staring at the trees, I forced myself to concentrate, forced myself to think clearly. I could follow the river, yes, stay on the shore, follow the river. It was bound to come to a town eventually. I mean, it had to come to a town. I don't know if that's accurate there, Billy. I'd walk to the first town and call my parents. I can do it, I thought. I can do this. I just have to run, make a dash for it when no one is looking into the woods, deep into the woods. We were at the edge of the trees. The sun had pulled itself up, brightening the rose-colored morning sky. I could do it, I told myself. My heart thudded loudly. Calm down, Billy. I warned myself, just calm down. Wait for your chance. Wait until the time is right. Then leave Camp Nightmare behind. Forever. I can do it. I can be gone in less than 10 seconds. Then I glanced to the front of the line. To my horror, Uncle Al was staring directly at me, and he held a rifle in his hands. Oh, shit. Everybody, sit down. Everybody sit down and look out at the beautiful sky, and don't worry about me pointing to the back of your heads. I cried out when I saw the rifle in his hands. Did he read my thoughts? Did he know I was about to make a run for it? A cold chill slid down my back as I gaped at the rifle. Okay, so gaped is the... Oh no! Well, I mean, that... Can I skip it? Yes, I can. Sorry about that. I didn't know there was a way to kill the atmosphere this created. A cold chill ran down my back as I gaped at the rifle. As I raised my eyes to Uncle Al's face, I realized he wasn't looking at me. He had turned his attention to the two counselors. They had lowered the bags to the ground and were bending over them, trying to get them open. Why'd we stop? Tyler, the kid ahead of me, asked. Is the hike over? Another kid joked. A few kids laughed. Guess we can go back now, another kid said. I stood watching in disbelief as Larry and the other counselors began unloading rifles from the two bags. Line up and get one, Uncle Al instructed us. Oh, is this going to be like a paintball thing? No one moved. I think everyone thought Uncle Al was kidding or something. What's wrong with you boys? I said hurry. It was so scary before the ad. Yes, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's been that long. Yeah, I was about to say, I was like, that's not bad for... I guess they just had a mid-roll. That would if I was playing this while I was sleeping, that definitely would have woken me up, because I probably would have played this loud, because I like the sound of loud blizzards and loud fire crackling. He pushed the right... Oh, here we go. He snapped it. He grabbed up an armload of rifles and began moving down the line, pushing one in each boy's hand. He pushed one against my chest so hard I staggered back a few steps. I grabbed it by the barrel before it fell to the ground. What's going on? Tyler asked me. I shrugged, studying the rifle with horror. I'd never held any real gun before. My parents were both opposed to firearms of all kinds. A few minutes later, we were all lined up in the shadow of the trees, each holding a rifle. Uncle Al stood near the middle of the line and motioned us into a tight circle so he could hear him. What's going on? Is this target practice? One boy asked. He goes, kinda. You guys are going to shoot at each other, and I get to watch. It was getting a bit cool. That's why I listen to scary stories and not fire. Larry and the other counselors snickered at that. Uncle Al's features remained hard and unchanged. Listen up. No more jokes. This is serious business. A circle of campers tightened around him. Was I about to be really sorry that I hadn't made a run for it? 2 girls escaped from girls' camp last night, Uncle Al said. A blonde and a redhead. Dory and Dawn, I exclaimed to myself. I bet it was them. I believe, Uncle Al continued, that these are the same 2 girls who sneaked over to the boys' camp and hid near the water fountain a few days ago. Yes, I thought happily, it is Dawn and Dory. I suddenly realized a broad smile had broken out on my face. I quickly forced it away before Uncle Al could see my happy reaction to the news. The 2 girls are in these woods, boys. They're nearby. Whoa. Uncle Al continued. He raised his rifles. Your guns are loaded. Aim carefully when you see them. They won't get away from us. What? I gasped in disbelief. You mean we're supposed to shoot them? I glanced around the circle of campers. They all looked as dazed and confused as I did. Yeah, you're supposed to shoot them, Uncle Al replied coldly. I told you they're trying to escape. But we can't do that, I cried. It's easy, Uncle Al said. He raised his rifle to his shoulder and pretended to fire it. See? Nothing to it. But we can't kill people, I insisted. Kill? His expression changed behind the dark glasses. I didn't say anything about killing, did I? These guns are loaded with They're loaded with tranquilizer darts. We just want to stop these girls, not hurt them. Wouldn't a tranquilizer dart have a lot of tranquilizer in it that would probably, I don't know, kill a 12-year-old child? Uncle Al took 2 steps toward me, the rifle still in his hand. He stood over me menacingly, lowering his face close to mine. You got a problem with that, Billy? He demanded. He was challenging me. So if he went clunk, like, and shot Uncle Uncle Owl be like, no, I got you first, didn't I? The woods grew silent. Even the birds stopped quirking or squawking. Oh, I found another. It says even the bird, instead of the birds, stopped squawking. You got a problem with that, Uncle Al repeated, his face so close to mine I could smell his sour breath. I took a deep breath and held it, and then I screamed as loudly as I could, I won't do it! Without completely realizing what I was doing, I raised my rifle to my shoulder and aimed the barrel at Uncle Al's chest. You're gonna be sorry, Uncle Al growled in a low voice. He tore off the sunglasses and heaved them into the woods. Then he narrowed his eyes furiously at me. Drop the rifle, Billy. I'm gonna make you sorry. No, I told him, standing my ground. You're not. Camp is over. You're not going to do anything. My legs were trembling so hard I could barely stand. Give me the rifle, Billy, he cried in a low, menacing voice. He reached out a hand toward my gun. Hand it over, boy. No, I cried. He blinked once, twice, then leapt at me. I took a step back with the rifle, aimed at Uncle Al, and pulled the trigger. Let me guess. The barrel, or it clogs or something, like it doesn't fire. No trank can stop a teenage girl. The rifle emitted a soft pop. Uncle Al tossed his head back and laughed. He let his rifle drop to the ground at his feet. Hey! I cried out confused. I kept the rifle aimed at his chest. Congratulations, Billy, Uncle Al said, grinning warmly. You passed. He stepped forward and reached out his hand to shake mine. The other campers dropped their rifles. Glancing at them, I saw that they were all grinning too. Larry, also grinning, flashed me thumbs up sign. What's going on? I demanded suspiciously. I slowly lowered the rifle. Uncle Al grabbed my hand and squeezed it hard. Congratulations, Billy. I knew you'd pass. I don't understand, I screamed, totally frustrated. But instead of explaining anything to me, Uncle Al turned to the trees and shouted, okay, everyone, it's over. He passed. Come out and congratulate him. I'm going to be so fucking mad. This is going to be the turn, huh? I'm so irritated right now. As I stared in disbelief, my wide open mouth hanging down around my knees, people began stepping out from behind the trees. First came Don and Dory. You were hiding in the woods. They laughed in response. Congratulations. Then others came out grinning and congratulating me. I screamed when I recognized Mike. He was okay. Beside him were Jay and Roger. Happy birthday. Oh my god. Then others came out grinning and congratulating me. Colin stepped out of the woods, followed by Tommy and Chris, all smiling. And okay, so how? Colin, what's going on? I was too stunned. I felt dizzy. I didn't get it. I really didn't. Neither do I, Billy. I am super not happy. Then my mom and dad stepped out of the trees. Mom rushed up and gave me a hug. Dad patted the top of my head. I knew you passed, Billy, he said. I could see happy tears. Past what? What is this? This isn't really a summer camp, Uncle Al explained. It's a government testing lab. Huh? I swallowed hard. You know your parents are scientists, Billy, Uncle Al continued. Well, they're about to leave on a very important expedition, and this time they want to take you along with them. Why didn't you just tell me? I asked my parents. We couldn't, Mom explained. According to the government rules, Billy, Uncle Al continued, children aren't allowed to go on official expeditions unless they pass certain tests. That's what you've been doing. You've been taking tests. So they had a bunch of children. Who were apparently, like, perfect, wonderful actors. And could... They could improv, like, super well. That's what you've been doing here. You've been taking tests. Tests to see what? I demanded. Well, we wanted to see if you could obey orders, Uncle Al explained. You passed when you refused to go to the forbidden bunk. He held up 2 fingers. Second, we had you test your bravery, which you demonstrated by saving or rescuing Larry, which could have backfired if he's like, well, why would I fucking save him? He didn't care when I got hurt or when anybody. That's just a prank, bro. Yeah, that's what. He held up a 3rd finger. We had to see if you knew when not to follow orders, and you passed that test by refusing to hunt for Don and Dory. And everyone was in on it, I asked? All the campers, the counselors, everyone? They're all actors? They all work here at the testing lab. The kids work at the testing labs too? You see, Billy, your parents wanted to take you on a very dangerous place, perhaps the most dangerous place in the known universe. So we had to make sure you could handle it. The most dangerous place in the universe? Where? I asked my parents. Where are you taking me? It's a very... It's a very strange planet called Earth, Dad replied, glancing at Mom. It's very far from here, but it could be exciting. The inhabitants there are weird and unpredictable, and no one has ever studied them. Laughing, I stepped between my mom and Dad and put my arms around them. Earth? It sounds pretty weird, but it could never be as dangerous or exciting as Camp Night Moon, I explained. We'll see, Mom replied quietly. We'll see. Dun 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 dun. Boo! I get the feeling that he wrote himself into a corner. Like, it was starting to get too dark, and he's like, shit, I can't. Is there a single Goosebumps book that ends in a not stupid fucking twist? God damn it. I've lost 5 or 6 hours of my life on this, and I actually thought the buildup wasn't bad. And I was like, God damn, this book is actually growing some fangs and killed off possibly 3 kids. Like, well, what about the things that attacked them in the beginning? The snakes were in on it. They bit the kid. Why? Why are little kids working at? I'd be 0% surprised if after I said that one sentence, if all of you guys just bailed without saying anything. You're like, no, I just hear a bunch of doors slamming. Oh my god. It's so fucking stupid. Where does Arl Stein live? Is he still alive? Because I'm about to kill him. Venomous snake stats. Top 10 reasons to be happy your camp is haunted. This guy's a millionaire. It's not the hours of time spent, it's the friends we made along the way. It's not that deep, Jenny. Yeah, I would not be... Oh my god, he tried to do a joke thing. Top 10 reasons to be happy your camp your camp is haunted. Number 10, the talking Brussels sprouts make food fights much more interesting. It means you can murder them when you throw them across the room. The tents all float a few inches off the ground, giving campers a much more comfortable sleep. Number 8, since the camp counselors only come out at night, you're free to do whatever you want during the day. Number 7, pick up the right baseball bat and you're guaranteed a home run every time you step up to the plate. Yeah, but that's meaningless if you're just at camp. It's not like you're going to win anything or become like the next Babe Ruth. Yeah, there it is. I was like, I know I have to know at least one. Number 6, all the ghosts packed into your cabin make it nice and cool even during the hottest summer nights. Number 5, the werewolf howls keep all the bears away. Number 4, you can brush up on your history by talking with some really old ghosts floating around. Number 3, the haunted bands that play in the abandoned theater are amazing. Number 2, the giant spiders eat all the mosquitoes, gnats, and other annoying things. Why would there be giant spiders in something that's haunted? Some of these don't make sense. And other annoying things like stupid bunkmates. And number 1, the meat in the cafeteria is never tough. It's always fresh and young. Ew. I do like that in order to keep kids not freaking out, they have venomous snake stats. Not all snakes are venomous. In fact, most are not. Only 1 in 4 of Earth's snakes use venom for hunting or self-defense. The black mamba is the most dangerous snake and also one of the fastest. It can slither more than 12 miles an hour, faster than most kids unless they are riding a bike. The award for the deadliest venom goes to the inland taipan of Australia. Of course it's in Australia. Jesus Christ, the fact that anybody lives there with all these terrifying creatures on it. Which has the most potent venom of any snake in the world. In fact, Australia boasts 5 of the top 10 most venomous snakes in the world. Good job, Australia. I think the movies killed him. Seriously, though, Stein can't stick the landing on an ending at all. Oh, babe, he has a candy bar. Ha! And the King Cobra, why are we mentioning His Royal Highness? And His Royal Highness is in bold letters. Because the King Cobra is the longest venomous snake in the world. It can measure up to 22 feet. Its venom is less potent than other snakes, but because of its size and ability to inject large doses of venom, it is one of the world's most deadliest snakes. There's a spitting cobra. It could spit venom more than 8 feet. That's interesting. Holy shit. The venom gets in your eyes. It can cause great pain or blindness. They like to play dead. That I knew about the spitting cobra. Lying on the ground with its mouth open. This can trick an approaching animal long enough for the cobra to strike. It's also called a wrinkle. Wrinkle! Snakes are venomous, not poisonous. Poison is breathed, eaten, or absorbed through the skin. Venom is injected. Now go impress your science teacher. Create a creepy camp schedule. Oh my god, what is this? This is so goofy. Oh, there are the Horrorland. Yeah, this is Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. No part of this publication may be reproduced or transmitted in any forms by any means, electronic, recording, or otherwise without written permission of the publisher. Shit! Well, sorry, Parachute Press or Scholastic Inc. My bad. We made it. Us brave few. See, the other ones bailed. They knew exactly what was happening. They're like, nope, we're getting... Man, I could think of at least 2 or 3 better twist endings, but none of them would be G-rated, I guess this is what this is. Well, I'm sure someone called. I am gonna lose my 5 cents. I paid $4.99 for this abomination. For once, I had to call it early. Hey, you came back randomly enough. Were you here did you hear the brilliant twist that we got? Because maybe it was for the best that you you tapped out early. I'm trying to think. The other one. Oh, fine. Oh, thank you, Hardy. I'm trying to think, like, if, because I read these as a kid, but the ones I've read on stream, I don't think besides the Haunted Mask I read. But apparently my brain blocked out the ending to Haunted Mask because I did not remember the whole, oh, I'm a scientist who created a living mask for reasons. The Say Cheese and Die one, I believe I started reading, but I must not have finished it because I could not remember anything about it. But then again, maybe my brain's like, no, we're going to block this out for you, honey. You don't need to remember any of this. Yeah. All the crap I put up with, you guys get the... Look, I will get around to playing a game that isn't Chilla. Maybe next stream. I won't be able to stream this coming week because I've got way too much I'm gonna have to do, and it's I probably, by the time I'm done with everything, it'll probably be as late as it is now. So it didn't seem nearly as stupid. Well, yeah, but I was like, wait, I read the Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark not that long ago, and while those stories aren't like brilliant, they are still kind of creepy. They don't have whatever the hell these type of twist endings are, where it turns out we were following around a bunch of aliens the whole time. Like, what the hell, man? This is Redford's hat. All right, come here, Redford. Scooch, 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 scooch. Come here, Redford. Hopefully they can find his tiny bear that I lost. I'm so sad. Rock on! All right, everybody. Congratulations if you actually made it through this late. So let's say good night to everybody, and I hope you guys have a pleasant rest of your evening or your morning, because I know some of you guys are waking up and getting ready for work, or just barely ready or getting home. And yeah, I knew you'd be happy to see the turkey baby. So good night, everybody. I'm really happy you guys came by. So I'm sorry that the story wasn't that great.